Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After 12 days off and as 8.5-point favorites at home, the Lions put together what Dan Campbell called one of their worst performances in a long time in yesterday's 27-24 loss to the Vikings. Per usual, Campbell shouldered much of the blame. Ten penalties for 76 yards, just 65 rushing yards, 29% third down efficiency, and 5 sacks allowed for a loss of 44 yards. All foundational reasons to Detroit's third loss of the season yesterday. Lions get the Washington Commanders on the road next Sunday. The good news in Detroit last night was a Red Wings win and thus a winning road trip. Last night in San Jose, Detroit pulled out their second shootout win in the last 3 games with a 3-2 victory over the Sharks. Wings regulation goals came from Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider with his first of the year, while James Van Riemsdyk scored the lone shootout winner. Detroit has already won 3 of their 5 games on this road trip, which ends tomorrow in Vegas. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Morning. 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. No Lions victory Monday today.
Nope.
John.
Back to the drawing board.
What the hell was that?
Well, I mean, if they just had some more time to get ready for them, they would have been all right. Oh, wait, they had 12 days. Yes. The 12 days of bye week. Can we sing that song?
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Yeah. It just was just awful.
Pretty much. Dan Campbell took the blame. Said when it's all 3 phases, it's the head coach. John, this is the 3rd straight time off extended prep they've looked bad. The bye week, week 1, and the playoff game. Mm-hmm. So, sure, I mean, we'll play the blame game today. Dan will get a hefty slice of blame as the head coach because 10 penalties, procedural issues, special teams gaffes, offensive breakdowns, Dan Campbell's offense, getting the quarterback sacked 5 times and running for 65 yards. Yeah, sure, you could put a big old slice of blame on Dan's plate.
Well, they're doing all they can, knowing that extra time off is not good for them, to make sure that they don't have the extra time off. I mean,
there you go.
That's
galaxy brain stuff.
The 1 seed is
we don't want it anyway.
Right? Yeah. Who wants that?
We'll take a wild card route the way this is going, because that's the other thing. The Packers lost. They could be in first place today.
That while the Packers are playing Carolina, and we're all taking a look. What are the Bears doing against the Bengals? What are the Pack doing against the Panthers? And as we're watching it, we're going, you know what? Hey, they're not playing good. They're not playing like we expect the Lions to play, but just pull this game out. Find a way to win a game you're not supposed to win. Not playing as you should win, because they should have won that game.
To me, the sequence that explains all of it. was the drive that ended in a blocked field goal. It was a 12-play, 33-yard drive. Figure that one out. 3 different penalties. 5 runs that went for 3 yards or less, just running into a brick wall. Can't get anything going, can't get any push up front. And then it ends with a 2nd and 10 run for 1, a sack, and a blocked field goal. That's who the Detroit Lions were yesterday.
It was maddening, frustrating. I don't know if you ran into this. I don't know where you were watching the game from. I don't know. Did you go home after the? Okay. There were multiple times where I had to. I turned the channel. I'm like, well, maybe if I turn the channel and turn it back, like you do the mute button, like you try to train some mojo. And at one point, I was started off with trying to train some mojo. The rest of the time, I'm turning it off because I just can't stand to watch inept football for a team that shouldn't be inept. And that's what is so frustrating and maddening about this team. They've got all the components. And in fact, we had talked about this defense with Aleem McNeil returning up front and Aiden Hutchinson signing a big deal. It doesn't change how he plays or performs. It's not about the contract. I just was so disappointed that they got pushed around at both lines of scrimmage. That, to me, was disgusting. At a minimum, you could be physical. It's like basketball. If shots aren't falling, offense isn't looking good, you could still play defense and you can rebound. And it's all about, it's just, you can always play physical. And they didn't play physical.
What did you see with the offensive line, specifically those breakdowns? Because Jared Goff was a dead man for the entirety of that football game.
Yeah, I mean, it was basically the middle three. And Decker, I'm not going to say he was blameless, because there were times where he was getting pushed back. But it was the inside three that they couldn't handle a cross dog inside. And even if it wasn't a cross dog, they couldn't handle. The one that really made me get up, walk away as I'm, shouting obscenities at the TV was the game where it was Mahogany, and it wasn't even a game. It was just a, slant outside, and I think it was Javon Hargrave split a double team between Decker and Mahogany. At that point, I'm just like, you know what? Today's not the day. I don't want to get emotionally invested. I just go out and blow leaves in the yard. That's what I turned to for a few minutes. But then I came back and said, that's not this team. They're going to be all right. Nope. Should have just spent the day outside.
Yard work would have been a better choice. We got the open lines if you want to call the vent. We'll play the blame game for much of the show today. TJ Lang for the final hour. We'll have Overreact Gyms where we'll mix in a little bit of college football, the World Series, and the week that was in the NFL. But we start with the Lions. 248-539-9797. And there's plenty of blame to go around. I mentioned Dan Campbell, buck stops there, head coach. This is, again, a team not using their time off effectively to prepare. It's his offense, so as much as John Morton's going to take some heat today, Dan Campbell's offense, 5 of 17 on third down. You want to call out Morton for all this horizontal east and west stuff on third and long? Fine. Plenty of blame to go around. The offensive line, though, is where you can make up for everything. Yeah. If you get a push, if you run the ball for more than 65 yards, all of a sudden it's third and short instead of third and long. Your quarterback's going to get a little more time because the O-line's firing out and putting that defense on their heels. If you can run the ball, you can play action pass. They couldn't generate a push. And then, John, you're right. I mean, the double A gap, the cross dog, the stunts, the twists. This offensive line, again, this wasn't just week one, again, looked overwhelmed. And that's an issue. I thought we were past this. Week one was this forgivable mulligan, right? It's week one. It's a young interior. You're figuring stuff out. You're on the road. John, they're at home with 2 weeks to prepare as 10-point favorites. And Dan Campbell had said these guards aren't rookies anymore. Well, that's 2/3 of the equation inside. It was Graham didn't have his best game either.
And even when they did, and I 100% expect that when we talk to Dan tomorrow, one of the things he may say is, it was one guy on every play, because even when you got good protection from the three on the interior, all 5 guys, then it was Jahmyr Gibbs come up with bad technique on a blitzing linebacker.
Dude, the one I'm thinking about, I think we're both talking about the same one. He gets like half a man.
Yeah.
And gave him no chance. Goff's trying to step up in the pocket, and there's nowhere to step up.
Yeah. It just, honestly, here's what it felt like. It it felt like what we've had to watch on Saturdays. It was the undisciplined of Michigan State and the inept offense of Michigan. That's what the Lions were yesterday. That's what it was.
So it was a stew, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, the grossest stew you could ever eat on a fall Saturday, Sunday.
You kind of look at Sundays as, okay, well, at least we get to watch good football because we didn't see it on Saturday. And then that's what you're left with. And you look back on the weekend and go, well, at least it was sunny outside and we got an extra hour of sleep. That's it. That's the only good thing of the weekend.
That and hashtag Spartans will cover.
Yeah.
Another cover for Jonathan
Unless
Smith.
trick-or-treating went well.
Hope it did.
Trick-or-treating was amazing.
Yeah. The weather was really good on Friday.
Let's just talk about Heather's trick-or-treating instead of the Lions. I mean, come on.
It's like the best day of the year so far. It was amazing.
Yeah. It was. And Teddy had a great time. Trick-or-treating was good. Mm-hmm. Jack's team won Friday night, so I got a chance to double dip in regards to trick-or-treating and football.
And then Sunday happened.
Well, then Saturday happened.
Well, yes.
And then Sunday happened.
But I think with Saturday, like, we just kind of know the teams aren't any good.
Yeah.
Sunday, like, this team's supposed to be really good.
Yeah.
Anything but. Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797, where we start with Steve and Taylor. Steve, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Been better?
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yep.
we got you, Steve. Let's go.
Okay, thanks. Hey, well, I just want to get your take on one thing. One of my problems is the scheme with the coach. I do think it's a lot on the coaching. Gibbs is probably one of the best backs in the league, and I think this sharing time thing, I hate to say it, I think they should be going more with Gibbs, and it just seems like they're setting him up for for when you bring Montgomery in, they almost know he's going to run, and they're all stuffing the line. And then I think on a play where he misses the block, again, he's got to do a better job. But at the same time, I want the bigger guy blocking that linebacker because we know they're blitzing every other play. They blitzed 50% of the time yesterday. And so if you know you're going to pass on that play, and you know they're blitzing all the time, why not have the bigger back in on that play? They never used Gibbs on those quick passes that they had, real quick outs where he was getting a lot of yards on the outside. They never ran that one time yesterday. I mean, I just think the whole scheming was bad. The offensive line, I mean, there's so much to talk about what went wrong, but I just want your take on maybe not trying to share the ball so much with Montgomery, and I like him, but it's just my thought.
Well, it's not like Gibbs got anything going on the ground yesterday.
Yeah,
it's not like he wanted to keep feeding a guy who ran for 25 yards on 9 carries. Hey, more, please.
Yeah.
Well, how much are we seeing them both on the field like we were supposed to?
Right.
The answer is because they have to put in tight ends because the offensive line
Because they got to aid protection.
Brock Wright is more present this year than he was last year.
Well, I think it's part of why we haven't seen as much Tesla. You're right. It's why you don't see the two backs in the backfield.
Yeah.
You're playing 12 personnel. You're playing 2 tight ends.
Let's think about the contribution from the third wide receiver is non-existent on this team. And whatever you think about Josh Reynolds and Tim Patrick, they were part of this offense.
Yeah.
And that doesn't exist this year because the offensive line is not very good.
Think about it. They have lost 2 of the last 3 football games they've played. And the offense hasn't looked good in 3 straight football games.
Nope.
So some of the
as much as like some people may go, oh boy, it's going to be one of these overreacting Mondays. This is not about just one football game. That was a bad, gross football game. This is starting to be a bit of a trend now.
I think there's some blame on John Morton yesterday for the play calling, especially there was no adjustment. I thought Flores schooled him a little bit.
He did.
But I do think he's handcuffed by the offensive line. That's what stirs this entire drink.
We got open lines. We got phone calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Lions lose. It's 97-1.
Not a lot of highlights over the weekend, but I do want to share a highlight, and it's the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets the final price based on due-it signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit GMCofferinfo.com. That's GMCofferinfo.com for more details.
All right, Lions fans, listen up. 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions, giving away Lions tickets to a future game. Here's how you win them. Go to 971theticket.com for details. Click on the events page. Come out, enjoy tequila, and a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. With how expensive tickets are, don't miss this chance. And don't forget, 1800 Tequila, part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. No Lions victory Monday today. That's as bad as they've looked in years. All three phases. Lost to a quarterback making his third start. Spot him short field position. 17 points came on drives starting in Lions territory. And the headline is this offense couldn't do anything. Goff sacked 5 times, ran for 65 total yards on the ground. A lot of empty trips. Let's get to the phones. Ryan in Sterling Heights. Ryan, you're on 97.1.
Hello, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
So what I was thinking about the offense is it just feels like they lost their identity this year almost because, I mean, this offense was stacked all last year with big explosive plays down the field. And I feel like this season it's just been we haven't seen nearly as many explosive plays, especially against teams that have a winning record. And I mean, like, especially when you see the box stacked up like that we saw a couple of times, I felt like we weren't seeing plays going down the field. It was almost just like short passes in the middle of the field. And it's like, why not just rip one up the seam, you know?
Well, so you have to be able to take what the defense is going to let you take, but you also have to force things. You also have to impose your will. And this offense is based on being able to run the football. It sets up those big plays down the field. But if you can't run the ball, you don't have those opportunities to dictate to the defense what you're doing.
20 runs for 65 yards.
Yeah. And that's what was most disgusting to me. I won't say disgusting. Yeah, I'll say disgusting.
You could be disgusted.
It was disappointing and disgusting all at the same time, was the lack of movement, the lack of physicality at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball.
You want some sobering reality? This ticket text points out the Lions are now 1-2 in their division, 2-2 in conference play, and the offense hasn't looked the same. Not feeling great about this team, unnamed texter. Everybody relax. JJ just had the Lions signs. Signs, Steve. I'm tuning in with my popcorn listening to all the Sky is Falling fans. Dan will right the ship, Jeff in Taylor. Look, I expect them to bomb the Commanders. I think that's a circle game, but that doesn't fix all of the other problems, big picture here. This team's trying to win a Super Bowl, and I'm not seeing an offense gelling right now.
No, and you got a chance to get right on the road against the Commanders, and you better get right against the Commanders because what happens the week after that?
Eagles, Sunday night on the road.
You're going to a much tougher environment.
And how about 2 weeks later after that? Thanksgiving Day, Green Bay, maybe for the division.
So there's opportunity there for them to show the rest of the world, the rest of the NFL, that what you saw on Sunday is not them. The trend is not looking good, but there are opportunities ahead, and all you got to do is wait another 6 days.
Boy, John is seething. I can feel it. Breathe, John, breathe.
My football weekend was not a happy football weekend.
Guys, the only thing to talk about after the game, will Brad check his ego and make moves before the deadline? Tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll get a chance.
Mahogany news.
Yeah, not good for the offensive line. And I'll go back to, I think they need depth on that offensive line. And we saw Taylor Decker take another hit. And it was able to keep playing, but you got a bad, upper body injury, one that's been bothering you since the offseason, and now you complicate it with something on the lower half. You're going to need some reinforcements.
Joseph, you're next. You're on 97.1.
How you doing, guys and ladies?
Good morning.
Hey, John, go Blue.
Go Blue.
Hey, I got one thing to say about this game yesterday. I think the biggest problem was they did not run that ball enough. They should have ran that ball from the beginning. They started throwing that ball as soon as that game started. They scored a touchdown. I'll give them that at the beginning of the game. But they should have ran that ball down their throat.
But they couldn't.
Period.
But they couldn't.
I don't care if they scored. They had 1 yard. They should have kept doing it.
Okay, so you want to run on first down for one, second down for two, third down for one, and then punt the ball. Like I agree with you. Their bread and butter's running it. They couldn't get a push. Those guys couldn't get a push up front.
And look what happened to our quarterback because of that.
Yep.
So I would have kept running until I softened them up a little bit. Then get the passing game going. I would have kept running that ball. Period.
Yeah.
I think that's how they lost that game.
They certainly did not run it effectively enough. And I'm not going to say anything about that first drive. That first drive was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, they did. They came out slinging the ball around, but hey, there's nothing wrong with a 15-yard pass on first down to start the game off. And then you follow it up with an 11-yard pass and a 6-yard run. So things are, you're sitting there going, okay, this is exactly what today should be. Couple incompletions, and then you're faced with the fourth down, and you hit Laporta. Laporta runs everyone over, and you're thinking, again, this is how today is supposed to go.
Yeah, it ended up being the outlier.
That was it.
All right, more phone calls. Blame game first. Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, on Friday, federal agents announced that they stopped what they believed was a potential Halloween weekend terror attack in Metro Detroit, arresting 5 young men between the ages of 16 and 20. Investigators say the group had been chatting online about this planned attack. They were using different phrases like Pumpkin Day as code for Halloween. Well, now one of the defense attorneys is pushing back, calling the case fear-mongering, and he says that there's no evidence at all of a real plan, just online talk among gamers that the FBI turned into something bigger. This attorney, who's representing a 20-year-old from Dearborn, says he doesn't expect any charges to be filed. The FBI hasn't really released many specifics, but did say that there is no ongoing threat to the public.
I think you let the facts come out, but I'm never going to be mad at them taking something seriously and preventing something awful.
Right. I mean, the same thing that we talked about when they made the arrests with the NBA, right? You don't feel like they're going to do something like this without at least a basis for concern.
Police in Canton are investigating a report regarding a needle that was found sticking out of a candy bar handed out during trick-or-treating. You always hear these stories. I mean, I remember even as a kid.
Oh, yeah, razor blades.
Yes, you got to check each piece of candy before you eat it. Well, police are saying, hey, you should be diligent in looking into what you're eating, especially giving it to your kids. But police say there was a sewing needle found in a Twix, and it was passed out in the area, they say, of Salts and Sheldon Road. Nobody was seriously injured, but police are saying, hey, you need to be aware of this in this community and maybe everywhere. Just kind of thoroughly inspect the candy that you got on Halloween. And if you do see something suspicious, give police a call. A person of interest has been taken into custody after a body was found in a Macomb County driveway. The body was discovered just before 10 a.m. on Saturday in the driveway of a home. It was near an intersection of Francis Street and Harper Avenue. And authorities still haven't released a ton of information, but they do say that the body had injuries consistent with being hit by a car, is what it looked like. I mean, obviously neighbors in that area were alarmed to see a body that had been covered, but to see what was going on. But it sounds like it was a hit and run, but they found the person responsible, perhaps.
Oh, okay.
Well, somebody's arrested.
Sure. Okay.
So whether that was the person responsible or,
got to be
connected to it.
Connected to it somehow, yeah.
A giant teddy bear now sits outside the Hudson building in Detroit. Well, technically between the Hudson's buildings. The bear is kind of a nod to Hudson's past. If you remember when the department store was up and running, it was known for its Santa bears. Do you remember those, Jim?
I don't.
No, I have one. I gave one to my kids. It's well loved from when I was little. But anyway, it's all part of the holiday programming for Decked Out Detroit, and it includes the return of a teddy bear. So
Cool.
that's why it's there. Finally, a little history was made in Las Vegas on Sunday. Jacksonville Jaguars kicker Cam Little set a new NFL record after successfully kicking a 68-yard field goal at the end of the first half of Sunday's overtime win over the Raiders.
Broke Tucker's record.
Yes.
That happened against the Lions.
In 2021.
That's cool.
And
It was fun to see.
He just said, if you kick it long enough and you kick it straight enough,
it'll go
it's
through the
gonna go in.
uprights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Yogi.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, plenty to blame to go around. Get your phone calls in the mix on that. Overreactions from the weekend at 7 o'clock. It's 97.1.
Hey Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in a low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-verizon/.
It's great energy from Dan Miller. That start did not sustain.
I thought it was primed to be business as usual. That the Lions were just going to do that throughout the course of the game. And I honestly thought, especially with JJ, what's going on with JJ in Minnesota? We saw him play the first couple of games and had a good quarter, and then all of a sudden there's this ankle injury. Nobody saw him limp off. Nobody, we thought maybe it was just an excuse to give him more time, and maybe it was.
Maybe.
But you were anticipating, hey, 3 and out. Nope, they march right down the field, score as well.
Well, aided by a big special teams
Correct.
return. I mean,
and that may be the biggest surprise, because with Coach Phipp and the special teams, they have been dominant for a number of years.
Yeah, and look, I don't think JJ played poorly at all. He handled some third and long blitzes, but he didn't have to be special because 17 Viking points came from drives starting in Lions territory. A return, a blocked field goal, a fumble, spoon-fed to a young quarterback. That's exactly how you lose a game like that. So, look, there's plenty of blame to go around, and we'll ask you to play the blame game with us, 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell, as you'd expect, put it on himself. Look, it's Dan Campbell's offense. Dan Campbell's a guy that's got to get him ready with extra time. And this is the third straight time that they've had extra days to prepare and looked flat. This game, week 1, and the playoff game. So you want to blame Dan? Go for it. You want to blame John Morton? Look, they were 5 of 17 on third down. Third downs have been an issue all season. A lot of this horizontal stuff, driving people crazy with the screen games that just, it's not clicking. And then, of course, I think it always comes back to up front on the offensive line. You can make a play caller look good if you get a push. When the offensive line can't pick up free blitzers, Jared Goff's dead. And the offense isn't going to move. So I do think it all eventually distills down to the 5 up front, the tight ends in the backs and pass pro. That was the biggest thing to me. I blame them the most.
Yeah, and as good as Laporta was on that opening drive, he was the first 5-yard penalty on the next drive, where it was 3 plays, -7 yards, and punt. And, I mean, that was the first of the penalties. And then you go, later in the game where him and Amon-Ra St. Brown go in motion at the same time. Like, okay, how do you come out of a bye week? And those are the mistakes that you're making. And you're not talking about a rookie tight end or a rookie wide receiver. These are 2 veteran guys. What the hell is going on? And yeah, I am. We had the ticket text that I'm a little upset. I am upset because they got out physicaled. You should never get out physicaled with this bunch up front defensively or on the offensive line. It's unacceptable. You can get beat. Because I didn't expect them to go undefeated. But that is what drives me crazy.
248-539-9797. Throw 10 penalties in there, you're right. Procedural dumb stuff. It's not even like, quote, crimes of passion, right? Like you're playing to the whistle and I got a little too physical and we can deal with playing up to the edge. John, it was soft. And it was dumb stuff. And it's the type of stuff that's unforgivable. It's the type of stuff that gets you beat. Let's get to the phones. Keith, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
To me, 2 things. Special teams lost their game for them. The block kick, the kickoff on the second after the Lions scored a touchdown. That set the tone for Minnesota, and they never recovered. Even that block kick, they were still in the game. But to me, I think it was the off week. But something is different this time. Amon-Ra has been dropping some passes. And I don't know what was going on with him because he usually catches those passes that, that little offbeat sometimes. But it was just a whole thing just went wrong. And those roughing the passer, roughing JJ, that was some bullshit. Well, but it is what it is.
You want to talk about a bad roughing the passer call? I hated that. I hate that that's the direction football has gone because I don't know that Jack Campbell can do anything more in that spot. It even looked like he held up going to the ground, and they said body weight. I'm sorry. Next time he's supposed to just let the quarterback get off a clean throw from the pocket. It's garbage.
It is garbage. The rule is flawed, and I understand why they're trying to do that. The NFL is all based on offense and quarterbacks. They want to protect the quarterbacks. They want to put a skirt on them. That's fine. The issue is you are going to, at some point, it hasn't happened. Maybe it has happened. It just hasn't happened to our Lions. If Jack Campbell goes in and makes that hit, which is a legal hit, if you watch that, and I encourage everybody to go do that, I thought he did a tremendous job of, he had him wrapped up, which is what you are taught to do, is form tackling.
Saw what he hit, didn't lead with the helmet. Yeah.
Didn't hit him head, not helmet to helmet, didn't, and no illegal contact. It's just the fact that he fell on top of him, which is bizarre.
He needs to not have gravity apply in that moment. It's his, my bad.
He actually releases him and tries to brace himself with his hands on the ground so that his body weight does not come down on JJ. At some point, he is putting himself at risk of injury. How many times do we see it where guys fall down and it's just they put their hand on the ground and it's because of their momentum, or it's their own body weight, they break a wrist, break a hand. Like, that's what Jack Campbell put himself at risk of doing, and yet he still got called with a penalty.
And even the TV broadcast is like, yeah, it's a dumb rule, but that's the rule. Okay, sweet. Now, it didn't decide the game. Like, JJ, I believe, threw a pick later on the drive. Terrion Arnold gets his first career interception on a hell of an effort. It's just going to get lost in the shuffle of everything. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Q in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing, man?
What's up?
So, look, you have to admit, it was a terrible game all the way around. The coaching staff didn't do a good job of preparing these guys. The players didn't have enough passion when they played. This is a division rival. We got to go out there and play with more passion. But you got to look at the NFC. It's still wide open. The Packers lost, so we still have pace with them. Bad that the Bears won, because now our division all is at 500. It's going to be tougher than what we thought. But I still got the Lions winning 12 games. I can still see a path for us to win 12 games. We still play the majority of our games inside this for the rest of the year. So it's not like we can't turn it around. But that offense, man, that's what we known for is offense. This year is not looking good. I don't know. I don't like the screen passes. I don't like a lot of play calls be kind of questionable, like right before the 2-minute warning. I don't know what they was doing. No urgency. Just, we still scored, but it's just something didn't look right, and we don't look like a Super Bowl contender. I'm just going to be honest. But I still see us winning 12 games, but it's going to be tough if we playing like that. So.
No, I know. You circle Thanksgiving Day against the Packers, it's going to go a long way, and it's a month away, so you got time to clean some stuff up. But it's just not good enough.
It's not. Drives you nuts.
248-539-9797. Back to the phones. Sean in West Bloomfield. Good morning.
Hey, guys. So in all three losses, there seemed to be a common theme, to my eyes at least, is that the middle of our line was just getting manhandled. And that was not the case in the 5 wins. They seemed to, hold up. But, when the middle of your line is getting blown up, you can't run the football. Goff's got no time. And I'm just wondering, I love John's take on this. Like, are they keying in on something, those three teams, or they just have superior D lines? Because that's daunting for the playoffs if that's the case. But, to have our interior line just blown to pieces in 3 losses is a problem.
Well, so Sean, one of the things that you get with rookies, and I know Dan Campbell said, hey, they're not rookies anymore. They still are. It's a long season. It's going to be a roller coaster. You're going to have some performances where they're better than others. You just wouldn't expect to have a down performance. The first game against Green Bay, hey, welcome to the NFL. That happens. At this point, you don't expect it to last for 60 minutes. And it did.
KC, too. I mean, KC just blew up that interior line just like Minnesota did last night. It just it's concerning. I mean, I don't know why that is. That's what I'm.
Against KC, you expect it from, at times, with a guy like Chris Jones.
Right.
Not Javon Hargrave.
So in the playoffs, we're going to see good D lines, right?
That's what I was going to say too, Sean. You're right. Like, will they beat the Commanders next week? Yeah, probably. But will they be able to win 3 or 4 consecutive playoff games against real fronts who are going to stunt and twist and bully and punish? That's a real concern.
And I'll go back to what I said at the beginning of the season, starting off the year when we had this little back and forth, you and I. That they're not starting off as a top 10 offensive line. No one in their wildest dreams thought that would be how they would start the season.
They got to end there, though.
But that's where they've got to end. And you're going to have bumps along the way. You hope that it doesn't last for 4 quarters. But it did. And it happened at a time where you're coming out of a bye week. That's unacceptable. Against Chris Jones, sure. Against a much better defensive line, and the Green Bay has a good defensive front. I could accept it, especially week 1. But this is not a dominating defensive front. Javon Hargrave, what is he, 35 years old? It's close to it.
Yeah.
Come on. That I did not see that coming yesterday out of a bye week midseason.
I think this is the first time since the Lions have been good under Campbell where they looked like they weren't prepared to play. Yep. Like really, really looked like they were looking ahead. Like I feel like the Commanders game is the game they've circled all year. Like they want to right the wrong like they did Dallas the previous year. And you got the Eagles after that. They looked like they were looking past this team and that they knew that they were buying the narrative that they were playing against McCarthy, who had played 1 good quarter all season.
So and if that's the case, if they were looking ahead and they were preparing all week to play against Washington or against the Eagles and not against Minnesota, shame on them, because this was an opportunity where you could have absolutely pounded a division opponent.
And beyond that, you'd be sitting in first place today.
Right.
Because I know we got the call, well, at least Green Bay lost. I don't want to hear about at least Green Bay lost. All that is a missed opportunity. I don't care that they look bad. I care about this team getting it right here. And with the Mahogany news could be out till late December / the rest of the season, we're going to be talking about that with the deadline tomorrow. 248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get to. Overreact Jim's at 702. It's 97.1.
FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdown to who's going to win. And with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, Monday Night Football, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on all the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dan Miller's call, Lions lose.
Yes, and I do believe introspectively, looking back at the last 52 minutes, I'm going to try and calm down a little bit. And I feel like I am shouting at our listeners a little bit more than I normally do.
You're seething is what the text
I am seething
said,
about
yeah.
the performance. I will try and speak a little bit more calmly on it so you're not getting yelled at on your way into work. You had nothing to do with it.
There's a lot of
you, our listeners.
There's a lot of passion, and a lot of that's coming from the phones today, too.
Yeah.
We'll get back to those calls in a second. 248-539-9797. We'll make some room for you. It's a bad loss.
Yeah.
Like week 1 on the road, Green Bay, a little more understandable with an interior that you're breaking in. At Kansas City, a little more understandable. At home, as 10-point favorites, with a quarterback making just his 3rd NFL start, to take 10 penalties out of a bye week, at home to have communication issues up front, not being able to handle the blitz or the pressure or the stunts or the twists or the games, that's an issue. That's a bad loss. And we've had no shortage of blame to hand out today. You want to go to the top with the head coach on preparation. You want to go OC. What are we doing on 3rd and long? You want to go offensive line. We're just not running it. Doesn't matter what plays are called. Can't protect our quarterback. Doesn't matter what plays are called.
And I heard, I want to share this one from Twitch because I heard this a little bit last night. And it comes from Midnight Traveler. Do you think they were trying to wait on JMO routes and should have been just doing the quick hitting pass plays, right? So we go back to last week and everybody says, oh, well, they need to hit Jameer or they need to hit JMO deep. Not yesterday. They didn't even have enough time to hit, some short crossing routes. Like Jared Goff was under duress instantly. And that's what happens when you have insufficient play from the interior 3. It happens quick. If you get pressure from the tackles, generally, especially with our tackles, they do a nice job of not allowing guys to beat them inside. They get beat, it's going to be around the edge or it's going to be a bull rush, and Jared Goff has time to dump the ball off and down or at least escape the pocket. If you get beat on the inside, the way that they were getting beat, it happens now, and there is zero Jared Goff can do about it.
Some ticket text. The Lions offense hasn't looked the same all year. Looks like the players are not too thrilled with Morton's play calling, too much conservative stuff. With Ben Johnson, they were more unpredictable. In the end, Ben Johnson will get the last laugh. Signed, Jim. I do think they win that game with Ben Johnson. He had owned Flores. They had done such a better job at handling Minnesota's pressure with Ben Johnson as the play caller.
If
unequivocally.
Ben Johnson is the play caller, you still have the 3 interior offensive linemen that you have yesterday. And I don't know that I'll fight back on that a little bit. I don't know if it's any different.
I think it might have been. I think Ben Johnson, you can't deny what this offense did against the Vikings when he was the OC and Flores was the DC.
30-plus points every time.
Now, while I also agree with you, John, I think it would have been still very tight because you can't mash that all the time, but it's getting rid of the ball.
Maybe
and
he
not to
would
the
have
outside.
Had them,
it's down. It's like do a dump screen right over that pressure.
Yes, and maybe he would have had them more prepared. Maybe he's just better at preparing the offense over a bye week than John Morton was. But that goes back to Dan Campbell as well.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
Look, all this is interconnected. I mean, every play caller is going to look better if you're running for 5 yards a carry instead of 3 yards a carry. Every play caller is going to look better when his quarterback gets another second or second and a half to get to that next read, to get the ball out. 248-539-9797.
I know, and we are giving more, we're criticizing the offensive line more than anything probably this morning.
Yes.
And I know we've mentioned a little bit, but the run defense was absolutely atrocious.
They gave up like 150 yards.
To a dinosaur.
Yeah. When on a day where the other quarterback's going to lean on a ground game to help him in advantageous spots.
Yeah. Right. And it's not like, okay, JJ is mobile, but he's not Lamar, right? and it's not Derrick Henry back there. Like they have shown, and that's what's frustrating about this is without Aleem McNeil, they have shown that they can hold in check a good run offense with a mobile quarterback. So once you do it, the expectation is that you will be able to do it again. And they just didn't. And on the touchdown that JJ ran at the end of the game, the reason that was successful is they're running a game on the edge with Hutch and I forget who else was running the game with them. But they allowed JJ to get out. Whoever was supposed to have contain did not, and it wasn't Hutch, it was whoever the other defensive lineman. I'll go back and look and make sure we name names. But that defensive lineman, as he loops out, is supposed to be the one that contains. He didn't, and then Alex Anzalone took a bad path to cut off JJ. So
that was awful, by the way. What was he thinking?
I don't know. I looked at that and I thought, okay, broke contain, but at least we'll have a veteran linebacker, shut him down.
Oops.
And I looked at that going, what are you doing?
That play stood out to me. I said it in real time, sitting there watching the game with Connor. I'm like, why did he come straight up at him? You get him to the sideline, right?
Yeah. And I got to watch the same thing on Saturdays where guys are taking bad paths, and now I got to watch it on Sundays too. I'm not.
At least they're young.
Deep breaths.
Goose fraba.
Let's get to Matt in Dearborn. Matt, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Yeah, John, you can yell at us today. It's all good. I just think how are they not prepared? It's happened, like you guys said, 3 different times. We come into this game, and who do they think they are? I mean, you guys they have to be prepared for something like this, and they've done it 3 different times in 3 big games. Did they not think this was a big game? It's just how. I don't know how you're not prepared for games like this. Love your guys' show. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's jarring, too, because, over the last few years, they never lose division games, right? Dan Campbell came into the season 17-3 his last 20 games in the division. They're 1-2 right now at the midpoint of the season. 248-539-9797. We got Overreact Gyms coming up next at the top of the hour. We'll get into everything else in the NFL, a little World Series talk, and college football as well. The weekend Overreact Gyms, it's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. With 12 days off to rest and prepare for yesterday's game against the Vikings, most fans thought the Lions would have been prepared for one of their best games of the season. Dan Campbell thought the same. Now, while Campbell blamed himself for not having his team ready in Detroit's 27-24 loss to Minnesota yesterday, Lions quarterback Jared Goff said he actually thought they were ready. Lions are now 5-3 on the year. They face the Commanders in Washington next week. With a 3-2 shootout victory over the Sharks last night, the Red Wings have won 4 of their last 5 games. 3 of them have been on the road. Detroit is currently 4-3 in road games this year. They last had a winning road record in 2016. That's coincidentally the last time they made the playoffs. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Like the voice guy said, we'll get back to the Lions here in a second, but some takeaways from the long weekend that featured a World Series, college football, NFL at large, and we begin with Mario Cristobal. Nobody does less with more than Mario Cristobal. He's now 4-9 in the month of November at Miami. He had the number 1 overall pick at quarterback a year ago, another proven vet this time, and it's happening all over again.
I'm not really sure how to answer this because I agree, so it's not an overreaction. But it's also there are plenty of others who have done less with more. And so maybe I'm saying it's not an overreaction because James Franklin. I mean, you talk about a guy that recruits.
At least his team would make the playoff. Cristobal can't get in.
Yeah, but yes, he can't get in. And some of it is just, self-inflicted wounds. But I mean, with the amount of talent that James Franklin has had in Happy Valley.
You can't include him, though. He's not employed.
Yes, but yes, I can. He will be employed again, and he'll do the same thing.
Is this a current coach question? Because I'm not prepared for an all-time
in
coach.
the history of college football. Just tell
I'd
me
say
what you
Bo
think.
Schembechler then.
Hey-o. Check on that bowl record.
Okay, yeah, it's somebody that was employed in this college football season.
That's what kind of. That's not word.
Just what do you think of
Just
Cristobal?
You know what? This is not an overreaction because, like, you could do what you're going to do Dabo, but if you look at the track record, he has 2 natties. I mean, but Dabo's kind of falling apart. You look at a program like Florida State, that was revered much like Miami, and it's been a coaching carousel down there. So this is not an overreaction.
Do you believe? They're saying Heisman Trophy. Julian Sayin will win the Heisman. Look, Penn State's not what we thought they'd be, but those are NFL throws down the field. He used his legs too. He's thrown for 300-plus yards in 3 of the last 4 games, 15 touchdowns, 0 picks in the Big Ten. Your Heisman Trophy winner plays in Columbus.
It's not an overreaction because he will be in New York. If you're asking me to take Julian Sayin or the field, I'll probably take the field. So I guess I'm saying it's an overreaction. I mean, what he does against Michigan will determine whether he wins the Heisman or not. And so he's got his Heisman moments already, but he's got the best ones ahead of him.
Michigan and Indiana.
Right.
I would say this is an overreaction for now, and I thought their response coming out of halftime was very impressive when that game got to 3 points. But this is an overreaction because Mendoza's right there, too, and the Big Ten championship game will decide this award.
You're the slob. You're the gross one. Bryce Underwood isn't developing. The Wisconsin game to start the month of October feels like forever ago. He has no touch on the ball. He's sailing a lot of throws. He hasn't thrown a touchdown in back-to-back weeks, and against Purdue, the guy had multiple red zone turnovers.
This is an overreaction, and I only say that because I know you're going back to Wisconsin. Washington, he was very effective and really good. It's 21-27, and a couple of drops could have been even better. Some of this is on him in regards to the interception that he threw, the fumble that he had, but it's also receivers not being in the right place at the right time. So there's a lot more going on other than just Bryce Underwood being a freshman. He's going to have freshman moments. He is better now than he was at the beginning of the season, and so I think this is just a little bit of an overreaction.
I'm going to say not an overreaction, and that might be a little unfair, and you can blame play calling, you can blame the receivers. I know Doug, actually, I was sitting out in the bullpen last week, and he showed me a specific play on why Samaj Morgan had to be in the game because the other receiver wasn't doing what he was supposed to do.
Right.
Okay, so, but special players have special moments, and I've really yet to see that from Underwood. Little concerned.
Well, you started to see it a little bit, even though it wasn't in the pass game. All of the yards that he had on the ground were just him improvising, and the interception that he threw, he should have just ran the ball.
But I got to see it with the arm.
Yeah.
Do me. We just witnessed the greatest World Series ever. Only 4 World Series have gone with Game 7 extra innings since the sport integrated. Like, we're talking about rarefied air. 74 innings is the most ever. And we had the longest World Series game ever played. The star power, Ohtani, Vlad, Yamamoto winning 3 games, including pitching Game 7 on 0 days rest. That's the greatest World Series ever played.
To me, this is not an overreaction, and I know that this could be very, subjective in regards to what you believe was, and it's all about opinion. The fact that after the game got over on Saturday, I was able to go home and watch 9, 10, and 11. It was awesome. And the fact that I actually saw the end of the 18-inning game because I got up early that day and I turned on the TV, there it was. So to me, this is, yes, not an overreaction. It was so much fun to watch. And because LA won it, I'm not a Dodgers fan. I do live with one. It's irritating, but I think in the end, this will be a good thing for baseball.
All right, yeah, John said it's subjective. So for me, therefore, it is an overreaction. Now, I'll give a little bonus point or whatever to the 86 series was really good, but that's number 3 in my mind. This one was number 2. Number 1 is 91. Kirby Puckett walk-off in Game 6. Jack Buck says, we'll see you Sunday night. Signature call. And then Game 7, 10 innings, scoreless. So you had extra innings in 6 and 7. Game 7 goes 10 innings. The Jack Morris, John Smoltz pitching matchup was the greatest pitching performance in a matchup between the two ever in my life. And a little bit of heart goes to Jack Morris in that, too. So that's why it's subjective. Maybe I'm a little jaded.
Sure, I get that. But the other thing, too, is the Toronto Blue Jays were literally, 3 inches away from winning the World Series?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden it flips.
How about bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th and bases loaded in the 10th? Both teams having a chance to end it and win it.
Can you imagine driving into work in Toronto this morning? Have we ever had it that bad? Like maybe the 2009 Red Wings, but at least that was Friday night.
And they had won the year before. I don't know how you ever get over this if you're a Blue Jays.
Yeah.
They tried. The Dodgers are good for baseball. Unpopular opinion, but it's true. They give us a collection of stars to root for or against. They bring notoriety of the game. You know who's bad for baseball? The Pirates, the A's, the Marlins, the Rays, and the White Sox. Owners that don't want to spend, that want to serve as farm systems. At least the Dodgers provide a North Star for teams to chase. They want to win, and they go for it.
So I'm going to say this is not an overreaction, but for a different reason. I just mentioned that the Dodgers are going to be good for baseball. I don't like it that they've won back-to-back World Series titles, and in fact, they should be the favorites to win again next year. And if we go into 27 with a three-peat for a team that has spent this amount of money, because there are a lot of teams that should be spending more money, but I don't know that there's a lot. In fact, there's not a lot. There may be 2 or 3 others that can spend as much as the Dodgers. If they're good for baseball, if it forces some form of either salary cap or salary floor, and other teams are supposed to spend, because I don't think there's baseball in 2027, especially if there's going to be a lockout, if the Dodgers end up winning 3 in a row going into that new CBA.
So this is not an overreaction, and I do believe a lot of what John said there in terms of this will ultimately help the rest of the sport, because it's got to get corrected. You can't be in a situation where a team can spend like this and others don't even have the money to do that. But I actually think also dynasties are good for sports. I love that there's a hunted in baseball. I love that this team kind of in their second run here, 3 overall in the last 5 years or whatever it is. But the fact that last year they were so dominant, but this year they actually played in the wild card round, that they flipped the switch. That's a dynasty right there. It's kind of like the Chiefs when they went 10-6 and won the Super Bowl.
Says Mew, that on Sunday was the real Daniel Jones, and the Colts aren't a real Super Bowl contender. There's a reason Vegas doesn't have them as a Super Bowl contender on the odds. That's Daniel Jones. 5 turnovers, more than he had all season. I think we saw who the Colts really are.
No, I think it was just a bad day for the Colts, because, I mean, we've talked about this with our own Lions. They ran the ball 19 times. Jonathan Taylor 14 times for 45 yards. The recipe for them is not for Daniel Jones to be throwing the ball 50 times. It is for him to be throwing the ball around 30 times, but for them to be able to be productive in the run game. They didn't do that. Daniel Jones is not a guy that you're going to go out there and win the game with. He is a guy that you can win with, though.
Yeah, I think it's an overreaction for now, because I think you're picking the worst game of the season for them, and every team has a worst game of the season. They are a balanced team. They still have what I think is the best offensive line in the league. But Daniel Jones, you really raise an eyebrow there, almost like Darnold last year.
I was going to say, are these not the Vikings of 2024? They'll have a lot of regular season wins and then a quick early exit in the postseason.
They have more of a balanced offense. I think they could go into Buffalo and give them a game. The Bills' run D is not that good. So I think the Bills and Chiefs are the top 2 contenders in the AFC. But I think you have to still label the Colts as a contender.
Depth. The Rams are the best team in the NFC. Matthew Stafford leads the NFL in touchdowns, 21 touchdowns to just 2 interceptions. They have a quarterback that's done it. They should have won in Philly last year in the playoffs, this year in the regular season. Their defensive front is special. They are rolling. Nobody better in the NFC.
I still think it's the Eagles. And and I know the Rams play the Eagles. Eagles won. And so and I think the Eagles are getting right at the right time. I am very concerned about the Lions, trip to Philly. Their defense is starting to play better, and the offense is well balanced in the last couple of games. Saquon Barkley, and they've also got a quarterback that's done it before.
Jim, this is an overreaction. I don't live in a world of should-haves. The Rams are 0-2 against the Eagles the last 2 times they played them. You can say whatever you want, but they won. The Eagles won, and I'm Mr. Philadelphia.
Yeah, can't go back on that, can you?
He's doing the windmill. He's whipping it. He's having a good time. This is finally the year for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Yes, they've won in the regular season before, but they befuddled Patrick Mahomes. They held him under 50% completion, worst in any regular season game in his career. They did it by taking away the stuff over the top. They brought in pass rushers. They went heavy to address their defense in the offseason. And a win like that can propel them to hosting the playoff meeting between these two teams, something that has rarely happened. Many of the losses in the postseason have come at Arrowhead. This is the year, buoyed by that game, that the Bills get it done.
It's an overreaction at this point. And it's I'm not going to sit there and say just because they won in the regular season. How many times have we seen them win in the regular season and then lose in the postseason?
And they've won at Arrowhead in the regular season.
Right. And so, I think this is an overreaction at this point. And I don't know if it's Kansas City that thwarts them. It could be in Indianapolis. Tom just brought up a great point. And you said it. They invested a lot in the defense, yet the defense can't stop the run.
Yeah, maybe Josh Allen won the MVP yesterday. Nice with all your little regular season trophies, Bills. But last Thursday, this Overreactions is built for this, okay? Last Thursday in Thursday Touchdown, I had the question of, are you taking the Chiefs or the field in the AFC? And he took the Chiefs. And I do too. And until I see the Bills beat the Chiefs in the playoffs, I'm not picking the Bills. Wow,
Using
5 days
words.
later.
Wow.
We want to play this game. Who had the Bills winning it preseason? This guy. And it was with the thought that they would host the AFC matchup.
We had the Chiefs
You're
last
just
week.
bouncing all over the place, aren't you?
Hippity hop.
Do you even know who
like
you are?
Hey, like a tennis ball on the radio. Do it, John.
Yeah.
This was a swing game. Guys, was this not a swing game? Will this not decide potentially who hosts
It
that
doesn't
playoff
matter.
game?
They won the divisional game there a couple years ago. The Chiefs did. They went into Buffalo and won.
3 of the 4 playoff losses
here
have
we
been
go
at
again.
Arrowhead. This is a huge swing game. Like, you don't have to buy it.
And I thought I was the Bills and Josh Allen suck up around here. That's like a little theme that happens on text sometimes.
Your overreact, Jim's 97.1.
Hey, you hear the
Tell him, John.
You hear the ads. It's law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy. It's a number, and it's good for them. But if you've just been hurt in a car accident, what's it do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, but he knows it's not about headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. Call David at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before we get back into Lions talk, Heather with the news.
Yep, this news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, a lawyer for one of the men arrested in the alleged Michigan terror plot is disputing everything, saying that despite the FBI's claims of this Halloween weekend attack, there was no plot to carry out violence. The attorney, who is representing a 20-year-old from Dearborn, says federal authorities haven't provided really any facts or enough facts, and that after reviewing the case, he believes that this is nothing more than, I think what he called it was like gaming chat room talk, not terrorism. And this lawyer is not alone. There's another lawyer who's representing a 19-year-old from Dearborn who had his house searched by the FBI, hasn't been arrested or charged, but is representing this young man. And he says there's no credible evidence that any so-called mass casualty event was ever planned, discussed, or intended. This next story is pretty cool. Chad Smith, the drummer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, has launched a music scholarship at the University of Michigan. So he's a Michigan native, grew up in Bloomfield Hills, and he made this surprise appearance at Ann Arbor's Hills Auditorium on Sunday during Bandorama. And he made the announcement, and it's called the Smith Family Music Scholarship, and it's obviously meant to support students who are pursuing music at U of M School of Music. He said it's meant to help a student in need and to foster education in the arts. So this $40,000 scholarship will be available to one incoming freshman in the fall of 2026. And then Smith says he hopes that this is going to be something that can continue annually.
That's great.
Yeah, it's really neat. Yeah, very cool. Michigan State Police are investigating after a driver reported being shot at on I-94 in Detroit on Saturday night. So investigators said that the driver called 911, later met with troopers right outside of Comerica Park and said, hey, another vehicle opened fire while I was driving. The driver told police that he was in the right lane when a Dodge Charger pulled up in the center lane right next to him. The passenger window rolled down on the Charger. Shots were fired. The victim exited the highway, and he did have 2 bullet holes that were found on the driver's side of his vehicle. No injuries were reported. A search of the freeway didn't turn up any evidence, but the incident is under investigation.
That's scary.
Yeah, very scary, and it seems to be happening way too frequently. Celebration quickly turned into chaos in the streets of Los Angeles following the Dodgers' back-to-back World Series win. So thousands of fans poured into the streets, right? Kind of in the neighborhood near Dodger Stadium, just all over. And a dispersal order was declared right around 12:30 a.m. after officers were hit by fireworks, bottles. So tear gas was used to kind of control the crowd. The mayor of Los Angeles praised the title win, but also condemned the violence, saying that while the win belongs to the city, law breaking has no place in the celebration. About 7 people were arrested.
That's too bad.
Yep. A popular steakhouse that once had more than 700 locations across the country is returning. So right now there's only 74, but they're making a big comeback. Sizzler.
Yeah, the Sizzler.
Yes.
Let's go.
Survived 2 bankruptcies and now plans to be a big-time player in the steak game yet again. So the chain is now focused on remodeling its stores, and they say the stores or restaurants that they've already remodeled have seen a positive result. A big sales increase. So that's going to be kind of like what they're going to do to their remaining restaurants, and then hopefully kind of start opening more and more.
Hopefully they juice up the menu just a little bit as well.
I would imagine that would be kind of a whole like
you have to.
A whole
refresh.
rebrand.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Heather with the news. This is normally where we'd play Dan Campbell's victory speech in the locker room. Don't have one of those today. Instead, let's hear from Dan Campbell at the podium following the Lions' loss. So he put the blame on himself. We'll play the blame game coming up at 7:35. Start taking those phone calls now if you want to jump in. I mean, is it the O-line? Is it the play calling, John Morton? Is it the head coach, the level of unpreparedness? Is it special teams? The beauty of this question is no shortage of answers.
Right.
248-539-9797. John, couple plays in the game, one to get your thoughts on. Okay. The roughing the passer calls. We already had someone bring up Jack Campbell. There was also an Aiden Hutchinson kicking out his leg. What did you make of the calls?
So, I mean, the Hutch one, while it looks a little bit lame, I understand that one. I mean, he did, stick his leg out. He's trying to do everything he can to get to J.J. McCarthy, but that is a penalty. He kicked him.
Yep.
All right, you don't kick people. But the one for Jack Campbell, I thought was just an awful call. Now, by rule, by definition, letter of the law, all right, he falls on him. I have an issue with the rule more so than them actually calling the penalty. The penalty is weak. The rule is lame. And you look at what Jack Campbell did. He came in and it was, I mean, you want to talk about a form tackle? That's the definition of a form tackle, of hitting a quarterback where you don't, your head's up, you're not helmet to helmet, you hit him. The timing was great. It's all because he fell on top of him. Are you supposed to mid-tackle adjust your body so that you can defy gravity and roll off?
Yes.
He did try to let go, brace himself, which put himself at risk. Could have broke a wrist on that or a hand. I don't like the call.
Yeah, the NFL rule is you have to turn off gravity after you hit the quarterback. And Jack Campbell failed to turn off gravity from the moment he hit the quarterback. You're right. He sees what he hits. It's not a helmet-to-helmet shot. It's not late. And you're right. He braced himself on the way down as to not place all of his body weight and drive the quarterback into the turf. He did everything you're supposed to on that play. There's nothing more he could have done other than allow the quarterback to get the ball off clean. And if that's what the NFL would prefer, that's a total joke.
Yeah.
The Aiden one I get. I'm right there with you. You kick the leg out. It looks stupid, but you can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, when I first saw it, I thought, what the heck is that? And then you look at it again, and you're like, okay. Kind of been there.
And this is not sour grapes. The Lions didn't lose the game because of these roughing the passer calls. I just wanted to get your take on
it. They're frustrating because especially the Jack Campbell one, it's a free 15 yards and a first down at a time where you feel like, hey, okay, this is big play. This is again, you're starting to try and find ways to catch momentum, and you just get kicked while you're down.
248-539-9797. We want to play the blame game. Want to know who gets the most blame for that loss yesterday. A bad loss for the Lions. That's not losing to Green Bay on the road in week 1 with a young offensive line. That's not losing in Arrowhead to Kansas City, right? Super Bowl caliber football team. Mm-hmm. That's losing at home off a bye week against a quarterback making just his 3rd NFL start. Who do you blame most? Tell you about Shaner Roofing. Replacing a roof isn't something that most of us look forward to. It's a big investment. That's why you got to make the right call. Choose the right company. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Local experts, proven track record, but beyond that, every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means the investment you're going to make will be protected for as long as you own your home and even if you go to sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy customers. Doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So, if your roof's aging, if it's leaking, if you've been putting it off and you just want that peace of mind, mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts. Sacked 5 times. Bunch of issues up front for the Lions pass pro. Line, backs, tight ends, all of it. What do you blame? You blame the offensive line? Like, at the end of the day, it does distill all the way back to if you can't get a push up front, if you can't protect your quarterback, Goff's not going to transform into Michael Vick or Lamar Jackson. Like, if you can't pressure or if you can't protect up front from pressure, you're toast.
Well, especially on the interior. Like, it just happens too quick, And I know we all talked about wanting to get J-Mo the ball downfield. You got no hope if it's, hey, a second and a half, and all of a sudden, hey, Goff is trying to avoid one rusher and getting pushed out to the edge where he's going to have to avoid more rushers.
Sacked 10 times over the last 3 games.
And this goes after, what was it? There was a 3-game stretch where he didn't get sacked at all.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I thought we were past this. Like, week 1, Green Bay, on the road, young, reshuffled offensive line, right? New play caller, figuring stuff out. Week 1, understandable, on the road. Right? Have a chance to make up for it on Thanksgiving Day. You can put it in the past. Sunday Night Football, Arrowhead, Kansas City. Not that any loss is good, but okay. I can kind of understand that one. I can't understand 2 weeks to prepare, off a bye week, at home. I thought we put a lot of this miscommunication stuff behind us. Can't complain about the noise on the road. And you can't run for 3 yards a carry. You got to be able to move people in the run game. I don't care who the play caller is. If this team's not moving people in the run game, if Jared Goff doesn't have time to get to his reads, even the hot route and get the ball out, you're dead. You're toast. It's going nowhere. So to me, I put the most blame on the offensive line. That doesn't mean I'm absolving Dan Campbell, because now it's 3 straight times they've had extra time to prepare, and they've come out flat. This game, week 1, and the playoff game. So I'm not letting him off the hook, and it's ultimately his offense. And we could point to John Morton, 5 of 17 on these third downs, a lot of the east-west horizontal stuff, screens that don't work. You want to blame special teams? Look, they gave him short field on the opening touchdown, let McCarthy settle in. They had a field goal blocked in the fourth quarter. You want the run game. Detroit's getting run on. I thought the D-line was good. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that you can blame. And looking at the phone calls, I know you guys are ready to do it. 248-539-9797. John, who gets the most blame?
Well, to me, it's the offensive line. That's 1A. 1B is the D-line. So let's start with the offensive line. And I talked about it already a little bit, where you have the interior of the offensive line, and it was you get beat by a cross dog once. Okay. It happens. Then it happens again, and it happens again, and it happens again. Like, Brian Flores is not going to stop calling it. He's going to stop calling it after you pick it up. If you can't pick it up, hey, let's run third and long, second long. Let's do the same thing. And it was not identifying things, even on rundowns where you're not getting good push, but they're still running linebackers through, and Gibbs, Montgomery had nowhere to go. It couldn't even bounce it because they were on them so quickly. That's the thing, is if you just give Jahmyr Gibbs the ability to get to the line of scrimmage, even if there's nothing there, but you get a little bit of push, now all of a sudden he has a chance to bounce it. He can cut it back. He can do a lot of things. Yesterday, there was none of that. And even when you wasn't even games, Javon Hargrave, just a loop, and Mahogany goes a little bit too far. Decker doesn't come down far enough, and you've got 2 guys accounting for 1, and that's the guy that splits and makes the play. That's where, at this time, I'm not expecting, they're rookies until the end of the season. They're going to make rookie mistakes throughout the course of the year. I didn't expect to see 60 minutes of rookie mistakes. And Graham Glasgow is not a rookie, but he is surrounded by 2. If that's the case, then at least he needs to be able to be somebody you can rely on in there, and yesterday it wasn't the case.
Trade deadline's tomorrow. Mahogany out for an extended period of time. I'm sure we'll get to that today as well. 248-539-9797. John in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Good morning, John.
What's up?
Hey, so one takeaway from yesterday is I might have a new favorite line, and that's Amik Robertson. The passion he plays when he's against Justin Jefferson, that's the shit I love.
Can't say that.
Yeah.
Let's get to Jordan in a
Wow.
car. Jordan, what's up? You're on 97.1. Or Jordan, we'll get to you in a second. Look, the passion Amik plays with, all for it. All for it. And he does get up for the matchups against Justin Jefferson. All about that. The other point he was going to make, because it said in the little notes, the Montgomery fumble. He put a lot of blame on that fumble because it looked like they were finally going to pick up a 3rd and long and maybe start to put a drive together.
Yeah. And then you give them a short field. And, you go with that fumble. It's 3 plays, 8 yards fumble. It's 17-14 at the time. And now all of a sudden, hey, the Vikings get the ball on the 28-yard line, and they go 5 plays, and boom, it's a touchdown. 2.5 minutes later, just shy of 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Those plays add up. And there were so many mistakes in this football game. Like, John, I know you made the joke right away today. If only they had more time to prepare. Like, off a bye week, it adds more. It stings more.
It does, because it felt like at times, it felt like they were surprised. At times, they just, physically got beat. And it's the physically getting beat thing that drives me nuts. And yes, we could talk about the 12 days to prepare for this game, and it felt like they were surprised by some things. You're going to get surprised at times, especially with the defensive coordinator like Brian Flores. Like, he's going to come with some new stuff because what he was calling the last couple of years didn't work. So, hey, you got 2 young guards in there. Let's test them out. Let's blitz 50% of the time and make them communicate, make them pass things off. Even when they were able to block things up, you have Jahmyr Gibbs going in there to pick up a blitzing linebacker, and he uses poor technique.
He blocks half a man, gets his quarterback killed.
And defensively, it's the same thing. You got manhandled at the line of scrimmage. We were all excited about, Aleem McNeil being back. It's not just on him.
No.
It's DJ Reader. It's Hutch. It's that entire group. When you are to this point, had been a really good team at stopping the run, this is a Minnesota offensive line that was banged up, and they came in and controlled the line of scrimmage.
Let's get to Jordan. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I want to put the blame on Morton just in regards to the fact that they're showing no adjustments after seeing what's not working. It seemed like after the first half, you would have to make some sort of adjustments, and he keeps trying to dump the ball off behind the line of scrimmage, and we're not able to get any forward progress or any positive yardage after that. The teams are just picking it off like they're prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it is if you're getting blitzed, you try screens and you try to beat them short and run after it just wasn't working.
No, nothing was.
So, I mean, John, I don't know what you're supposed to do because the answer is, well, I got to be able to hold a pocket to take vertical shots. And if I can't hold a pocket with 5, 6, or even 7, nothing's going to work. I mean, when you lose up front, you lose the football game.
Yep.
Specifically without a quarterback that can razzle-dazzle and make, chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what. Goff's not that guy. For all the things we like about him, he's not that guy. So when you lose up front, you lose up the middle, play's over. So then the adjustment is, well, I got to get the ball out quick. Well, then it looks too much like East and West. And when it's 3rd and long, you got your work cut out for you. 248-539-9797. Let's get to TJ in Kalamazoo. TJ, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Good morning.
Yeah, so I say who to blame? Brian Holmes. You let Kevin Zeitler walk, and this team preaches that the strength is the offensive line. So for you to think that you can move a guard who Graham Glasgow has been inconsistent for the past 2 years, it's just been covered up, you expect him to start at center and play well, and then you get essentially 2 rookie guards to kind of build to have the best offensive line in the league. So I would kind of place some blame on Brian Holmes as well because you don't really have a lot of depth on the offensive line. Like, Yodi is a good guy, but do you trust him? I mean, Skipper he's okay, but you don't trust him to be the best in their positions versus we had best in our positions. Obviously, Frank retired. We let Zeitler walk. So to even expect 2 guards to come in and, keep the offensive line, I guess, tradition going is kind of a blame on, Brian Holmes. And, you sit on your hands and not do anything to fix it.
Well, I think it shifts back to him with the clock ticking for tomorrow. Look, Zeitler's on a 1-8 football team. I know he wanted to go back to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
You want to come back and play for a couple months and chase Super Bowl, buddy?
Family should be settled. Got family there to help. That's why he went there.
Now, some of that would be he is strictly a right guard. So you'd be moving Ratledge as a rookie from the right to the left side midseason. But it is a guy who is familiar.
Or we had heard about this, and I don't know how much they've been doing to develop this. Is Ratledge ready to play center? Because
and then Graham goes to left guard, which was his more natural between the two.
And that's where, and I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah. That's for, and maybe we ask Dan that tomorrow, like, are they still working in Ratledge at center? Is it possible that that's the best five is if you are able to get Zeitler, that he comes in, he plays right guard, that you bump Ratledge to center?
Zeitler's going to come up a lot because he's on a bad football team and has familiarity in Detroit and played well. The other thing that came up pre-show was Bitonio.
Yeah.
With left guard in Cleveland. Veteran player.
Yeah.
Kind of a last go-around. Yeah, chasing the Super Bowl. Brad, it's the biggest need right now. It's the offensive line.
And we know that Brad Holmes is able to call Cleveland. It happened last year. All right, so can he work a deal to bring in somebody that might help this offensive line?
Playing the blame game. O-line, play calling, head coach, special teams, run defense, general manager.
All around.
Let us know. It's 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who is going to win. With FanDuel, any play could be the play of the game. And tonight's matchup, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. Again, I'm going to repeat. That's all customers. That's right. You can get in on all the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a bad loss. It's not week 1 on the road. It's not at Arrowhead, Sunday night, Patrick Mahomes. That's J.J. McCarthy in just his third career start. Look, I think he handled some third and long blitzes, but the team handed him favorable field position. 17 points came on drives starting in Lions territory. A kick return, a fumble, and a blocked field goal. You want to make the case for special teams? You can do that. We've been talking about the blame game. Starts up front on the offensive line. If you can't run it, if you can't protect, you're not going to win. You want to blame the play calling? John Morton's taking heat today. You want to blame Dan Campbell. He put it on himself. That's how you look out of a bye week, 10 penalties. Last 3 times they've had extra days to prepare. They've played flat. Week 1, playoff game. Come on, guys. Plenty to go around. 248-539-9797. Before we get back to the phones, we have a trade in the NFL. Day before the deadline, the Dolphins are trading edge rusher Jalen Phillips to the Philadelphia Eagles for a third-round draft choice. Howie Roseman, more.
Always very active. We'll see what Brad Holmes does.
So they got Jair Alexander, too.
Over the weekend, yeah.
Wow.
Any
At least they didn't get a guard.
Positions of needs? Yeah, well, tomorrow's not here yet.
Well, I mean, this does shift it back to, okay, well, the Eagles are going to load up to get after you. The Lions have to protect, have to address the offensive line. Because, John, I want to make sure I stress this to people. I don't think this is about one football game. This has been an issue now multiple times this season for Detroit. Goff is on pace to be sacked more times this year than any other. They are not protecting him. Sacked 10 times over the last 3 games. The offense has looked bad for 3 straight games. This doesn't feel like a one-week issue, especially when you see the news that Mahogany's going to be out for extended periods of time now.
But it also feels like, and this is where I say it is the life you got to live when you have 2 rookies. And yes, Mahogany, still a rookie, starting on your offensive line, because you go to the Cleveland Browns game. You can say whatever you want about Baltimore's defense. You can say whatever you want about, some of the other defenses that they played. And yes, Baltimore's not a good team. I'm sorry, Cleveland is not a good team, but their defensive front is really good.
Yeah.
And to hold them without a sack is a big deal.
It's inconsistent. And for this team to win a Super Bowl, they're going to have to string together 3 or 4. It feels more like 4 games in a row where they don't have those kind of leaks.
I'm glad that you used that word, inconsistent. Yes, this team is very inconsistent. And it's a shame that the special teams played the way that they did, that the defensive front played the way that they did. And then the offense, yeah, sure, the production wasn't there, the rhythm wasn't there, but you're going to have some inconsistencies when you have rookies.
Ticket text, I blame Frank. Not retiring right after the season and putting us in a bind.
Okay.
Paul in St. Clair. I think Matt LaFleur was right. We needed to be worried about football and not Halloween parties. That's why we lost.
Okay.
Was it that? Applebee's or Morton in the booth?
It's because Jared Goff was Ratatouille. Come on, guys.
Is that what he dressed up as?
He was the chef from Ratatouille.
Okay.
That's not why they lost.
No, it's not.
Let's get back to the phones. We got Sam in Dearborn. Sam, you're on 97.1.
Hello, thank you. Good morning.
What's up?
I think the blame is on the entire, I want to sound cliche, but organization. I don't think they're serious about winning a Super Bowl. I never thought they were, not even in the summer. They needed a pass rush. They didn't get one. Well, another one to complement Aiden Hutchinson. Now you're scrambling for a corner at the trade deadline's tomorrow. So I just don't think that they're serious about winning.
Too many holes to fill? Because I would say edge and corner aren't even the big need now. I mean, the big need to me would be on the interior of that offensive line. I mean, if Mahogany's done for the season, which is on the table right now, they desperately need to reinforce the interior.
I just don't think, the Commanders had a very bad game yesterday, and I think the Lions they should be able to beat the Commanders.
Yes.
But if they lose against the Commanders and you go into Philadelphia, like, ooh, you might want to grab onto your behinds a little bit.
Well, Sam, I'd be stunned. Look, stranger things have happened. I'd be stunned if the Lions lost back-to-back here when you're facing a Commanders team that had circled, and Jaden Daniels' elbow, by the way, popped out of its socket. I think he's done.
Done for a while.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're not going to play him this week.
No, I would highly unlikely that would happen.
But it's beyond just beating the Commanders this week in a bounce back spot. It's
Right.
trying to build. Campbell said this, like out of the bye week, starting to really build on it.
So I do want to address one thing that caller talked about, and it was not addressing the edge. We would all love to have a bigger name opposite Aiden Hutchinson. This is still a team that is second in the NFL in sacks. And so I don't necessarily know that that's been a huge concern. The bigger concern coming out of yesterday was being able to stop the run. And okay, we can sit there and say a one-off for the defensive front. I don't necessarily disagree with that concept, but they're going to have to continue to play better throughout the rest of the season. You can have a bad game. It's just a shame that the bad game happened for offense, defense, and special teams all in the same game.
Yeah. Look, the season's not over. I don't know that we even have to acknowledge that out loud. I mean, there's still half a regular season to go. They're going to have some big marquee games with points to prove. You want to prove a point? Go into Philadelphia. You want to prove a point? Beat Green Bay on Thanksgiving. I just hope we aren't sitting there regretting what could have been. And that's what Brad Holmes has between now and the deadline to address, is get as much as he can to improve this football team.
And the reason this one hurts a lot is it's a Vikings it's division opponent.
I know.
And they're not a good version of the Vikings. They got a rookie quarterback. And all of those things hurt. And going into the game, I don't know that there wasn't a Lions fan that didn't walk into Ford Field or turn the TV on that didn't have their chest puffed out.
Oh, yeah. Especially opening drive.
So it was, it was stunning that they played this way, even after the first drive. Like, hey, all right, hey, chest puffed out. Yeah, this is how it's going to go. Yeah, we're going to put it on the Vikings. And then there was nothing after that first drive.
248-539-9797. I'm looking down at the phone calls. People have issues with Morton. They have issues with the offensive line. They have other issues we haven't even brought up yet. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Lions went 5 for 17 on third down in yesterday's 27-24 home loss to the Vikings. The Lions have converted on just 36% of third downs this season. That's by far their lowest rate under Dan Campbell. Detroit has not fallen below 40% third down conversion ever in the Dan Campbell era. In other NFL news, Adam Schefter reports Dolphins edge rusher Jalen Phillips has been traded to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for a 2026 third-round pick. Phillips had previously been mentioned in Lions trade rumors. Yesterday, Dylan Dingler was named an AL Gold Glove catcher winner. He's the first Tiger since Ian Kinsler to win that award since in 2016, and the first Tigers catcher to do so since Pudge Rodriguez in 2007. The Red Wings came away with a 3-2 shootout win over the Sharks last night. Goaltender Cam Talbot made 18 saves in the game, including this one to seal it. Wings get the Golden Knights tomorrow before returning home on Friday. And the Pistons are on the road in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. That's coming up at 8 p.m. tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brennan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
TJ Lang going to join us in an hour. We've got the Overreact Gyms from the weekend at 8:50. Good morning. Just joining us. A lot to unpack from that Lions game. That's a bad loss. And there's a lot of blame to go around. You tell us who you blaming most, 248-539-9797. And if you missed the breaking news, the Eagles are active ahead of the deadline. Jalen Phillips traded from Miami to Philadelphia for a third-round pick in the last half hour. Mm-hmm. Brad Holmes, ball's in your court. Got to keep up. They're going to bring pressure. Lions' offensive line hasn't been good enough. I mean, that's where you put most of the blame.
Yes, I put it on both fronts, offensive and defensive line. But if you're going to say who's got the lion's share, so to speak, it's the offensive line.
Let's get to the phones. Mike and Flint, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
All right.
Hey, so I just want to put the blame mainly on Morton, just for the fact that as I was sitting watching the game last night or yesterday, he kept bringing the wide receivers in tight to the line, and he played right into the Vikings what they wanted to do. He wasn't giving his receivers, any room to make any plays. Almost like it was confusing Goff because it allowed all the Vikings defenders to be right there on the line of scrimmage, right tight. As soon as they spread out, I think in the drive that J-Mo got the touchdown, they had like 3 or 4 plays to St. Brown where he was wide open, and then the J-Mo play, and it was all when they had the receivers spread wide, and Goff could see, where they're bringing the blitzes, and almost like it was confusing them rookies too.
John, what do you think of the tight formations? I feel like we've seen more of it this year.
Yeah, we have, and some of it is bringing guys in to help protect.
Yeah.
But I do think that this is an offense, and we've talked about it with all the weapons. If you've got J-Mo, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Laporta, Tisla, I expect he gets a little bit more in the mix at some point as the number 3 receiver. It does put more pressure on the offensive, but it also clears up the picture for the offensive line. When you spread those guys out, now all of a sudden the box is well defined in regards to how many guys are in the box, and then you start to see as a receiver, what are the coverages? You start to see and think the picture to me becomes much clearer instead of just, hey, everybody jammed in the box and everyone's in tight.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Like the tight formations don't allow you to utilize the whole field. Like the other team only has 11. But that felt like they had 12 or 13 at times because it was such a muddied picture pre-snap.
Right. But when you've got J-Mo in tight, all right, he's got more field to work with in regards to being able to use his speed to get on the edge, to get outside, to get downfield. The problem is if you can't protect it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, look, I don't want to defend Morton. If you're unhappy with him, collectively, they haven't been very good on third downs.
Well, there's plenty of reasons, yeah.
Yeah, look, for the season, they haven't been good on third down. Yesterday, they were 5 of 17. If you have an issue with the tight formations, the screen game, the horizontal stuff, the east and west, whatever your issue is with Morton, valid. I just don't know that coordinators are going to ever look good if you consistently lose up front. Like an offensive line can make an average coordinator look good and a good coordinator look great. When you do not win up front, when you don't reset the line of scrimmage 3 and 4 yards down the field on run plays, when you can't get guys identified in the blitz game, I don't care if you had the greatest play ever. It's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. And now 3rd and 2 is 3rd and 10. And that's also setting yourself up for failure. So I put more of it on the O-line than I do on John Morton. That is not to absolve him of trying to find creative solutions out of this. And it's not to let Dan Campbell off the hook. Look, it's Dan Campbell's offense. We spent all offseason telling people it's Dan Campbell's offense. Well, Dan Campbell's football team wasn't ready to play, and Dan Campbell's offense wasn't good enough.
And when you have a new player, it doesn't even just a play caller, you start the season off, and through about 3-4 games, all right, the defenses are trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to defend this offense? Where in the last 3 weeks, Chiefs, which was week 6, Bucks week 7, now all of a sudden, hey, week 9 with the Vikings because of that bye week in between there. When do you think defensive coordinators are going to start to adjust? It's right around that same time. And the Bengals, okay, maybe they tried to adjust. They're just a bad defense. But the Chiefs, the Bucks, the Vikings, when has the offense felt like it's been out of sync? Yeah. It's when that normally hits week 4, 5, 6, and defenses are adjusting.
You're right.
Now it's time for John Morton to adjust the offense. You got to be a little bit more creative. We heard about the breakout season for J-Mo. We heard about Gibbs and Montgomery both on the field at the same time. Where is it?
Let's see it. Ticket Texter says, maybe we just admit Minnesota had the better game plan, executed better, other team gets paid too. Bad in all 3 areas.
Well, yeah, but
sure,
that's
the
part
Lions
of it, but coming out of a bye week.
Yeah, Lions are supposed to be better, have the better game plan, and execute better.
And better roster.
Thank you. Love what Howie Roseman did, signed Mr. Philadelphia.
Inserting your own text now.
That's great.
Jalen Phillips to Philly. No surprise. The Eagles and other contenders will make moves. Holmes will elect to keep his remaining draft capital for another project player. Still unbelievable we burned those thirds for Tesla. Zero impact so far.
I think a conversation needs to be had about that.
Yeah, why they're not using number 3?
Yeah, we're in, Monday morning quarterbacking today, but the contribution's been not nil.
You would have thought post-bye, that's where you start to see rookies get more involved.
Mm-hmm.
They're not even trying to throw the ball to him.
He's not on the field.
Right.
Right, yeah. I mean, he's a special teams guy right now.
And the point that they moved third rounders to get him, and now you have Philly getting Jalen Phillips for a third rounder. This is fact. This isn't trash. I think sometimes we're too easy on this team.
But it also goes back to what did we see from Tesla? Now, I know, preseason, right? You're going against inferior defenses and inferior players. Those guys are no longer on rosters. But he was productive. They got him the ball. And because you're throwing it with a quarterback that's not Jared Goff. You're running, as the number one receiver, and they're not defending anyone else. We've seen him be good. I just don't know that they're utilizing him at all.
Take the gloves off.
Yeah.
The time is now. We are really, really sitting at a moment right now.
But that's the thing. Campbell even alluded to that. Yeah, but what's concerning is Campbell had that message coming out of the bye, right? Like, here we go. And that's how they looked out of the bye week. And I do want to stress to people, I think this is more than just a one-game freakout. This is a bit of a trend now. This is 3 straight weeks offensively where they've struggled. Goff has been sacked 10 times in that span. Third downs have been an issue all season long. This is not here we go. The guys are, really down on him after one bad game. This is their third loss. They're 1-2 in the division. These are real concerns.
Bingo, the division. Who knows you best? The divisional opponent. Who knows your tendencies from the past? Your divisional opponents. They've made our offensive line look like trash.
Yep.
2 of them.
And what's disappointing is coming out of the bye week where what did we hear from John Morton? Now, it was more specific to Jameson Williams, but that he was doing this in-depth film study. And now all of a sudden you come out of the bye week after doing all of this introspection and all of this self-scout, yet there's nothing new and there's no rhythm to the offense.
Can't run, can't generate explosives, can't protect your quarterback, can't convert on third down. Other than that, how was the play? Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Joe in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, good morning. I just wanted to say I think sometimes we're a team that does better without bye weeks. I mean, if you look back at the Vikings 1-seed game after we dominated them last year and they're going to the playoffs after a bye week, we obviously took a loss there, and then we had another bye. We take a loss against the Vikings. I think we're a team that's better in rhythm, and I think it's a little unfair, the crucifixion of Johnny Morton that everyone will be putting him through. I mean, the guy is still figuring out the offense. I understand there's schemes that people are getting hip to in the rest of the NFL, but we still got the rest of the season left, and I think the one thing that matters most is if we can win those 4 games at the end of the season. And I think if we go in at a 2 or a 3 or a 4 or even a 6 or a 7, we're going to be a better team than if we go in at a 1 because we obviously don't play good on bye weeks.
Yeah, it's a theme now, right? This week, the playoff game. I mean, even week 1 is kind of a situation where you have extra time to prepare.
Sure.
So that's 3 straight.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I mean, the benefit of the bye week, right, is you hoping to get healthy and get guys back. I never liked bye weeks for that exact reason. It throws off the entire rhythm. But you're also going to be playing on Thursday, and what does that do? Throws off the rhythm. Are we expecting to take a loss if we are able to beat Green Bay on Thanksgiving? Coming out of that, are we just set up to take a loss?
No. Can't be an excuse. And it is a reflection. Good coaching staffs use that time effectively. Let's get to Eugene. You're on 97.1. Eugene? Canton? All right. Jason, Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I just wanted to know, is it that Goff does not trust his receivers to just go get the ball, or he doesn't believe in himself from throwing the deep ball? Because if you're stacking the box, you got to make them believe at least a couple of times that you're going to throw it deep. I mean, everybody knows on third down you're going to St. Brown. It's automatic. He does it every game, and teams know this now. So that's why they, on third down, they just go straight. They just focus on St. Brown, nobody else.
Well, I mean, in Goff's defense yesterday, there was no time to go deep. he didn't have the luxury of standing behind an offensive line that was protecting him so that he could even look past 12 to 15 yards.
But isn't that why y'all practice the plays? So you know where your player's supposed to be at, which means trust him to go get the ball.
Right, but my point is, if he has no time, you can't throw a 40-yard pass downfield and just loft it up and say, go get it if J-Mo's only at 10 yards and Goff is already under pressure.
I understand what you're saying. But isn't that what
Yes, it's what practice is for.
No. Isn't that what not Aaron Rodgers, but what's his name? Who was before Aaron Rodgers again? I forgot.
Brett Favre.
Yeah, Brett Favre. Isn't that what he used to do? Just throw it up when he knew he's about to get hit and trust his players?
Well,
I think we just have a disconnect here. The plays take time to develop.
I got a little short there. My apologies.
I could feel your frustration building.
Yes, that's why we practice.
Isn't that why they practice, John? It's 97.1. All right, guys, KG Law. If you're injured in a car accident or someone you know, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need someone who cares about you. That's Lawrence KG. That's KG Law. These insurance companies are going to try to quickly steer things to avoid paying you. KG Law specializes in car accidents, so you'll get the attention to detail you deserve, and you'll get results. 98% success rate, and these settlements are in the millions. Get my guy Lawrence KG, 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. A great field position was a theme. 17 Viking points coming off of drives starting in Lions territory. A kick return, a fumble, blocked field goal. 17 points, helping out a young quarterback making a road start in Detroit. And then, of course, Detroit didn't do themselves any favors with 10 penalties, the inability to run the ball at all, and a quarterback who was under siege from the jump.
In the penalties, they just were drive killers. You just start off and you move the ball down the field and boom, touchdown. Great. All right. Then you get the ball next and it's ineffective run, incomplete, penalty that backs you up, and it just you don't even get a drive going. It's not even a drive killer. It's just you weren't even able to get that drive going because of a penalty.
Right, and games come down to not one play, but a series of plays. John, if I could spotlight a sequence that I think perfectly described that football game, it was the drive where the Lions had their field goal blocked in the fourth quarter. It was a 12-play drive for 33 yards. Yeah. 3 different penalties, 5 runs that went for 3 or fewer yards. And the drive ends with a 2nd and 10, run for 1, a sack, and a blocked field goal. That's the story of the day offensively for the Lions. And I put a lot of it on the front. I know Morton's going to get heat today, and I'm not telling you not to blame him, but there's only so much you can do when you lose up front consistently the way the Lions did. And I think you can blame Dan Campbell. Hell, he blamed himself. That's how they look off a bye week. Mm-hmm. That's how his offense, remember, it's his offense, has looked to this juncture of the season. John, it's not one game. They've been bad on third down all season. This is 3 straight weeks where the offense has struggled, and Goff's been sacked 10 times in that span. And now they have the injury up front to Mahogany, which is why we're going to have some serious conversations with the trade deadline coming up. The Eagles, for those that missed it, breaking news this morning, gave up a 3rd-round pick for Jalen Phillips. If you're the Lions, are you calling on Zeitler? Are you calling on Bitonio, who plays the left side and would be the ideal veteran piece to put on this offensive line to solidify the interior, which has been a common issue? Like, this isn't Kansas City or Green Bay. This is a home game against the Minnesota Vikings, who were in last place. They were 10-point favorites. You got to do something at the trade deadline, John. And I'm going to go where you are on this. It's offensive line first and foremost. Let's see Brad Holmes step up.
Yeah, I mean, when you are faced in the middle of a season with injuries, and last year, devastated on the defensive line. What did he do? He went and got defensive line help. Was it Darius Smith? It's kind of, I mean, you could say, obviously, where the injuries are affecting them the most is in the secondary, but they're not season-ending injuries. They're going to get those guys back. So you look to the offensive line as that one piece that feels like it is the key to the Lions' success, at least offensively. But when they've had a good offensive line, they've been good as a team.
Think about it. Bitonio plays left guard. Zeitler plays right guard. If they were to add Zeitler, I get it, familiarity. He's on a 1-8 football team, but he's a right guard. You'd be moving Ratledge to center or left guard and moving Glasgow around and reshuffling, and maybe that's the right thing to do. But Bitonio slides in and he helps a veteran left tackle who's been playing with an injury. He helps a veteran center who has not played his best ball, and maybe some of that's he can't trust the guards next to him, immediately solidifies what they're doing up front. And, John, what does it take to acquire a 34-year-old guard on a losing football team? It's not a first. It's not a second. It's not a third. Get the deal done.
Yeah, it's probably at most a sixth.
Call a fifth and get it done by noon today.
It might be a 6th and 27.
Right. 248-539-9797, and you start to assess the value of these draft picks. Well, what has Brad Holmes done with his thirds? Manu, Hooker, Tesla, Broderick Martin. Don't be afraid to give up one of those picks. I'm not suggesting a third for Bitonio, but Detroit shouldn't be afraid to make a move.
No.
248-539-9797. A lot to discuss. Let's get to you guys. Chris in Ypsilanti, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. First, I want to say I agree. You really do need to grab a left guard at the trade deadline, because if Miles Frazier isn't ready to go, then you really don't want to have Awasika be your primary option with no depth behind him. But my main point I wanted to make is that I think this game has been coming for a long time. Goff's numbers against Brian Flores have been gaudy, but they've been deceptive. And I want to take you back to Week 18 last year. I pulled up the drive chart, and here's how the first half went. 6 plays, 6 yards, punt. 9 plays, 78 yards, touchdown. 3 plays, negative 21 yards, punt. 7 plays, pick. 6 plays, turnover on downs, 3 plays, 30 yards, field goal. So that first half last year, they netted 121 yards, had 2 turnovers, and 10 points. And in the second half, they almost took a safety on their first play.
That's right.
And then followed that up with an interception on the second play. It took 3 whole quarters for the offense to really get going when Gibbs finally took over. And this year, the dam didn't really break. And the trend also continues to the first game they played last year. So this is the Brian Flores is an ace D coordinator. We didn't play our best game by any stretch. But I do think that if you can get in another guard, some more depth, I think you're going to see a better team against Washington.
No doubt.
Because like Brian Flores, I mean, it's tough. Like watching the Lions play the Vikings always makes you clench up a little bit. It's just he's really tough to play against. I'm not making excuses. The Vikings were the better team on Sunday.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Lions didn't deserve to win that game.
No, they did not. But I think they got to get some help in there, and they got to right the boat. I think people who thought, oh, we own the Vikings, you guys we're just not watching the games closely enough.
The Lions had beaten them quite a bit. I appreciate popping open and checking under the hood and seeing that, hey, it ain't all roses. Flores' defense is designed to create havoc. John, but to his point, if they can solidify this offensive line, the season's far from over. I mean, they're going to have some marquee games to prove themselves in Philadelphia in a couple weeks, Thanksgiving Day against Green Bay. I happen to believe they're going to bounce back this next week. I mean, they're going to face the Commanders, a game they've had circled all year. It's a bounce back off of a loss, and their quarterback's injured. But it's about more than just, okay, you bounce back against the Commanders. Can you build some consistency? Can you get on the runway and be cleared for takeoff and go on one of those runs at the end of the season where everything starts firing and this offense does look like the offense we think it can be?
And part of, I think, what the underlying feelings that we're having about yesterday's game, first of all, it's the loss. It's how they played in all 3 phases. But what are some of the things that we hold as beliefs about Dan Campbell and a Dan Campbell coach team outside of the first year? And, when they finally still got things or really got things rolling. It's what we've seen from him. A loss doesn't turn into 2, right? They play really good after having lost, and so they don't have back-to-back losses. The other one, which I don't know that we can hold on to it. Now, okay, it's one game, but we had talked about this a couple of weeks ago. A Dan Campbell coach team doesn't seem to play down to their opponents. They play their brand of football consistently. It felt like yesterday we played down to the level of the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota Vikings is not a good team this year. They're not the Minnesota Vikings from last year or 2 years ago. This is not a really good Minnesota Vikings team. We played down. We played below their level.
Without going back through and checking, the last time I can remember the Lions playing down to their competition, Panthers?
Yeah, I was going to say Carolina.
Yeah, and that would have been with Christmas Eve,
yeah,
more than 2 years ago.
Carolina, I think, ran for about 230 yards or something like that.
Ass whooping. But that's been years. That's what's so jarring. But this was not a good loss. This is a bad loss.
So it starts to challenge your belief system, and hopefully that. And I don't believe that the back-to-back losses is happening now.
No.
Especially against a Washington team that is depleted by injury.
No, and I'm not throwing in the towel, and Lions fans aren't throwing in the towel, and in that building they're not throwing in the towel, but they got to fix a lot of stuff if they're going to be the team that's left standing when the dust settles in February. Long way to go. 248-539-9797. I see the phone calls. I see you guys. We got Overreact Jim's end of the hour. TJ Lang will join us at 9. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Gonna get right to the phones. We got the news, overreactions, TJ Lang in the 9 o'clock hour. We start with Zane, who's been waiting patiently. Zane, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good morning.
Good morning. I think, it's fun to pass blame around, with Morton, Campbell, whatever. I think the majority of the blame, or honestly the sole blame, goes on Brad Holmes for not addressing the offensive line going into the season. You go into the season with Glasgow, who's never really been good, with two pretty much rookie offensive guards. That takes the identity away from our team. Our identity always was, run it up the gut and, drown teams that way,
Yeah.
Last year, if a run didn't go for like 5 yards, we would say, oh, that's a bad run. Now we pray a run goes for 5 yards, And then who you have back there at quarterback, limited mobility. He's not going to be making any plays on his legs. He needs a clean pocket. I think that really just takes the identity away from our team, and that's why our offense is really struggling.
I didn't necessarily have an issue with the starting five. We'd love to have more of a veteran presence at one of the guard positions. The issue that I have is the depth, especially after they released Skipper, able to bring him back on practice squad. But what was going to happen if Decker went down, or God forbid, Penei Sewell went down? Manu is your guy, and we saw that. And as soon as they cut Skipper, we're thinking, all right, hey, Manu is the guy. They're developing him. He's got to be that guy. We saw it against Cincinnati, and he wasn't.
Yep. I agree completely. We needed some depth, and that's where those 2 third-rounders that we traded for a wide receiver 4, could have came in right now. We could have traded one for a veteran guard, maybe a good tackle on a team.
Well, that's the truth, Zane. You're paying for it whether you realized it or not, because now you got to play 2 tight ends, and you're not even putting those receivers on the field. So you didn't address the line, but then you're forced to address it with extra bodies in pass pro. And, John, I look at their third down conversion for the season now. Detroit's 25th in the league on third down. Without digging too far into it, I'm sure a lot of that has to do with down and distance. If you have a lot of 3rd and 2s, you're probably converting.
Right.
If you have a lot of 3rd and 10s, you're probably going to be near the bottom of the league. Well, if you don't win on early downs, if you can't reliably run the football, if you can't protect your quarterback, you're not going to convert.
One defense about the stat is, and we've seen this a lot, is if you're 3rd and 6, you're not necessarily calling a play to pick it up because you're going for it on 4th down.
That's a fair point, and they do that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But, John, I'm pretty sure last year they weren't 25th on 3rd down.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's get to Nolan in Rochester. Nolan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I want to say first, my level of concern is still low for this team. I think the offense will bounce back throughout the year. They'll still get their groove going. My concern can definitely get up there by the end of tomorrow. It's evident. My biggest concern actually is the health of this team, and it's evident that the offensive line needs help. I was really expecting them to make a statement yesterday, especially coming off the bye, and they just looked flat. They have a lot of corrective errors, especially like the penalties. I'm not too concerned about that. But moving forward, especially the offensive line, Brad Holmes definitely needs to make some moves. And you guys kind of hit the point that he has that stereotype where free agency comes around, trade deadline comes around, he makes these small moves, and we really need to bulk up that line, and then even on defense too, I'd say.
Like, you could already have said, hey, in a couple weeks when they travel and play Philadelphia on the road, like, this offensive line is just not ready for it. Then they add Jalen Phillips to Philadelphia today. They're going to keep loading up. Can Detroit withstand?
Right.
And again, it's not about winning a couple regular season games here. Can they withstand week over week over week without any mistake in the postseason? Because if they don't get the 1 seed, John, they got to play 4 playoff games to win a Super Bowl, and they can't play good up front in 2 of them or 3 of them. It's got to be all 4 of them.
Right. It's a big concern.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, the FBI has finished its review of that deadly attack at the Mormon church in Grand Blanc, and the motive behind it is now just painfully clear. The FBI says that the suspect's hatred towards the Mormon community fueled the attack. So a special agent in charge at the FBI Detroit field office provided a brief update on Friday saying, quote, based upon the facts, circumstances, and information obtained in this case, I am confirming that this is a targeted act of violence believed to be motivated by the assailant's anti-religious beliefs against the Mormon religious community. Dinosaurs have been released in Michigan.
Yeah.
Sort of, I
Dinosaurs?
guess. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, back in August, the Chippewa Nature Center in Michigan hosted a sturgeon release event.
Love it.
Where 137 sturgeon were released as part of this conservation effort. So they're not actually dinosaurs, but they've been around for 130 million years.
They're prehistoric fish. And if you see them, especially if you see them in person, they look like a dinosaur fish.
So they're like dinosaurs. I mean, and
They're
they look
awesome.
like one.
Yeah.
But sturgeons are the most endangered species group, I guess, on Earth, according to World Wildlife Fund. So overfishing, water pollution, vessel strikes, habitat loss are all the contributing factors to the decline in sturgeon populations. So experts are saying that the purpose of this release is to obviously restore populations of the species, and obviously let them continue on and The
Yes.
modern
Grow,
modern
reproduce.
waterways.
Yes.
Chad Smith, the drummer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, wants to make sure that the next generation of musicians gets their shot. So he just launched a music scholarship at the University of Michigan, which is pretty cool. So he grew up in Bloomfield Hills and says that he wants to give something back and be able to expose people to opportunities to be able to follow their passions just like he did growing up. So this $40,000 scholarship will be available to one incoming freshman in the fall of 2026. And then obviously he hopes that this will continue annually as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Clayton Kershaw ended his 18-year career with the Dodgers unaware that he had just won the World Series again. So in Game 7, the Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 5-4 in 11 innings. But as he was warming up in the bullpen, he kind of lost track of the outs. So he wasn't really paying attention closely, and he said he watched what he thought was the game continuing after a ground ball double play in the bottom of the 11th.
He thought the game was tied.
Yes, he thought they tied it. And he said it was only when the bullpen catcher came up to him and was like, "Hey man, we just won the World Series." And he even had to ask, "Are you sure?" And then he said that's when it kind of sunk in that he had just won again. And he said that it was like the perfect way to end his career, that he wasn't sad about it. He was like, this is the ultimate way you could ever want to end your career.
When I saw him warming up in the bullpen, I thought if he comes in and in relief and ends this on the mound, that to me would have been the ultimate end to that series.
See, it's funny. I thought about it differently. I go, I hope they don't have to put him in because he's been so bad in the postseason. And this would be an awful way to end his career, blowing Game 7 in the World Series.
I'm always looking at it as he's going to come in and win, and he's going to come in and lose.
Oh my gosh.
Man, you're such a loser.
What a game, though. What a game.
That was awesome.
You got to see that at the end of your Saturday night.
Yes.
And that was a phenomenal way to end what was a great World Series.
Yep. So stories like this next one are probably why I'm not a huge fan of carnival rides or fair rides, whatever you want to call it. There was 2 young girls under the age of 13 that had to be hospitalized after they were thrown from a Ferris wheel at a festival in Louisiana over the weekend.
Oh.
So basically the witness says that, they were in one of those Ferris wheel buckets and it tipped over with them inside and they went plummeting to the ground.
Oh boy.
Terrifying, which is why I hate carnival. We were at, where were we? I don't know, some place with the Ferris wheel. I literally stopped it one way around. I'm like, I'm off.
Yeah.
But then I also left my child with my husband on it. I was like, oh my gosh, I hope I do not watch their death right now. I had to get off, but I hate it. I hate it.
I am not a big fan of carnival rides anymore either. I used to be all over them.
Me too.
Not anymore.
No, hate them.
Heather with the news. Overreact Jim's next. We'll get into a little bit of the World Series, the weekend of college football, and the NFL at large. TJ Lang back into the Lions talk at 9 o'clock. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, of course, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person and as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And when you talk about the communities, you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's theirs community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. After Detroit's 27-24 home loss to the Vikings last night, Dan Campbell did what he always does. He protected his players and took the blame for his team's performance and lack of preparedness after the bye week. Detroit will look for a bounce-back win next week in Washington. The big NFL news of last night came from Washington as Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels dislocated his elbow in the fourth quarter of a 38-14 blowout loss to the Seahawks. Daniels will be out indefinitely. However, it's unclear if his injury is season-ending. The Red Wings came away with a 3-2 shootout win over the Sharks last night. They play the Golden Knights tomorrow before returning home on Friday. Dylan Dingler was named an AL Gold Glove winner last night. He's the first Tiger Gold Glover since Ian Kinsler in 2016. And the Pistons are in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies tonight at 8 o'clock, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game festivities start at 7:35. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. It's not a Victory Monday. Far from it.
Nope.
That's a bad loss to the Minnesota Vikings. That's not a week one, write it off, new season, on the road, Green Bay. That's not Kansas City, Arrowhead, Super Bowl contender. This is off a bye at home against a team with a losing record and a quarterback making just his third NFL start. It's a bad loss.
Yep. The reason it's such a bad loss is when the offense hasn't played well before, defense played well. Or defense and special teams played well.
Pick them up.
Yeah, defense doesn't play well or they're banged up with injury. Offense plays well, carries you. Special teams plays well. I think the biggest surprise was the special teams were that bad. It's been a long time since the special teams have had a bad performance. But yesterday, it was all three phases. They all came up woefully short. And the most disturbing thing was losing on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Offense and defensive lines got handled.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota ran for 150 yards. Lions D-line got pushed around. Lions O-line gave up 5 sacks. They couldn't run the ball. 65 total yards on 20 carries, going nowhere. All three phases. Special teams gave them short fields. You had a blocked field goal in the game. It was a total team meltdown. And with 2 weeks to prepare, I mean, yeah, Dan Campbell puts it on him. He should put it on himself. I mean, that is a reflection of coaching is how you look out of a bye week and your preparedness. And they were not prepared for, you brought up the blitz packages in Minnesota. And it's not a surprise that Brian Flores is going to bring pressure and stunt and twist and run games. But those cross dog blitzes, the middle three, even the backs helping, John, they got their lunch handed to them.
Yeah, I mean, so it backs up. Like even when they picked it up, even if it wasn't a cross dog or if it was just a regular rush or if they were just moving and slanting up front, they bring a linebacker late.
Yeah.
And Jahmyr Gibbs is going up, and it's just, he tries to knock him out versus blocking him.
We got a ton of phone calls and ticket texts today. Playing the blame game. Who do you blame most? And then, of course, the trade deadline's tomorrow, and we plan to talk about it more tomorrow, but the Eagles have jumped out and made a move today. Jalen Phillips for a third-round pick comes from Miami to Philly, can never have enough pass rush. Detroit wants to go through Philly to win the NFC, and, John, I am very concerned about our offensive line right now.
That's the second move they've made.
You're right. They added Jair Alexander over the weekend, too. But if I'm looking at this going, hey, is this just, hey, Lions had a bad day at the office, or is this something more? John, it's 3 straight weeks where the offense has struggled. Goff's been sacked 10 times in that span. On the season, their third down offense has been atrocious. They're now 25th in the NFL on third down. This is not a one-game thing, and now Mahogany's hurt. You want to forecast moving forward. They got to do something up front. We know Decker's dealing with something. Your left guard's now out till at least late December. John, you call about Zeitler? Familiarity. He's on a 1-8 football team. I know he wanted to go back to Tennessee, but buddy, how about 3 months and chase a Super Bowl? Or if that doesn't make sense, he's a right guard. You don't want to reshuffle the line. Cleveland, Joel Bitonio.
Yeah.
This could be his last go-around. He's a left guard. He can help stabilize what's going on the left side with Decker and the injury. He can help Graham instead of having to compensate for a rookie or a young player. He gets a proven veteran. You can get back to running the football and making sure you pick up blitzes. And Bitonio's not going to cost a first, a second, or a third. So as far as I'm concerned,
sixth or seventh, and it might be a 6th or 7th down the road.
It should be done by the time we're off the air today. What's the holdup on that one? That feels like the no-brainer of all no-brainers.
Well, it needs to be done by, 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, if it happens today, great. If it happens tomorrow, great. They're not going to play a game between now and then.
Right. It just feels like there are some moves to be made here to solidify up front so that you can go down the stretch and play at Philly and Green Bay on Thanksgiving. And when you get to the playoffs and you got to win 3 or even 4 consecutive football games, it solidifies it.
You need to solidify that O-line. And I was just, the most disappointing thing was the fact that the 3 interior guys got beat up yesterday. The defensive line giving up nearly 150 yards on the ground from a beat-up offensive line on Minnesota's side of things. That's what was really surprising, is that they were able to move the ball the way that they did with Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason.
So we've been taking phone calls, and we'll open up the phone lines and hear more from you guys in the 9 o'clock hour. But who do you blame for that game? And there's plenty to go around. You want to call out special teams. You want to call out, hey, head coach took the blame, the preparedness, the penalties. They weren't ready to go. You want to call out John Morton. We've had a lot of phone calls upset with John Morton. These tight, condensed formations, the inability to convert on 3rd down, 5 of 17. You let us know. I mean, it does come down to the offensive line. You can be the greatest coordinator of all time. If you're not picking up blitzes, if you're not resetting the line of scrimmage and running the football, you can have the greatest play design of all time.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. I think it comes back to the offensive line.
Well, it always is. I mean, that's what stabilized. That's what the stabilizing factor for this team, when they got good, the offensive line was the one thing that you could count on. And right now, and this is the thing about having rookie guards, is you're going to have 3 or 4 weeks in a row where you're like, okay, hey, this is looking good, but they're rookies. And you're going to have a week or 2 weeks where they don't play. It's going to be a roller coaster. Now, you hope that those highs and lows, aren't as dramatic as the year goes on, but you're going to have some of those moments throughout the course of the year.
We got TJ Lang in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. TJ?
Morning, TJ. How you doing?
Not a lot went right. Good morning.
I'm okay. Rough morning. Yesterday sucked.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, I spent some time this morning kind of just trying to watch some of the film, and I don't like making statements unless I kind of confirm it first. And I honestly, the way I felt in the moment and the way I feel today, like that was one of the most concerning performances I've seen from this team in a long time.
Yeah.
And it wasn't one of those games where it's like, it's just not our day, throw the tape away and, let's move on.
Yeah.
It was, you got outplayed. I thought every single coordinator got outcoached. I thought Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell was creative, had some very interesting designs on some big plays. Brian Flores, they ate Dan Campbell and John Morton's lunch, man. And then special teams, you obviously got outplayed.
Worked over.
Some big plays, man. And some of those, like defensively, I didn't feel like it was terrible. I mean, you got put in some really tough spots, like 3 times starting inside your own 35-yard line. It's like, okay, like we still got to play sudden change defense, and they have been pretty good at that. But 17 points there, and man, like the lack of adjustments yesterday was maybe the most concerning thing for me, and just offensively. The run game, it's like very clearly early on, you're like, okay, we're trying to run this zone. We're trying to get to the edge. Minnesota's linebackers, that Blake Cashman, what do you have, 35 tackles? I mean, like all over the place. Yep. Okay, we're having trouble getting up and sealing on the outside zone. Let's make some adjustments. Let's get the counter game back. Let's get some pullers, right? Let's try to pin the defense, create some lanes, and use those linebackers' aggressiveness against them. Mm-hmm. And didn't see any of those adjustments until late in the game. And then the protection. Like Brian Flores is like, I'm just going to keep sending guys up the A-gap. And Lions are like, oh, shoot. Yeah. We thought we were going to bring it off the edge. Like, darn. It's like, where are the adjustments? Like early in the game, you saw a couple where, you're keeping a tight end in and you're sliding the line. And it's like, okay, good. We're picking up the protection. But then nobody's getting open in the back end, right? You got these long developing routes that are just like, okay, come on. Like, let's make some changes here.
Yeah.
Yeah, offensive line didn't play well. Went back and watched all the sacks and most of the pressures today. A lot of those felt like it was schematic issues where, I be honest, I don't want Jahmyr Gibbs blocking a linebacker with 7 yards of steam, making impact right around the quarterback, right around the launch point. Where it's like, where's the adjustment, though? Park him in the A-gap. Put a tight end in the A-gap. Slide the offensive line. Like, they're not doing anything. They didn't reinvent how to blitz. They were bringing the middle linebackers and dropping both defensive ends on a lot of those. So you're getting the left guard and left tackle double team in a 3-tech, the right guard, the right tackle double team in a 3-tech, and then, just two guys blitzing right down the middle. And there's a lot of room there. And it was concerning for me just because it's like, okay, they're clearly showing you what their game plan is all day. And you did nothing to help your offense pick up that protection, because there were times where if you pick that up, you do have guys going wide open. You do have guys coming open across the middle of the field. I just thought it was honestly it was disturbing that they had no answer for what seemed to be a pretty it was aggressive game plan from Brian Flores, but when you look at the blitzes, pretty simple. Pretty simple. If you can't pick up double A-gap blitzes, you're going to be in a lot of trouble the rest of the season.
Well, let's really confuse them. Let's go double A-gap, but let's cross them.
Right, but it's crazy, John, and I know you remember being in games where it's like, okay, maybe you get the blitz 2 or 3 times, and you're like, okay, guys, we got to make some adjustments, right?
Yeah.
And then you go to the sideline, and okay, we're going to start doing this. Smart defensive coordinators will be like, okay, they're expecting it now. Boom, let's fire the corner and get somebody off the edge, right? Because they're not going to be prepared for that. Maybe that's what the Lions were thinking, like they're going to switch it up eventually. Yeah. But Minnesota's just like, nope, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. And that's Brian Flores' MO. He shows you kind of the flavor of the week, or usually early on, the first third down, first 3rd and 8, call it whatever.
And until you stop it, he's going to keep doing it.
And that's pretty much what the game plan is going to be. So, man, it was gross. It was just watching that game just like, man, like – everything it was concerning.
He's having the same 9 o'clock hour that I had at 6 in the morning. I started screaming at the microphone.
I don't want people to feel like there's any
that's
panic,
it. But it's so frustrating and it's maddening because, to your point, it wasn't complicated.
Yeah,
and there were no adjustments. And I'm surprised too. And I don't know what the chemistry is amongst the coaches, because Hank has lived it. He's seen it. And I think he probably came to the sideline and said, maybe this is what we need to do. And I don't know if John Morton or Dan said, no, we're going to stick with this because we think they're going to,
I think a lot of it is, and this isn't an excuse, but some of the youth that you still have, I mean, Mahogany's going to be gone now. It sounds like a while, but, when you have veteran offensive linemen
you
that
can make
have
those
seen
adjustments.
Pressures, like you have the freedom to say, okay, I know we're supposed to fan here, but I know this guy's dropping. Like 100% sure I know he's dropping, so I'm gonna slide back into the help the center and maybe help that running back pick up this free blitzer instead of just keep wasting ourselves double teaming, Javon Hargrave, who's edging out to, be a contained guy. That's part of it. They just, not a lot of experience there to have that ability to make those adjustments on the fly. And then defensively too, man, I thought J.J. McCarthy, played well. He made some timely throws, but there were some calls where Minnesota offensively was like, man, that's a hell of a design. That's a hell of a play call, right? Like Justin Jefferson's touchdown. He talked about after the game, hey, we knew our RPO there. We're going to get man coverage, man press. If he bumps up on me, we're throwing that fade through it. Bam, okay, good execution. The last third down, they know, we know they're going to be running man coverage. What's our best man beater? Okay, let's get a little natural pick. Let's run the little wheel route from the slot and make a play, jet sweep, right, to pick up 8 or 9 yards, whatever it was late in the fourth quarter. Like they looked like they were more prepared, Minnesota did, and they looked like they were more creative, I thought, than the Lions were. It was gross.
Disturbing.
It was gross. Yeah, not panicked, but
disturbing.
It's been a while. It's been a long time since we've seen a game like that, where all 3 phases were like,
that's the thing.
Goodness.
And you could say you're not panicked, and I don't think you should panic, but alarm bells are going off. That can't be how this team looks out of the bye week down the stretch if they want to do any of the things we've talked about.
Right. Yep. And look, I know they'll get it fixed.
Look, how about this?
Next week, you're going to get it fixed.
They're going to go on the road. It's a game they've circled. Their quarterback's injured. They're going to bomb them. But TJ, then it's Philly and Green Bay and these fronts that are loading up that they're going to have to be because the MO's out, man. You can beat this team in the middle.
Yep. And we'll see. I mean, today and tomorrow is going to be a big day, right? Philly's already making moves. No surprise. There's going to be other NFC teams, too, that you're going to be competing with that are probably going to make some moves over the next, 36 hours, however long we got until that trade deadline. So, we'll see. We'll see if they want to be aggressive and go maybe get a player or two that can come in and get some help.
A lot to unpack. We'll get some of your thoughts on that, plus some phone calls, people's takeaway, playing the blame game. Who do you blame most for that game? And, of course, doesn't mean you panic, but we are looking ahead. This is starting to get pretty concerning. It's 97.1. November's here. Clock's running out to use your dental benefits before the year ends. Don't leave points on the board or money on the table. Call Brightside today and finish the year strong. If you've been putting off that visit, you want to start the year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental is always welcoming new patients, that $35 new patient special. If your current dentist can't see you soon, Brightside can. Often same-day appointments with 9 offices in Metro Detroit to choose from. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We got TJ Lang in studio, 9 o'clock hour, open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, as nice as it would be to write off yesterday as a bad day at the office, you can paint the picture that it's bigger than that. The offense has sputtered for 3 straight weeks. On the year, they're terrible on third down, 25th. The run game is average, and Goff is on pace for a career high in sacks. They're at a critical juncture with the trade deadline tomorrow. There are no bye weeks coming up where you can reset and refresh and figure things out. They talked about how important it was coming out of this bye week to get things going and how things were going to get settled in this stretch. Look, they still have plenty of time to do that. You're going to play the Commanders, love their chances in a bounce back on a game they've circled, and it doesn't hurt that Jaden Daniels' elbow popped out of its socket, and he's going to be out for a while. But then you've got Philly on the road, you got Green Bay on Thanksgiving Day. There are big games coming up. But, man, this feels like a trend more than it does one bad day.
Well, when you put 3 of these performances together, it at some point it becomes a trend. And I think 3 is well into trend territory.
Got TJ here. TJ, level of concern?
Yeah, I think it kind of feels like it was building up, offensively, just with all the issues. And how many, that's what, 8 games now. How many complete games have they played offensively? Bears, even like an A- B+ game, like the Bears and I would say
Baltimore.
Ravens.
Yeah, those 2 were, and that felt so necessary to settle everybody down after the Green Bay game. And then it thought that this was going to be behind us.
Right, but like you go back to Cleveland, you go back to Cincinnati, even Tampa.
Yeah,
was like. Yeah, we're not going to feel bad about winning, man, but this is, and I think Coach even said that after, I think it was the Cleveland game, that he told his team, there was video of it, like, that's not good enough.
Right.
That's not, and Jared Goff clarified, he's like, that's not, I think he meant that's not going to be good enough moving forward.
Bigger,
right?
better teams.
And they were right.
They were right. I mean, there's something that's just kind of knacking on them right now offensively, and Coach is right. Last week, I can't remember if he was on with you guys, but it's like, yeah, it is. It's not just like, okay, we got to upgrade this position. It's this guy, it's the left guard, or it's this guy, it's the tight end. Like it really is. Like when you watch it, everybody kind of taking their turn at having that one bad play, and when those bad plays come at critical moments in the red zone on third down, where you might have a guy wide open, and oh man, if we picked up that stunt, we got a big play. That's the issue. So it really just comes down. It's got to come down to consistency, man. We know they have the talent. We know they have the players. We know they have the coaches that can be, one of the best teams. But if you're not consistent with it, especially at this time of year where you're starting to get into that NFC heavy backloaded schedule, you can get exposed like we saw yesterday.
And what's frustrating about it is when you look at the film and you see those moments where when you blitz, you're taking a risk that the blitz is going to get home, but you're vulnerable on the back end. And Jared Goff, one of the things that we love about him is under pressure, not great. Against the blitz, he's really good. But if you don't have time, if those blitzes are getting home, and that's the gamble that Brian Flores had yesterday was, okay, we know that Jared Goff is really good against the blitz. So if we're going to do it, we've got to get home right now. And it's going to have to be in the A or B gap, and he was just choosing the A gap more times than anything else.
And I'm watching this play right now yesterday, 3rd and 4, second quarter, 17-14 game. And Minnesota is clearly showing that they're bringing pressure. Both linebackers are mugged up, and Harrison Smith standing on the end of the line. You got one-on-ones if you slide the protection or if you keep somebody else in motion, a tight end in, hey, get a chip on this. And call it what you want. Harrison Smith made a great play, jumped up, tipped the ball down, right? That's a big third down, but that's a massive opportunity where you have one-on-ones across the board. And if one guy beats his man on a quick slant or something, that's potentially a house call. So, could you make an adjustment there to help yourself out? Yeah. Did the other team make a good play? Yeah. There was a lot of that yesterday too, where it's like Justin Jefferson's catch, it's like, that's good coverage, man. Like, that's just a freaky one-handed catch. The last third down, like, it was pretty good coverage, like from Arthur Millette. He beat a little bit, but it was a hell of a throw and catch. You got to make more plays than the other team does, right? And when you're not playing consistently, combined with the fact that you didn't look prepared and it looked like you got out-coached, that's a recipe for disaster no matter who you're playing. Look at Carolina and Green Bay yesterday.
It just felt like I think we were all shocked to come away with the feeling like they were unprepared. coming off a bye.
Yeah. And the penalties, right? I mean,
yeah,
you got Amon-Ra and Sam Laporta in
going in
motion at the same time. It's like those are two of your most reliable, consistent players. Like, how does that happen, right?
Veteran players. If it was a rookie tight end, you're like, okay.
Yeah, false starts, right?
Misaligned or something,
legal shifts, like legal motion. It's like that's a sign of discipline. And clearly tell they weren't fully locked in yesterday. Were some of the penalties, I obviously didn't watch the TV copy, but Campbell's kind of felt like, okay, like it kind of looks like he was trying to keep himself up.
He did. If you
like
get a
he didn't land on
it,
his shoulder, he kind of landed on. He
on
put
his
hands
hands
down to
like
resist that. Hutch, I didn't hear what they said. He did
kicked out
stick
the
his leg out, but he was also getting like mauled and like just torqued backwards.
I know,
and
but TJ, I mean, as much as we want to make an
no,
excuse for that,
I said the same thing. I'm like, it looked like he didn't stick his leg out.
Yeah, where you're like, oh, I'm gonna try and trip this guy. Yeah. Maybe they won't see it.
Okay.
His happened to be against quarterback.
I saw one of the replays, and other people were blowing up like, he didn't even touch him, or he's getting mauled, all this. I didn't see that. I'll admit with you, he did look like he kicked his leg out, albeit it wasn't violent. But I thought Jack Campbell's was like, J.J. McCarthy's getting that call?
Right.
On the road?
And it's
J.J. McCarthy's getting that call?
And it was ridiculous. Anybody who saw it live or even the replay, all that Jack Campbell was guilty of was not being able to pause gravity after he hit the quarterback.
Right.
He even kind of braces the fall on the way down. He saw what he hit. It wasn't helmet to helmet. It wasn't late. And I don't think he applied all of his force and just flopped on the quarterback. It looked like he tried to get his arm down to brace the fall.
Yeah. Right.
He's only guilty of not being able to pause gravity.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that call is designed if Vita Vea is falling on J.J. McCarthy, okay, great bodily harm could happen.
Right.
Jack Campbell falling on him, I mean, okay, we love Jack Campbell, but he's not 380 pounds.
Right.
And none of us are saying that's why they lost. It's just,
But there was
it's a momentum, and it's a first down.
Yeah, and undisciplined plays, man. And it's not who this team has been, and that has not been a characteristic of theirs. So, yeah, I think Coach was honest yesterday when he, and I think he's protecting his players a little bit too. He's giving them a different message probably today as you go over the film. But I thought he nailed it, man. I thought they looked just unprepared, and that's why, John, we're on the same page, why it was so concerning, especially coming off of, that extra week where you get to do some self-scout and start to figure some things out.
Right, and it's not like, okay, you lose week 1 to Green Bay on the road with a young interior. Okay, you can kind of write that one off. You lose at Arrowhead Sunday night, Chiefs are waking up. I don't like it, I get it. I don't get losing at home with 2 weeks to prepare against a quarterback making his third start ever on the road. That's one you can't really come to grips with.
Yeah.
We've got some calls. People want to weigh in on the trade deadline, the game itself. We'll get some of TJ's thoughts on what to expect with the deadline tomorrow. That's next, 97.1. Dan Miller on the call. TJ Lang, part of that broadcast. He is hanging out with us for the 9 o'clock hour. We've got some calls to get to. Trade deadline is tomorrow. Eagles have already made a big move today. Gave up a third for Jalen Phillips. Your move, Brad Holmes.
We talked about that on Friday when I was in with the afternoon guys, and that's I think Mike said it. He's kind of the rumor was probably give up a 3 for him, expiring contract. But then my argument was like, okay, if a player like that goes, and the formula is different now when it comes to compensatory picks. But normally, if you lose a guy like Jalen Phillips is probably, assuming he stays healthy, probably going to sign a big contract somewhere this offseason. So, do you possibly get a third back? That happened with, I think, exact same situation with Chase Young a couple years ago when he got traded to San Fran. They gave up a third. He leaves in free agency, signs a contract. They get a third back. So it's like, how much risk is in that move if that's what is going to happen, where if you're expecting to pick at the bottom of every round anyways, like, do you possibly move back 6 or 7 spots in the third round?
And then it's totally worth it. And then the other context of, would you rather have Jalen Phillips or...
Here we go, John.
Oh, I know.
You know what I'm going to say.
Just say it.
Would you rather have Jalen Phillips or Giovanni Manu? Would you rather have Phillips or would you rather have Hendon Hooker? Would you rather have that pass rusher at the deadline or would you rather have Broderick Martin? Would you rather have Isaac Tesla or would you rather have the pass rusher? My point is not to relitigate Brad Holmes. He's a very good drafter.
Sounds like it.
It's to point out that you don't need to be obsessed with these picks at the deadline because they're not guarantees.
Well,
and you can get proven performers to help you, and if you don't do it, someone else will, and it becomes your problem when you face them late in the season.
Well, the difference, I think, is he has shown willingness to move around and give up draft picks, but if he's going to do that, it's been through the draft. So at least we're going to get a guy that we're going to have control of for 4 years. Now, if they don't pan out, okay, we knew we were taking a shot on a developmental guy. Broderick Martin didn't work out. Manu, he's only in year 2. Played the one game, not great, got hurt. Jury's still out, I would say.
On Broderick Martin?
No, he said on
Manu.
Oh, yeah.
Hendon Hooker obviously didn't work out, but he's shown the willingness to move some draft picks, I think, as long as you have some team control. My argument was just if it's going to be a guy that's probably going to sign a contract and you're going to get a pick back anyways, plus you have an extra pick, I think, this year from Aaron Glenn. You still have a third round, I think, from him leaving.
I also don't even...
I'm with you, man.
I don't even know that Phillips was the number one target. I really feel like at this point it's offensive line.
Hold on.
Well, maybe he could have been before
Mahogany goes down, then all of a sudden, hey, you got to change some things up. But what happened last year? He did go out and get the number one target. Now, it didn't happen until, 3:30 of the trade deadline day. So all I'm saying is let's hold on, because he hasn't made a trade doesn't mean he won't. He has shown that he's willing to give up some draft picks for something on the trade deadline.
I can already feel the room shifting towards me as the bad guy because I questioned Brad Holmes.
Oh, no. That's not it.
Look, John,
I'm just saying, it sounds like
you listed as 4 bad draft picks he's had out of 30.
The reason they were brought up is they were thirds, and you should be more than willing to trade a third today. I also don't even know that they need to trade a third to get the guy I want. There's a couple veteran guards out there, TJ, that I think would make a lot of sense for this football team. The first one, Twitter has brought up a lot. Social media is all about Zeitler, a reunion. They're 1-8. He wanted to be home, but guess what? Season's not going well. You can come back here and chase a championship. Some drawback there is he's obviously a right guard. You'd be moving Ratlich.
Did he sign a 1-year deal down there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, you'd move Ratlich in his rookie season. Maybe you're moving Graham, too. You'd have to reshuffle. Maybe that's the right move. The other name would be just going out and getting a proven left guard in Joel Bitonio from Cleveland, who is near the end of his career, chase a Super Bowl. You want to help out Decker, who's been dealing with an injury? Upgrade with a veteran left guard next to him. You want to help Graham, who's been having to kind of traffic cop for a couple young guys? Put a proven veteran next to him. But Bitonio's not going to cost a 1, a 2, or a 3. He's probably a day 3 pick to get that done. Like TJ, they made a move with Cleveland last year for Za'Darius. Isn't Bitonio the guy to go get?
If that was a possibility, then I think he would be. Let's just say you're giving me 2 names, Zeitler and Bitonio, and if those were possibilities and something that they were thinking about doing, Bitonio would just make more sense because he's a natural left guard. So, like you said with Zeitler, when they brought him in, Graham was playing pretty good at right guard a couple years ago. They bring in Zeitler and he's not moving to left guard, right? He's
Yeah.
a 12, 13-year vet. It's
Yeah.
a proven right guard. So you'd have to do some shuffling with that. What does that look like? Now, hey, Tate Ratledge, we know you're getting comfortable here at right guard, but middle of the season, go play left.
So
like that's a hard switch. Or Tate
Go play
sliding into center, which I don't know. I don't know how many reps he's taken there, right? Like
since the season started, have they worked him? Have they continued to work that process, or have they said, focus on right guard?
I don't know. I mean, that would be a good question. Obviously, you guys talk to Dan tomorrow, I'm assuming. I don't know. I mean, but now you're playing the shuffle game, right? When you're bringing somebody else in and possibly weakening two positions instead of, just trying to fill in one. I'm just kind of looking through the list here a little bit on free agent guards, and the Jets, John Simpson's a guard. He's in a contract year. They're obviously kind of looking to sell off. He's a guy that, I mean, he's not an all-pro guy. I'm not saying that, but he's got some stuff to him in the run game. He's physical.
Got some experience.
He can pass block a little bit. So there's certainly some names out there. And like I said, again, like maybe going into yesterday, you kind of felt complete hypothetical, but maybe it was like, okay, like biggest need, let's go get some depth guys on the defensive line. Let's get some help.
In the secondary.
Right, maybe in the secondary. But maybe that you have to pivot, obviously, when you have injuries. And look, a bunch of guys got banged up, man. Panay came out of the game for a little bit. Decker got banged up again, got rolled into the back of the leg, came back in the game, which is a good sign. But, sometimes things pop up on Mondays, and it's like, man, I know you finished the game, but you're probably looking at a couple guys that are going to be banged up again for a little while.
Going into the weekend, when we talked about the trade deadline from a Thursday or Friday perspective, I thought the biggest need was somebody that could platoon or would possibly need to platoon with Taylor Decker, because he's got the shoulder, right? And with 10 games left, now 9 games left, how many of those games can you really count on him to be healthy? The shoulder issue is not going away. And Dan said on Tuesday, the big issue was the strength. He's got some strength back. So now it's a matter of managing the pain. Now he's got something he's working through on the lower body, and we don't know what that is. We won't know until maybe Dan will have something to say today when he meets with the media.
Yeah.
Tackles
are so damn hard to find, man.
They are.
Especially even if you're a swing guy.
No one wants to.
I'm with you that they could use somebody that if you're missing extended time with either Panay or Decker, that you go in there and look. Skipper's certainly done some really good things,
right? But if he's got to play for 3 or 4 games, no, thank you.
And we saw it. We saw it when Decker was out, for the Cincinnati game, and then
and that was Manu.
It was Kansas City, as well, and the offense. You could tell they had to really kind of change what they were doing to get some attention over there. So. I'm with you. It's just so damn hard to find, man. And you mostly see those tackle trades like off-season, training camp when guys are making cuts. Maybe there's some guys on practice squads out there, that you want to take a look at, some young guys that you think can come in and, help out a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. But, I think that I'd still kind of lean on, trying to add another rotational piece of that defensive line.
Dealer's choice, John. Who do you want to start with on the phones here?
I don't know. Anthony's been holding on for a while.
Anthony, Sterling Heights. Good morning.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
TJ, man, good breakdown of the game for sure.
Thanks,
so, let me know if you heard this before. If you guys just on a different show, maybe in the past couple weeks. But why does it seem like it's so easy? Well, first, let me say this: if I had to pick a time to have a loss, it's like before this trade deadline, because light a little bit of fire. But why is it so easy for Holmes and the guys to throw around so many draft picks left and right, 3rd pick here, 3rd pick there, you know what I mean, 4th and a 2nd, all this stuff around that time, but we can't do it at the trade deadline when it comes to getting to something of need and want that we need to have to move forward instead of an unproven guy.
Well, in Brad Holmes' defense, he did trade a draft pick last year for the number 1 need, which was an edge defender, and Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. And he may do it this year as well, because the trade deadline is not 10 a.m. this morning.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's just that I feel like it's just we always talk about this on the deadline, and I get it in the city. It's good to have that problem. I like that because improve the team, and I love it. But I just feel like it's always just like pulling teeth. I mean, maybe we talk about it a lot too, but I don't know.
Well, there's that too.
Well,
and we mentioned this late last week. Some of it is the way the city feels about trade deadlines. Like the Tigers trade deadline, which is apples to oranges, certainly makes people feel a certain way about adding at a trade deadline.
And I don't remember what the exact details were for trading for Zadarius Smith. Was the 6th, I believe, is what I remember, right? And we kind of all looked at it like, oh, that, they waited and they got the deal that they wanted. So just because it's not happened to this point this year, whatever trade he may have in the works, and we've heard that he's been calling teams for a couple of weeks now about edge defenders. That has been widely reported. It doesn't mean that it's not going to. It also doesn't mean it's going to happen.
But does it irk you then if you know he's in the market for an edge guy and Philly's the one to go out and at least land him?
Okay, but was that the number one guy that we were after?
Not necessarily. You and I have talked about Granderson from the Saints.
Yeah, so there are other guys out there that he may value higher than Jalen Phillips.
Absolutely. 248-539-9797. We are going to get some of these phone calls in coming up next. It's 97.1. All right, before Carson Anderson get in here, let's get to some of your phone calls on the Lions' loss, how it's left you feeling, and the trade deadline, which we're getting into a little bit today because the Eagles went out and made a move for Jalen Phillips, and people are looking to see what the Lions could do to solidify this football team. Let's get to Philip in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys, man? Good morning to everybody, man.
Good morning.
My biggest blame and my biggest issue is more so with Brad Holmes, and I hate to rehash the situation, but I feel like 2-3 years ago he could have addressed the Frank Ragnow issue a long time ago, and he just did not because he was too busy drafting toys for the offensive line. And after hearing what you guys just said about what the Eagles did with Phillips and also who they acquired also over the weekend, because enough is never enough for them. They're constantly trying to get back to the Super Bowl. I have an issue with Brad. Again, I love Brad Holmes, but my biggest problem with him is just his lack of urgency and really just seriously addressing the necessary issues that need to be addressed and placing too much confidence. And it's not my fault, and it's not a bad thing, but placing too much confidence in his draft picks without enough veteran leadership to help these players along the way. And my biggest pet peeve right now, more than above anything, is the fact that he's still holding on to Davenport. And I don't think Davenport is going to even be able to bring us a bag of peanuts or some popcorn in the concession stand. So it's just ridiculous.
I look at Davenport like I'm with, I think Mike, we talked about it on Friday a little bit, like I'm just over expecting anything out of him. You know what I mean? Like if you get him back late in the season, like it kind of look at it as like a luxury, a guy that can maybe spell some other guys. If he gives you a couple snaps, like great, but I'm not going to count on it or rely on it. And you're right. I mean, Coach even like he I remember, I don't know if it was last year, maybe a couple years ago, but you know, he was talking about, you know, you got to be careful about falling in love with your players a little bit, right? Like you got to make sure you look at everything through a wide lens.
And before the draft, he talked about watering the garden as the offensive line.
Yeah, but I think there have been times, especially with Davenport, you kind of fell in love with the guy, and it's like, how many times are you going to keep getting burned before you realize, like, we got to make a change? Going back to the Frank thing, you said a couple years ago, I mean, here's the thing with Frank. I mean, he played 7 years. So if you're thinking maybe year 4, year 5, like we got to start planning,
most of those guys you're thinking you're going 10 or 11.
Right, yeah. So maybe if you want to say it this year, like this past offseason, because although I do think they were surprised that Frank retired, I don't think it was completely unexpected. But you also look at, like, could you maybe got somebody in free agency? Sure. I don't remember who was really available at that center position. There were some high-priced guys. I think the Bears got the kid from Atlanta that was a lot of money. You're not going to do that if you're not sure. But there was, I mean, look, they drafted Ratledge with intention of giving him reps at center. And they tried that throughout the offseason. They tried that throughout training camp. It got about 2 weeks in where they said, our best lineup is sticking him at guard. They also drafted that Miles Frazier kid who is an interior offensive lineman who unfortunately had an injury situation in the offseason as well. So I don't think they completely neglected that position. I think that they are trying to build some depth. But, yeah, certainly you could say, did it fall at kind of an unexpected, unfair way for the Lions with Frank's decision and the timing that it was? Like, yeah, it's not an excuse, but I do think that they did some things with a couple draft picks to try to get some depth there. Tate just, I'm not going to say he's never going to be a center. He could be. Frank was a starting guard his rookie year. So maybe that is the long-term successor at that position. Obviously not this year, but maybe going forward it could be.
Let's get to Richard in Farmington Hills. Richard, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Where is Colby Sorsdale when we need him? I'm kidding. But so when I'm looking at the season,
it's a terrible joke.
And it's not just this past week, but as the season from the beginning, even when they were scoring, it struck me that a couple things are happening. And then from the offensive lineman perspective, maybe you can tell me. So it seems like, one, they're absolutely missing the strength and leadership of Ragnow up the middle, and also Seitzer. Because remember, 2 years ago, they had probably arguably the best offensive line in the league. And over the last 3 years prior to this year, they were possibly the biggest bullies in town. And I think that they got a mentality, and I think that kind of mentality spreads throughout the offense. You get a swagger and a strut, knowing that any time you can get the 2 yards or the 5 yards on the ground. And I think that became part of their mindset offensively, both as a mindset and as a scheme, that we lose Ben Johnson. And I feel like we went from having a Porsche engineer to more like your neighborhood garage mechanic with Morton. And I don't know that Morton understands or has like the savvy or sophistication to fix what's going wrong. Whereas if we had Ben Johnson, even if we had a little bit more of a deficit along the offensive line, maybe he would know what to do to tinker. And I don't think the tinkering is happening. And it feels like it's beyond the grasp of Morton. He just doesn't come across as someone who can run the sophisticated offense. And it's not just knowing the plays, but when to run those plays. And it just seems to be a different deal now. And I don't see how they're going to correct that part of it unless Dan takes over the play calling again. So then here's my last part of my theory. Then tell me, once it seems like you lose that swagger of you could do anything possible because of your offensive line and your scheme, maybe that starts to spread to the other players where you feel like you got to do too much. And sometimes when you try to do too much, you don't do enough. Uncharacteristic drops, not holding the blocks as long. You know what I'm saying? It seems like the chemistry is altered now because they're just not the same team, and they're used to being the same team and getting results based on what they used to do.
Yeah, so
what are your thoughts?
So Richard, I mean, these guys got like 30 seconds before the midday show comes in, but is there anything to that? Like pressing?
I mean, the offensive line certainly hasn't been as good as the past.
It's not been as
think that's-
consistent.
Right, no, not as consistent. Have there been times where
they've been good?
We've
Yeah.
seen them control games. Yeah, there's been a lot of times. I don't know. Do you want to hit on the John Morton stuff, John?
So, I mean, we went into the season talking about this is Dan Campbell's offense. And, yeah, okay, you can have Ben Johnson. At what point, because we've seen him take over play calling before. It's been a few years since Anthony Lynn was here. But at what point is Dan going to say, okay, it's not the offense as I dreamed of it or as I see it, so if you can't call plays on Sunday, I will. And that obviously is the most extreme, but at some point, like you have to be able to coach up your coaches to get what you want out of them.
Right, and you guys have said we've seen it look good. Like the Bears game, they scored 50 points. The Ravens game, we were euphoric at how they were able to dig guys out in the run game and bully people in Baltimore. At the same time, if you zoom out for the season, they're 25th on third down. They're average running the football, 15th in yards per carry. Goff is on pace to be sacked more than at any point in his entire career, and they just lost their left guard. So it doesn't feel like yesterday's a one-off. It feels like yesterday is a trend, right? 3 straight weeks where the offense has struggled in the zoomed-out perspective. They got to get this right. There's no more bye week. Deadline's tomorrow. It's now or never. You got to start making your run.
I'll throw something in real quick, too. Too much yesterday, it felt like they were trying to get into the perfect play. And let's see what Minnesota's going to do. Let's kind of bleed the clock. Let's try to make some adjustments late instead of just going out there and dictating the way that you were going to play.
Right.
It felt like you were doing too much based off of, well, if they're going to do this, we got to do this. We got to get to the perfect play. We got to make sure it works. And that's just not how that's not how this team should operate. The times that I think we've seen them at their best offensively has been when they go a little bit up tempo. When they get out of the huddle, they get to the line, boom, quick snap, right? Throw the defense off. Make the defense figure out what you're doing. Let you dictate how you're going to play the game. Yesterday just felt too much of trying to get into that perfect play instead of just sticking with some good plays and taking 5-6 yards and going down the field.
Got Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah, that was a disappointing loss.
Yeah,
because it was a game that was absolutely a winnable game. It's interesting what you're saying about John Morton, and what TJ was saying as well. I kind of got a little bit of a vibe listening to Jared Goff in the postgame presser yesterday. Like he was asked something about the play calling, and his response to it wasn't like a damnation of John Morton, but it was also maybe a little bit of a slight admission, like, yeah, we could call some different stuff. But all that being said, I look at the failures, if you will, of this team offensively throughout the season, and I don't know if it's play calling. I think they got a hodgepodge on the offensive line. I think that's the biggest problem is you don't have Frank Ragnow anymore.
Right.
And the guy, you literally hang another year on Taylor Decker, and look what's happening. And then you're starting a rookie at right guard and effectively a rookie at left guard who's now likely gone for a long time. It just has not gelled together like you want. So I don't think that's necessarily play calling. I think that's personnel.
Well, it kind of busts even a good play design if you don't block it up front, if you don't get everybody accounted for in the blitz game, or if you can't reset the line of scrimmage and run for 4 or 5 yards a carry, you're going to be playing uphill the entire way.
And I wonder how big of an injury it was to Miles Frazier in training camp.
Sure.
That's the other guard that they drafted from LSU. Is supposed to be pretty good, but he's not playing. So we'll talk Lions, I'm sure.
Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump, all of it coming up. It's 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I'm Doug Carson. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Scott, I'm going to warn you. Saturday, I lost my voice. And yesterday, I guess I'm not warning you. I'm warning everybody. Lost my voice. And yesterday, it was kind of coming back. And today, it's still on the mend. But
why'd you lose your voice in Saturday's game?
So it got pretty cold. And I just think there was a lot of talking. There's a lot of talking. I don't know. I didn't respond well to it. So,
Jansen wouldn't let you shut. Is the window open?
Window's open, yeah. We like the window open.
Okay.
Love the window open. But and we went down to tape the TV show after the game, and I literally was like, I don't know if I can talk, and managed to get some water and rally. But anyway, it's a good time for a bye week. I'll just say that. The Wolverines aren't the only people that were hurting Saturday. So I was not good yesterday. And I'm kind of bummed about it. I'm bummed about it for a variety of reasons. But it will delve into everything that went wrong and hope that there was a one-off. You play bad games. Like in the course of a season, you play bad games. The fact is there's a trade deadline tomorrow. And I don't see, when you see what Philly did yesterday and today, you can sense urgency for Detroit to get something done right now, and maybe more than one move. right? That's kind of big picture thinking. But overall, I mean, they lost that game yesterday, I thought, at the line of scrimmage offensively. They had no answers for what Minnesota was doing defensively, and it felt like they didn't, the blocking was substandard, the execution was substandard, the Vikings played a great game defensively. I mean, if you take all the helmets, they were all blank and the uniforms were all blank, and it was just one team in purple and one team in blue, and we knew nothing about it, I would walk away and say that team in purple was better. It's a better football team. That's what it looked like. And that can happen on any given Sunday. Hell, I didn't watch the Carolina-Green Bay game, but Carolina won at Green Bay. So this is the NFL. It's hard to win. You better show up. And if you don't, and they didn't have anything close, they weren't anywhere close to the best version of themselves, and it cost them.
No, there were so many costly mistakes in the game, and Dan Campbell said afterwards it was all facets of the game, and he's right. I mean, he's like, if you want the perfect storm of how to lose a game, we just showed you how to do it. And whether it's the blocked field goal, which obviously was costly because it's 3 points, you had the fumble from Montgomery as he's running towards a first down. That's huge. Countless penalties in the game that were costly. Some were confusing. And it just I don't, you can't sugarcoat it. Just bad offensive line play. And we're used to elite offensive line play.
Yep.
And we haven't seen it this year. And I think we understand why. You got different personnel in there, and that's what's going to happen. But I think the question they have to ask themselves is, at least certainly over the next 24 hours because of the trade deadline, but even moving forward is, okay, what's our plan? What's our realistic long-term plan here? Obviously, Penei Sewell is a guy. He's the guy. I like Tate Ratledge, but now is Tate Ratledge hitting a little bit of a wall here? He left the game for a brief period yesterday, came back in. Mahogany at left guard. I think that's another question you have. And we jokingly use the term throw another year or hang another year on a player, but Taylor Decker is breaking down before our eyes, and it left the game yesterday with a knee injury, and he had just come back from a shoulder. And I think there are real question marks on that offensive line, not just as it pertains to the trade deadline, but as it pertains to the future of this team. And I can recognize they can address the larger scale things in the offseason, but something has to be addressed now very quickly because they're not getting it done. They provided very little protection for Jared Goff, and they did not move that defensive line much at all to open up running lanes at all. I mean, the Lions had a total of they had 65 yards in the ground and averaged 3.3 a carry. Gibbs wasn't getting the job done. Montgomery wasn't getting the job done, and the one carry Montgomery was getting the job done, he coughed it up. And it's really unfortunate because this offense has looked at times, even this season, like it's the best offense in the league. And they just could not get out of their own way yesterday, and it was really frustrating and startling to see coming off a bye week when you have this extra time to work at things. And Jared Goff said, no, I felt great. I thought we had a good week of practice, so that we were ready to go, and clearly they weren't. And that's an issue. Now, it's not to say that Minnesota sucked going into the game, but the Vikings were a 14-win team last year. It's a good football team. The changing quarterback, McCarthy has a skill set that the other quarterbacks they've had in the past do not. And it's not like J.J. McCarthy was outstanding yesterday. He didn't play above himself. He was fine. He was, he made plays when he needed to make plays, and that's really what that.
He made some big time throws.
Yeah,
big time times.
A couple of really good throws, but in the end, he was 14 out of 25 for 143 yards. So, with numbers like that, you wouldn't think somebody's going to beat you. But the problem is, you hand the ball off to that team in plus territory, you're going to find yourself in trouble, and that's it. It's the Lions' mistakes that led to the Vikings be able to capitalize. Now, right off the bat, though, the problem was the Vikings were able to set tempo with Aaron Jones. Running the ball, catching the ball out of the backfield, and then he gets hurt and doesn't play much in the fourth quarter. But Jordan Mason had a couple of nice runs, too. It's very frustrating Obviously, for that team, for the Lions, for sure. But for us as fans, this is what we can do. I can't speak for the team. I'm sure they are. However, us as fans, it's really frustrating to see that kind of a game after the bye week against a team that you thought that you had a pretty good handle on.
I guess I have a weird bye theory. I think you come out of the bye and you either look great or sluggish. And I don't know that there's any in between. And I think it applies to football at all levels. Either you get in the rhythm of the season and you get out of the rhythm and it's hard to get it back, or it takes a while to get it back, or you come out flying. And I don't know why. This is like, it's not, I don't have any data to support this. It's just the way I feel. You're either going to look great out of a bye or sluggish out of a bye. And they didn't look great.
No, and they, in the past, haven't had a problem coming out of the bye week. In the past, have not had a problem with Minnesota at all with that defense. Jared Goff and the offense has flourished against that defense. They couldn't figure out who was coming on blitzes in the game yesterday. And, give credit to the Vikings. They overpowered the Lions' offensive line and got right through to the quarterback, and it was just, as Mickey Redmond likes to say, Katie bar the door. Goff got sacked 5 times. I think he was hit like 10 times. It was he got beat up quite a bit.
All right, Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Let's get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. Our question for you is, what does that loss mean? Is it a one-off? Was it a bad game? It's been a while since they've played a game. You can kind of count on one hand. Like last year, their bad loss was unfortunately in the playoffs. And that doesn't mean they were a heavy favorite, but Washington wasn't bad. Like, they were a good football team. Obviously, they made it to the NFC title game. But that felt like a bad loss to a good team. This feels like a bad loss. The losses to Kansas City and Green Bay came against good football teams. Minnesota was good last year. They have struggled this year. They obviously have had problems with injuries at quarterback. JJ was back yesterday and made some big-time throws, but that doesn't feel like I would put it in the, I didn't panic after Kansas City, didn't panic after Green Bay. Those are good teams. This team, I'm not so sure Minnesota's going to be a good team. They look really good yesterday. Really good yesterday. And if I were a Minnesota fan, I'd be encouraged. But, prior to that, it's been a couple years since it feels like we've had one of these. 248-539-9797. What does this loss mean? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, of all today's football coverage presented by Paramount Plus, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday with CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, let's talk to the people. What does this loss mean? Is this a referendum loss, or is it just a bad game against a team that's getting healthier? Because, I mean, you look around the NFL. Kansas City lost. They lost to Buffalo. Green Bay lost at home to Carolina as a 14-point favorite. A 7-1 Colts team lost at Pittsburgh. And the Lions lost. I mean, you can't just roll out your helmets and say we're going to win. I don't know.
I like it. Roll out the helmets.
Yeah. You can't. You got it. You got to show up still.
It's not easy to win in the NFL. Even when you're one of the best teams in football, you're going to lose games. It's why only 2 teams have gone undefeated through the regular season in the last, 53 years. It's tough. And I think it's a reminder when you look throughout the league that, this is going to happen. All right. But this is our team that we're concerned about. And I think the biggest concern is that if you want to be fair and objective about this for the whole season, this offense has not looked great for the majority of it. I think they've looked really good in a couple of games, maybe even great in a couple. The Bears game was great. But outside of that, they have struggled. They struggled to start the season. We thought, okay, that's just communication problems, not a problem. They proved it the following week when they scored 52 against Chicago. Got it. But then the rest of this, as it's gone on, aside from a big burst run from Jahmyr Gibbs, the running game has been disappointing. And Goff has been incredibly accurate this year. But this team has struggled dramatically on third down. They put themselves in fourth down situations a bunch, and they do convert some of those, which is great. But not converting third down is terrible. And it's because they put themselves in bad positions on third down by not getting yards on first and second down. So this is not the same offense we're looking at. It's got the same weapons, but it's the mix up front. It's not working. Not working as well. I'm not going to say it's a failure because they have won 5 games. They've beaten some good teams doing it. But it's something that has to get fixed, and it's harder to get fixed now because your starting left guard is out for a long time. We don't know if he's going to be able to come back in December or not. That was Dan Campbell, I think, giving us the most optimistic view, but he did not seem like he's out for a while. And then he qualified that and said, looks like maybe the earliest in December. Well, we'll see. You hope for the best with Christian Mahogany, but you have to find the next man up mentality is great. All right, love that mentality. But when you have to put into practice every single week, now maybe that's just the business of the NFL, but it's tough to do. And with this offensive line, 4 of the 5 guys that were starting the game last night or yesterday had to come out of the game for a period of time because of an injury. These guys are banged up. They're beaten up. And is that something that, they were talking at the end of the morning show about John Morton and play calling and stuff like that? Is there a way that they can try to take some of that pressure off? And I'm not sure, how you go about doing that, but it's something they're going to have to look at for sure.
Brian's in Detroit, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Brian?
Fellas, I don't even like the Lions, but I got faith in them, fellas. This is just a bad loss. That's all it is. And, Gator, I'm going to tell you something. I ain't going to even charge you for it.
No.
They're going to lose 3 more times. They're going to lose a few more times. So what? All we concerned about is getting healthy, getting to the playoff, and go from there.
Well,
so
that's
they got
my
time
concern.
to work on it.
My concern is how healthy are they going to be going into the playoffs? Their offensive line is banged up right now, and they just lost one of their starters for a significant period of time. They've got 24 hours to make a deal to bring somebody else in that can help, and hopefully they can do that. And otherwise, it's the same thing we're going with last year.
Gator, do you think they have to make a deal?
Yeah.
To get a couple of people in here?
Yes.
So would you be disappointed if they don't make any deals?
Yes.
In this trade deadline?
Yes, I would be.
Well, I would be too, but I learned from you guys. I'm gonna trust these guys that they know what they're doing.
I mean that's the thing, Brian.
They have no excuses.
That's the fallback, right? I trust in Brad Holmes to get things done. And last year they went out and they traded for Zadarius Smith. It helped, but they obviously injuries just continued to mount after the trade deadline. This is a concern, and yes, I will let Brad cook, but I think Brad needs to fire up the oven.
Right, let him. Let's not go jump off the bridge yet. Let him cook and go from there.
Whoa, careful, Brian. Everything all right?
Oh yeah, somebody the emergency truck going by.
All right, making sure you're all right.
You gotta have faith in them.
Can I circle back? To something, Brian? You started the call saying, I don't even like the Lions, and then you proceeded to talk like somebody who likes the Lions.
What? See, all I like is results, Doug. And I don't care. I don't want to hear the excuses. Because, Doug, last year, I'll give you a prime example. Last year, Doug, when they went in that playoff game against Washington down, and they were favored by 10 by Vegas, when they lost, every fan in the Metro Detroit area told me it was just the injuries. What? They were still favored by 10. Don't tell me about excuses, man. But this is, I know that they have a good GM. I know they have a good coach. But I'm like you, Gator. They can't let this trade deadline pass and don't make no moves. There's no excuse for it.
No, but
we got to have faith in them.
Thank you for the call, Brian. There's a sense of urgency to get something done. And like when you see what Philly did today already.
Which was Jalen Phillips?
Jalen Phillips, yeah.
For a third round pick.
Guess what? Trey Hendrickson's going to cost a first. If Jalen Phillips costs a third, Trey Hendrickson's a first. If Trey Hendrickson's even available, and I feel like at this point, given what happened in Cincinnati yesterday, and given that Trey Hendrickson didn't want to get traded without a new contract, and given that offensive players are bitching about the defense publicly, I think Trey Hendrickson might want out now.
Did he play yesterday? Because I didn't see him on the...
Yeah, I don't know, because he's been dealing with that hip injury.
Because I did not see him on the score sheet.
So if
stat sheet.
I'll take a look, but if he is available, and maybe if he's hurt, you get him for less, but that's a problem if he's hurt. Yeah, he was out.
We'll see.
He was inactive.
Cincinnati does. I mean, you know how I feel about the organization.
That's one of those deals pending physicals, but yeah.
It's a double whammy. They lost and Pittsburgh won. They're further and further away. If they don't trade Trey Hendrickson, it's just malpractice in Cincinnati, but that's, who knows?
I mean, Trey Hendrickson, this injury, who knows how serious it is. Well, so that's an issue.
Looking at the cast of characters in the NFC, I mean, Philadelphia trying to strengthen themselves for the second half of the season here, and they're awfully tough. The Rams are playing incredibly well. Stafford was near flawless yesterday. And then you look at the teams that are also contenders like the Lions, the Packers, who lost yesterday, and then Washington. This is a team that played in the NFC Championship game, and now they've lost their quarterback again to apparently a horrific injury that I haven't seen.
That's coming up later.
You guys are the best. And then I'm just seeing here that Marshawn Lattimore is feared to have a torn ACL.
Luke McCaffrey broke his collarbone. Like they're done.
I mean, that's tough for a team that went to the NFC Championship game last year.
Yeah, you call Washington today if they have anybody you can use. But yeah, there's a sense of urgency to get something done. There's no doubt about it. More of your phone calls and feedback, champ and chump votes as well. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the National Football League. You must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. There's a banner at the top. You click on that and you opt in there, and then when you make your bet, you got to toggle. So make sure you toggle. That's the opt-in. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Stan Campbell talking about the offensive struggles. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Floyd. You're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Floyd.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Great. I had the champ being the Dodgers. Congratulations. I'm from Windsor. Of course, I'm supporting a Canadian team, but congratulations as champ. Chump, I'm going to say Campbell, sorry. I feel he's taking that fourth down try one time too many, and he's not learning from his mistakes. Well, I know you can't blame the whole game on one play, but if they would have went for the 3 points, got the 3 points, that last drive would have been for the tie. That's where they needed to do, and that's where they made their mistake. I just don't think he learns from his mistakes. I think he's looking after his own legacy more than he's looking after the team.
Am I wrong? Did they turn it over on downs yesterday?
No, they did not.
Floyd, they never turned it over on
In fact,
downs.
they scored a touchdown on
fourth down plays.
On a fourth down, and then they actually got them to draw an offside to get a first down on another one. Now with that drive, when the one where they got them to jump offside, what they could have done, I mean, this is hindsight, but which actually it's something Stoney and I were talking about during the game, is I would have kicked the field goal right then and there on fourth down and not try to draw them off because of the time factor. It would have saved 2 minutes, I think at least 2 minutes on the clock had they just gone ahead and kicked the field goal. Because what they did was drew him offside, got the first down, had a few more plays, and ended up kicking the field goal anyway. But they converted their fourth down.
Yeah, they never lost the ball fourth down.
They were 3 for 3 on fourth down yesterday.
And 2 fourth down plays resulted in touchdowns.
Yeah, so
I don't know what to tell you. Gator, my champ of the weekend is the Red Wings. I'm starting to buy in. Last night's game, I've been kind of waiting, but there's some stuff I see I really, really like. They controlled the play. I love Sandine Pellikka, and Dylan Larkin is looking really. I don't know. I like the Wings a lot, and I'm trying to hold off before any declarative statements, but it's starting to look more and more credible all the time.
Yeah, it's going to get better when Patrick Kane comes back too. They're a lot of fun to watch, and my champ is Cam Talbot, the goaltender. Been a rock star in the 2 shootout wins. That I think one was Thursday night and the other one yesterday. 7 saves on 7 attempts. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good job, in particular for a guy who smashed his stick on Thursday night because he thought that there was the goal that he had given up at the end.
Right.
And then they said, no, it's a no goal. The guy was in the crease. Has to use another goalie stick and gets the job done then. Gets the job done last night. I'm all in on what the Red Wings are doing. I love it.
My chump of the weekend is the Lions. I like to get specific about it, but it was all 3 phases. It was offense, defense, and special teams. All 3 phases looked uneven. I will give the Lions my chump.
I'm going to chump the padding at the bottom of the left center field wall at Rogers Center in Toronto. If those of you that watched any of the World Series, and I hope you did because it was amazing. The World Series was fantastic. All 7 games had something compelling to it. But Game 6, it's the 9th inning. They've got a chance, and they hit a ball to left center field, goes over the head of the outfielder, and then unfortunately gets lodged between the bottom of the padding and the playing field. So it's a ground rule double. It cost them a run in the game, and then unfortunately for them, there was a really big base running mishap that ended up getting doubled up to end the game. But Toronto could have won the World Series in Game 6, perhaps if that ball is not lodged and stuck underneath the padding.
248-539-9797. Lou in Birmingham, you're next. Hi, Lou.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I think it was just a bad game, a little rust after a bye, but I think all facets, all 3, right? But special teams, I think, was the big one because you could attribute 17-point swing on 2 plays. The opening kickoff, they got in the scoring range, and then the blocked field goal took 3 away from us, and they got a touchdown from that. So that's 17 points, and we lost by 3.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know, they got Tesla and Jack Campbell playing at special teams, but nobody else, just, special teamers. It seems like they need to bring more guys in. And then I don't know why they don't use speed. Because Jacobs is, it's 20, 30 yards, and I've said this before, but, man, you changed the game on special teams. Back when we had Mel Gray, you throw J-Mo or anybody with speed on our team back there, they're not going to get hurt. It's not like they're running 100 yards to get them. They can't even start running till they catch it. And it's only 20 yards. You just need speed to hit a hole and go, So
Well, there's 2 things. One is, you're a little bit off. The blocked field goal led to a field goal, not a touchdown. But they also did give up a 99-yard kick return. Now, that probably wouldn't have gone 99 yards if not for the hold. That hold wasn't an away from the point of attack hold. It's an interesting theory. In this new kickoff configuration, it isn't run 40 yards downfield and blow somebody up. Should they take a chance and put a J-Mo back there?
Well, weeks ago I said I'd like to see Khalif Raymond returning kicks. Mm-hmm. And they were hesitant to it than they did for a game, and I feel like they took him out of it again, and now they're back to Sione Vaki and Sailors. And I kind of like to see somebody that has speed to go ahead and do it, but are you risking to risk Jamison Williams? I don't think I'd go that far. And that's your number 2 guy, and J-Mo had a decent game yesterday. Had that touchdown was great, and outside of that, he played pretty well. But Khalif Raymond returning kicks, I don't have a problem with that. I don't know if Tesla is that something he's done in his past or not. He's got speed, but is he built to do that better so than the other 2 guys they have doing it? I don't know.
I would imagine that it's not a new thought. I would think that they've thought of it, but It doesn't mean just because you're fast doesn't mean you're good at that.
Right.
At returning kicks.
Craig Reynolds an option. He's been banged up week in, week out. So I don't know. They don't have that guy that you used to see be the guy, and that's been a big part of the Lions special teams.
What does that loss mean? Keith and Dearborn Heights, you're next. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how are you guys?
All right, Keith.
So, first off, we're expecting a stinker or two throughout the season, so I'm going to chalk this up as a stinker. The only thing that concerns me is the injuries. I'm having PTSD in regards to that, and so I hope Brad's busy on the phone today. So there's that. One, Chump, I'm going to go in reverse order. I'm saying the whole organization, all four phases. And then my champ, shout out to you, Doug, because I took my son to the Michigan game for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And the only thing he talked about on the way home is when I called you Douglas, and you turned around and laughed.
Was that you?
And, yeah. And the whole way home, he was like, Dad, that guy was so funny. That guy Doug is hilarious. I can't believe you called him Douglas.
Gator, you're going to love this.
So
Keith.
being a good sport about it.
No, thank you. That was hysterical. So I, after the game, we go down on the field to tape the TV show. And I'm walking along the sidelines, and I hear, hey, Douglas. And I'm like, oh, my God. And I turn around and look, and there's a guy there in the front row, and that was obviously Keith. And I just thought, and Gator loves this. He absolutely loves the Douglas nickname. And so anyway, I thought you would.
Did you think it was me for a second?
What's that?
Did you think it was me for a
Yes.
second?
I was like, I know Gator's not here, but I turned and looked, and yeah, dude with his kid. Keith, thank you. That was hysterical. Douglas.
Well done, Keith.
I knew you would appreciate that. That was going to be an off the air story, but obviously Keith brought it to the air. Let's go to Bill out of Sal. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, that was a rough game. The champ, though, the World Series is the champ. That Game 7 was just spectacular. I mean, I wanted the Blue Jays to win so bad. But I still have the champ the game because that was just a great baseball game.
Yeah.
All teams with bases loaded opportunities. The Blue Jays were literally 1 inch.
Dude.
1 inch away from winning the World Series on a crazy play at the plate.
I was trying to
That
figure
would've been
out
crazy, yeah,
where that ranks. If that would be as painful, because for people who missed it, there was a force at the plate in the bottom of the ninth that would have won the Blue Jays the World Series, and it was so close. It was, I don't know if we've ever had anything like that.
I mean, the catcher Will Smith has his foot on the base,
On the plate.
on the plate, yeah, and the ball's coming into him, and as he goes to catch it, his foot comes off of the plate, and then comes back down, literally an inch before the runner's foot touches the plate. I mean, it was that close. It was just unbelievable that happened that way, and there were obviously missed opportunities, and Kirk grounds into the double play. To end it all. But, I mean, the Dodgers had the same situation, trying to get the run across with bases loaded. It was very compelling baseball. Yeah,
that game had everything.
The Dodgers used all four starting pitchers.
Yeah.
In Game 7. It's what you want to see. It's amazing.
Yeah, and and so the chump, I mean, but I'm just going to specifically chump the offensive line. And it's hard. I know they've got how beat up they are and stuff, but the Lions' offense in general, I would say, I would chump. And what does that loss mean? I think it means 2 words: Kevin Zeitler.
It could. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. There is a sense of urgency to get something done. Period. I don't know. There is a real sense of urgency to get something done. Now, I'm not that worried about it because I think Brad Holmes is the most competent general manager we've ever had. But the question becomes, do teams try and hold him over a barrel a little bit because he is going to be so motivated?
Well, they can try, but there still has to be multiple interest. It has to be interest in multiple teams in order to make that happen. The Zeitler thing is really interesting to me. Because it could create a domino effect that could be really interesting.
We'll get to that coming up. A lot of feedback. We'll read some of your texts. More of your phone calls as well. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door making some really strange noises? Are you not sure what's going on there? Well, here's what you do. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service to come on out, take a look at it. They're going to diagnose the problem and fix it probably right there in the spot because they have expert technicians in the field that have all the equipment necessary right there in their trucks to get the job done. I know this firsthand. I called them years ago when I was having problems with my garage doors. They came out, diagnosed the problem, and fixed it on the spot. I couldn't have been happier. And they even warned me, said, hey, in some years now, you're going to have to get these garage doors fixed, probably in the next 3 to 5 years, and just have them replaced. I'm like, really? Like, yep. So temporary fix, and it worked for me. And then years later, I had to do exactly that, replace those garage doors, and they were amazing. John, Jeff, all the techs that came out and helped me out, they make me very happy because I was able to pick out the perfect garage doors for my house. I'm sure you will too. They offer same-day service. Emergency repairs are available on weekends. They're available at no extra charge. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Nope. It actually did remind me of the playoff game, just in terms of inefficiencies and surprising moments. And Dan Campbell said he was surprised. He was really surprised at how they played. 248-539-9797. Hello, Champ and Chump, writes this unnamed texter. Chump John Morton. As OC, he needs to have that offense working better. Champ JJ for his play in the game yesterday after being off for 5 weeks. Yeah, I'm not ready to come down on John Morton yet, but it wasn't a great game offensively. It's really hard to call plays when you don't block up front. And I do find it interesting that, yeah, you can put a quarterback on the edge a little bit, but you can't put the quarterback on the edge a lot. And if you're not going to block, and you expect to block, you expect to be able to block. But as guys were going down like flies in that game, there were some moments where I'm like, I'm not even sure what plays you can call here, but it is his job. My champ is the first place Detroit Red Wings. Nice shootout win. Chump Lions, bad loss. That's from Adam in Roseville.
So I mentioned, I think that the person that brought up Zeitler's name.
Yeah.
And I heard Will Birchfield bring it up yesterday or last night on Sportsworks as well. I believe he's with Tennessee, and he only signed a 1-year deal. So here's where I think it's interesting if the Lions pick up the phone, and I think they should. 100% I think they should. But the question is, what happens after they do? And if they acquire him, where does he go? Because last year, he was the right guard on this team.
Mm-hmm.
And he forced Glasgow over to left guard.
Mm-hmm.
And they obviously had Ragnow at center. If they were to bring him in, what does that mean for Ratledge? And should it simply mean this? That you move Ratledge to center, move Glasgow to left guard, and have Zeitler playing right guard? I think that's interesting because halfway through the season, if you're going to change your center halfway through the season, let alone your left guard, at least with Glasgow, he's got familiarity playing guard for sure. And, Ratledge is expected to be this team's future center. But is the future now? And is he ready to take over? Can he diagnose enough looking across from him to help call the protections?
I mean, you'd have to consider
you have to acquire Zeitler first, but that's the thing, and that whole familiarity. I think it's interesting. It could be a pretty quick fix to that offensive line, putting players in maybe advantageous positions. Is Glasgow a better left guard than what Mahogany has been this year? And can Tate Ratledge be as good or better at center?
Something to consider, for sure. Kyle is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kyle. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey.
Oh, Kyle. Hold on. Kyle, you're going to have to take us off speaker. We've had some pretty sketchy speaker calls, but that might be the all-timer.
At the very least, I'm going to get next to the speaker.
Kyle's phone is on one side of the warehouse, and Kyle was on the other side.
Kyle's in 248. It's a 313 call.
Tom and Macomb, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up?
Hi, Tom.
So two things I noticed on that Lions game. One was the intensity was just couldn't match what Minnesota brought. So they need to somehow find another gear there. And then secondly, Gibbs, I don't even know if he got 40 yards rushing, but I'm pretty sure he got 0 screen passes. So why?
That's not true at all. And he got 0 yards on screen passes, but they threw to him 3 times. He caught 3 passes on 3 targets for a total of 3 yards.
I think they were all screens.
Yeah. So
I mean, they need to get that guy in space somehow.
Yeah, well, they tried.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it just didn't work yesterday.
Yeah.
They did get him in space. It just didn't work. Minnesota was swarming.
I really think what we've seen, there was a blueprint early in the season where teams are going to stop Jahmyr Gibbs first and foremost. That's what their mantra is defensively. We're going to stop that guy, and he has been limited in several games with his offensive output. 25 yards rushing, it was less than 3 yards per carry for him, and he caught 3 passes for 3 yards. With a long of 6, by the way.
248-539-9797. Mike in Bloomfield, you're on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing, man?
Good,
Great show.
Thank you.
A little frustrated Monday morning.
Sure.
But I just wanted to chime in and put a blame on a couple things. I mean, Number one, Jared Goff's got to do a better job aligning the linemen when they run the same blitz package up the middle. He's got to check out of something and change it. And it was frustrating to see that first half and second half. Second half, they didn't make any adjustments, and it was the same play up the middle blitzing. And then at least maybe, John Morton should bring in a bigger back to pick up the blitz. You got Gibbs there basically falling backwards.
They actually did. In the second half, they had David Montgomery on there quite a bit on passing downs because he is the better blocker.
But Jared Goff, he's a veteran. He's got to check out of these plays when something's coming up the middle. A screen pass, a quick slant, something. But he was just watching the rush come up the middle and getting blown up. And his footwork, I think, has gotten worse in the pocket. He needs to learn how to dance a little bit in the pocket. The minute somebody comes up the middle in his face, that's it. He goes into panic mode. And he just curls up and takes a sack. And I just think that he's got to do a better job checking out of plays and getting better plays for the offense. That's on him. He's a veteran. He's got to do a better job of that. I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
All right. Well, first of all, I would say this: that I don't think they ran the same blitz every time because that just didn't happen. In fact, they talked about it quite a bit after the game of how they disguised the blitz and who was coming. They did a really good job of that. As far as, him changing plays at the line of scrimmage, we can ask him tomorrow about that.
I was about to say, we'll be sure to pass it along.
Yeah. But the footwork part, he didn't have time to do pirouettes and to dodge to the left or lunge to the right. He didn't have time for any of that. And there actually were plays where he did spin around, bought himself an extra half a second. Unfortunately, that half second also allowed for a defender to come in and clean up. But there was one play in particular that was actually quite brilliant where he spun and threw the ball, and I think it was to Montgomery up to the sideline. Montgomery caught it, and he spun right away and ran up the sideline for a first down. But he's not mobile.
I don't have the data in front of me, and I've never kept track of this, but I bet if I kept track of how many times Goff said kill, 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 yesterday was a season high. I'm going to guess he changed the play at the line of scrimmage more than he has all season long. But we can ask him. We can ask him that specific question, and we'll pass along your tips. Let's go to Corey, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Hello, Corey.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're
All
good,
right,
thank you.
That's good. I was calling in. I wanted to do a champ and then for me will go to Jordan Marshall over the weekend. He had an outstanding game for Michigan.
Yep.
My chump definitely have to go to Johnny Morton. And I say that because I feel like he's just not in the flow of the game. I feel like game plans are very important. But another thing that's important is when you see a game plan and then you see that it's not working, you have to adapt and do something different. I feel like he's just not in tune. I feel like Laporta had 3 catches for 66 yards in the first half. He didn't touch the ball again until the third quarter with like 4 minutes left. It's just unacceptable. And I get it. We got a lot of people that, we got to dish the ball to, and it's hard to give everybody the ball. But if it's working, why we going away from it?
Well, Corey, it brings up something that I want to discuss about John Morton. And I think play calling is an art form, and the closer I've gotten to coaches, the more I realize how little I know about play calling and all the different variables. Every once in a while, something bothers me about play calling. And this was one of those moments yesterday. And it's more speculative. It has me asking, did this happen? That really sabotaged the Lions yesterday. And we kind of touched on it last week. I think it might have happened yesterday as it pertains to the play calling. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I want to talk to you about one of the best places in the state to catch a game. If you're not at the game, Twin Peaks. Restaurant experiences have really taken a nosedive lately. Service is really missing the mark, and Twin Peaks is up their game. It starts with their culture. It starts with their cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes extensive training to get on the floor, and once they do, they deliver an experience no guest can live without, from food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you had a bad day. No one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together, sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches that bring all the action that you crave. You got basketball and hockey seasons in session, plus the heart of the pro football and college seasons. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports, too. The Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs and ribs and even the hand-cut New York strips. And don't get me started on the bar outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice cold 29 degrees. They boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. Stop into your nearest lodge tonight for pro football action and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Pistons are back in action tonight, taking on the Grizzlies in Memphis. Chris Villar hosts the pregame show at 7:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tip-off at 8 o'clock. Detroit's 4-2 this season with back-to-back wins over the Magic and Mavericks. The Grizzlies are 3-4 so far. Memphis guard Ja Morant will return tonight after being suspended by the team for one game for detrimental conduct. He served that suspension in the Grizzlies' loss to the Raptors last night. College basketball is also back today as both Michigan Michigan and Michigan State open the season at home tonight. The Spartans tip at 7 o'clock against Colgate before the Wolverines take on Oakland at 8:30. Both teams won Big Ten titles last year as the Spartans won the regular season crown, while Michigan claimed the Big Ten tournament championship. And news out of the baseball world today, the Tigers have hired Alex Smith as the team's new vice president of baseball strategy. Smith spent the last 11 seasons in Chicago with the Cubs in various strategic roles. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Voice is holding up okay, don't you think?
Yeah. And just, keep taking care of it. You got some tea going?
I got a lot of tea today. Yeah, lost it Saturday night and struggled through yesterday, but rallying today. All right, so look, you probably, if you've listened to the show for a long time, I don't get into play calling all that much. We kind of touched on something last week, though, that I wonder if it happened yesterday. I don't like it when you call plays for any other reason than to win the game. And, you call plays based upon what works against a specific defense. That's what I think should be the motivation to call plays. I don't think you call plays because you want to get this guy involved or that guy involved. I think that can be a mistake. And we touched on it last week, and they came out and publicly said they wanted to get J-Mo more involved. I think these things have to happen organically. And when you start doing that, I think you can get yourself in trouble. And it reminds me a little bit of the idea of like you want to open up a business, okay? You want to open up a business and you want to make money. You want to be a successful business. And so what do? You go, it'd be fun to open up a bar. Well, there's like 10 bars on the block, but you decide to open up a bar. And there's a ton of competition. But if you look around town, there's no storage facility. There's nothing fun about opening up a storage facility, but it might be a great business idea in a town with no storage facilities. A bar would be more fun, but you're a business. You're trying to make money. Open up the storage facility. Boring, not sexy, not fun, but it makes money. And I think the Lions perhaps, yesterday went into that game calling plays to get J-Mo more involved. Now, they came out of the gate and they threw to Laporta a bunch right away. So maybe that wasn't the case. But all the talk about getting J-Mo more involved, no, win the game, okay? Win the game. Whatever can work for you against the defense, you throw the ball to the storage facility. You don't open up a bar because it's fun. You don't. There are times in games and opponents where you can work on stuff, but invariably, not invariably, oftentimes that comes back to haunt you. And so the red flag goes up a little bit, and we touched on it last week. Hey, yeah, it'd be nice to get J-Mo involved, but look at their offense. They're not in the business. Offensively, you're in the business of scoring points and winning games. Call plays to win a game. And don't worry about the rest of it. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But when you're scoring, all 11 guys matter. Even if one of them's not catching the football a ton. Oh, you got to take advantage of them. No, you got to win the game. Win the game. So, do I know that happened yesterday? I don't know it. I have my suspicions.
You think that they were forcing the ball to J-Mo?
No, I think they called plays to J-Mo that weren't open, and Goff ate the football a lot.
Gotcha.
Or because I don't think it's not like J-Mo got a ton of targets.
No, he had I think 6 in the game.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they didn't call plays to go to him that were unsuccessful.
Sure. No, I hear you. And when we talked to Jared last week, one of the things when I brought up that his completion percentage to Jameson Williams is significantly less than it is compared to the rest of the team. To J-Mo, I think it was like 57% of the passes he throws to him he completes, where it's like 80-something% for the I think it might be 52 and 82, I think were the percentages. 82% to everybody else. And part of that is because the routes that J-Mo, when he's throwing to him, they're tougher routes. They're deep passes and whatnot. So it's different. And then Jared said, you look at the percentage of where I'm throwing to him, 10 yards away, it's probably a lot higher. And yes, of course it is. So I don't know if they had those plays called, that they tried to ramp up those plays and then they had to check down because it wasn't there. But they could have called anything, and they were going to have to get rid of the ball quickly and throw the check down, because that's just what happened. The defense that they brought in against the Lions, it worked this time. Brian Flores figured it out this time. Now, you could look at it that way and say that Brian Flores figured it out, gave him new wrinkles, or you could say that John Morton just didn't get the job done, and this is a difference because the Lions have been able to handle Minnesota's defense and Brian Flores in particular over the last few games. But I think that it was obvious they threw some different things at them.
Mm-hmm.
They came out and said as much, but it's also just disappointing because they feel like they should be better than that. They didn't protect Jared Goff. He was under duress the whole time. And when he wasn't under duress, he was able to make those plays.
248-539-9797. Tony in the UP. You're at 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. Hey,
What's
listen, one thing that hasn't been pointed out today is Aiden Hutchinson did not have a very good game. If you watched that game yesterday, he dove inside 5 or 6 times and did not maintain rush discipline at all and let J.J. McCarthy roll out to his right. Hey, Doug, you've played a lot of basketball in your day, so don't you make the guy use his opposite hand and this way maybe forcing McCarthy to his left? If you followed that game, McCarthy hurt us with that third down conversion, right-handed rollout, the touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson, right-handed rollout. Aiden did not do a very good job keeping him inside at all. He let him outside 5 to 6 times. I watched the entire game, and I focused on Hutchinson diving inside multiple times.
Tony,
what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, they did let him get out of the pocket. I don't know if that was Aiden's failure or somebody else's failure, because sometimes the pass rush might call for him to go inside and somebody loop around outside. So without knowing the defensive play call, I can't say with certainty, but they did let JJ get out of the pocket too much.
Yeah, I would say this, that I would agree to some extent that I thought that he was hell-bent on getting to the quarterback and didn't have contain. And there were a couple of plays in particular I can remember where, Hutchinson then has to come to a complete stop and go back to his left because the play is now coming on the other side. One of those plays he actually ended up making the tackle, but it was 6 or 7 yards downfield. And yes, there was also the play I saw where Hutchinson looped inside to get a rush, and JJ just simply stepped to his outside, and that other defender either didn't come around to the outside or was being blocked well enough where McCarthy was able to get out there. Interesting when you look at that. Aiden Hutchinson makes such a difference in the game, and he's absolutely a difference maker. He was terrorizing JJ for a good portion of that game. Got called for the kick. I didn't see a replay. I only saw one quick replay on it.
It looked like a weak call, but
but if he tried to kick him, I guess he tried to kick him. I don't think that was the case, but I don't know. It was just a quick glance that I saw, but it cost him 15 yards after the play, and that hurts. You can't have things like that happen. But if it was phantom, then it was phantom.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Your champ and chump votes. Lions lose to Minnesota 27-24. Big picture, what does that loss mean? What does that loss mean? We'll get into trade deadline stuff a little bit later on. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. And because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm. Check them out at autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. You know, sometimes the Lions have made it look so easy that when they struggle, it's like, what the hell, dude? Because how good is their good? Their good is like when they're playing their best, they can look unstoppable. And yesterday they looked very, very mortal. And maybe Jared's right. I mean, better now than in January. Because this was reminiscent. For me, it was reminiscent of the Washington game last year in the playoffs. And that was final. That was a fatal loss to the 2024 season. This is not a fatal loss, but that was a pretty bad one. Pretty bad one. We'll talk with Jared about it tomorrow here on Carson Anderson. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. Got a bunch of those to get caught up on, and we will do so here momentarily. In the meantime, Billy, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Billy.
Yeah, I was wondering what you guys were thinking about that Campbell hit on the 3rd and long.
The roughing the passer?
Yeah, I mean, that seemed like that's a textbook hit. I would teach a kid to hit like that.
Yeah, I thought because it called it for body weight, and I'm so when it happened initially, I'm like, what happened there? It was just a good hit, and then I watched the replay, and it does look like he's got his helmet to the side. I mean, I guess you call it body weight. I don't know. I don't like the call. I think it's a clean hit. I think like you said, it's like textbook. It's how you want somebody to tackle somebody.
And at the end, there was an effort. Now, look, the ref's not looking at it slow motion, but Kang, we were watching it again today, and you made the observation. Go ahead, say it on the air.
Yeah, actually, Campbell, I think, did the best he could to not put all his body weight on JJ, and he actually, you could see his right arm go out to the side, kind of trying to shift any weight he could to the right side. I mean, at that point, he's 240 pounds. Gravity's going to take over at some point here. He can only do what he can do. And he's running full speed. Even Blandino, it's pretty bad. I know Blandino doesn't work for the NFL anymore, but when he's on national TV saying, I don't like this rule, I don't like this call, but that's the way it has to be called.
I just feel that really made a difference in the game. They went down and scored.
It's one play that made a difference for sure, yeah.
Champions, what do you call it, baseball and school is my trump just for not going in. And all 4 of those pitchers went a day later. Thank you.
Yeah, look, Game 7 of the World Series. There might be you're never, ever taking me out of this game. The rest of the playoffs, okay, what happened after the Tigers got eliminated and some of the efforts we saw from some of the pitchers probably didn't do Skubal any favors in the eyes of some Detroit fans because there were a lot of guys that were going longer. It felt like they were willing to go longer. And I'm
you look at pitch
I'm trying to be fair.
Got to look at the pitch
I know.
count.
I'm trying to be fair to Skubal. But when you're talking about a $400 million contract and you're playing a winner-take-all game, that 99 pitches it's not sitting as well with me as it did right afterwards, where I mostly trust A.J. Hinch. I don't know.
I think you got to go into each game log and see, did any of those pitchers start their last inning with 100 pitches? I don't think so. I might be wrong on it. There are obviously you've got a complete game or two during that stretch where guys threw 9 innings, but they also barely threw 100. It's not like they were throwing 130 pitches or 120 pitches.
Let's go to Bob. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I just want to again comment on that roughing the passer call. It's very, very difficult for me to stomach. I want to temperament that by saying the Lions didn't deserve to win the game. You got to give Minnesota credit because they played well defensively. Their lateral pursuit on running backs were great as well. The thing that bothers me about that call is the fact that now players don't know what they can get away with and what they can't. I think it's a bad image for the National Football League. Because it was a clean hit. The officiating has been under scrutiny for 2 years, and this just adds to it. It's very, 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 very frustrating. Roger Goodell has a credibility issue, and the league does because of this.
It's a tough call because they're trying to protect the stars, which fans want to see. That one was really tough because it looked like Campbell could have made it so much worse than he did. I mean, it really did.
I mean, my God, if they're going to apply a weight factor, William the Fridge Perry would have been flagged every time he made contact.
The rule wasn't in place back then.
Well, yeah, but you get my point. And then the other comment I have for you is about Skubal, what you just mentioned. I mean, I said this just after this happened. Give me a pitcher that's going to I can't stand the phrase empty the tank and pitch count. I mean, the L.A. Dodgers just proved it. I mean, to me, in that type of situation with money, it's about the arm, the money, and then the game. That's what pitch count means to me.
Yeah, look, dude, we're not inside their bodies, and I'm a little, like I said, it's not sitting as well with me as it did originally, but like I said, others staying in and doing what happened in the rest of the postseason probably didn't do him any favors in the eyes of the public.
Yeah, but like if I look at Yamamoto, okay, because that's the guy people want to look at. He had his complete game. He threw 103 pitches in that game.
Mm-hmm.
His next game, when he pitched on Friday night in a 3-1 win, he went 6 innings.
Which was on one day's rest? Yeah,
I think if you want to have and I'm open to a discussion on criticizing and being critical of the usage of Skubal. I think the thing I'm most critical of with Skubal is that maybe he needs to change a little bit on how he pitches, because he's such a power pitcher and all he wants to do is strike guys out that it runs up his pitch count. So when you're at 100 pitches at the 7th inning, that he's not going to come out and pitch the 8th. Or if he's at 100 pitches in the 6th inning, he's not going to pitch the 7th inning.
Yeah, be more economical early in games, maybe. Yeah. Al is next on 97.1. Hi, Al.
Hi, Doug and Scott. My champ of the weekend is Colston Loveland of the Chicago Bears. I felt he really showed up and showed out when he caught that beautiful pass from Caleb Williams that led the Bears to the victory over Cincinnati. And my chump of the weekend is Malcolm Bell of Michigan State. I felt that Alessio Milzabjek, Michigan State quarterback, put the Spartans in a position to win the ball game, but Malcolm Bell muddied the waters when he committed that pass interference penalty in overtime. And what should have been a victory for Michigan State just turned into a loss thanks to that egregious mistake, and that's why I think Malcolm Bell is my chump of the weekend.
Wow, I think it's kind of harsh to put it on him for a play in overtime when there was another play prior to that in overtime that was ruled interference. They even announced it as interference, and then they had a discussion, picked up the flag and video evidence. I mean, he's clearly pulling on the guy's shirt. They don't call it. That said, that's not why they lost. They lost because they missed 2 field goals in regulation, one of them a chip shot. They lost because the quarterback, as well as he played, completely underthrew a pass to Nick Marsh on the big gainer down the one sideline that he caught. Should have been a touchdown, but because it was held up and they didn't throw it as far, Nick Marsh had to come back, wait for it, and then they end up not getting any points in that because they missed the short field goal. Nick Marsh also dropped the pass in the end zone. And Nick Marsh, God, I hate to say Nick Marsh's name so many times. Nick Marsh also had the holding call on the run that was a touchdown run. It was probably unnecessary. So I would not say, I don't think it's fair at all to put it on the defensive back for an interference call in overtime.
But Bell.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Look, losses usually have a number of culprits. I was cracking up because the Colston Loveland play. And for people who missed it, the Bears, a miracle comeback by Cincinnati. They take a 1-point lead. And no, it was more than 1-point lead. They took a lead and then, wasn't a 1-point lead, but it doesn't matter. They had a lead. Chicago had the ball back. They looked like they were running out of time. They completed pass to Colston Loveland. Weren't even sure they're going to be able to spike it, but he broke a tackle and got in the clear and scored the game-winning touchdown. And you always go, how does that impact us? Maybe, just maybe, that would be the touchdown that compels Cincinnati to sell. Because that locker room, there's plenty of video of offensive players complaining about defense. Maybe they'll just pull the plug on the season, have a clearinghouse sale. Could be Trey Hendrickson. We're going to find out if he's healthy or not. But I would imagine that Cincinnati, if you were looking for a loss that might compel a team that said we're not selling to sell, that might be the exact kind of loss that would compel a team that didn't want to sell to sell.
Should.
Let's talk more about the trade deadline because it is the next big story, and we haven't touched on it much. We will get to that today at 11:35 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1.
Oh, they need to fill in.
That's who they have right now. Okay. A lot of talk about Kevin Zeitler, that the Lions should reach out and try and get a guy who would probably, it's like riding a bike, right? Get back into this offense. It's not that much different than a year ago. That would make some sense. Birchie had something really interesting yesterday on TV in post-game coverage. Let me see if I can find it here. It was, okay. Since 2002, only 7 offensive linemen have been traded in October and November. They don't get traded a lot at this time of year. Now, it did happen last year with Cam Robinson going from Jacksonville to Minnesota. Minnesota had a tackle that got hurt. They went out and got Cam Robinson. But the Lions, I'm not sure they don't need an interior offensive lineman. I'm not sure they don't need a tackle. I'm not sure they don't need. You know what I wouldn't get right now, actually? Terrion Arnold, thank you. Because Terrion Arnold played well.
He played really well last night.
And maybe that cuts down the sense. Or if you got to roll the dice and say we can't address everything, perhaps you don't need to address corner now. And you might say, oh, one game doesn't do it. I agree, one game doesn't do it. But you can't go out and trade for like 6 guys. And if they can get Trey Hendrickson now, given where Cincinnati is, I believed him when they said he's not available. Yesterday was a devastating loss that reverberates into that locker room afterwards. Trey Hendrickson might want the F out, contract be damned.
He should want out, and they should trade him to get something for him, because if you're not, you're just the worst organization in football. This is an obvious move that they have to make, is trade him. Doesn't have to be the Lions. Trade him whatever the best offer is that comes in. But, yeah, it's not like you make 3 trades at the trade deadline. They do have needs. They, without question, have needs. I'm really intrigued by the possibility if you were to go call Tennessee and get Zeitler, because of the familiarity he has with this team, because he played here last year. And you'd have to do some moving around, I think, because you'd put him at right guard, and that moves Tate Ratledge where? Probably to center, because then Glasgow can go to left guard while Mahogany is out, maybe for the season. We'll see what the results are later this week. But it's a domino effect in what can happen. As far as left tackle with Decker, and it feels like he's going to be dealing with a lot of things for the rest of the season. Left the game yesterday briefly with a knee injury, came back to play. But he's got a knee, he's got a shoulder, he's breaking down. I think that's an area where, okay, you've got Skipper's, he can play left tackle. They've got some other guys that can work there. But I think they absolutely, positively have to add an offensive lineman, and probably an interior one.
Do you know who might be available that is a player that has played tackle and guard? Is Evan Neal from the Giants. And I think there's talk that he might get traded. Evan Neal from the Giants is a tackle that's converted to guard. Now, is his best days behind him? Maybe. But it doesn't mean he can't help this team right here, right now.
With the secondary, and yes, I was very encouraged by Terrion Arnold, and you and I are both Terrion Arnold fans. We think he's got a lot left in the tank to become a better player and continue to improve, and I thought he played very well yesterday. My concern continues to be that they rack up injuries. Amik Robertson had to leave the game yesterday briefly. Terrion Arnold had to leave the game yesterday briefly. I think they had one of the safeties had not named Brian Branch had to leave the game briefly and come back. So they still have issues back there. But, you know, there's only so many draft picks you have to offer up in trade to acquire players.
Yeah, but
which is really the only way they're going to be able to get players.
Remember last week we were talking about they were stopping the bleeding last year at the trade deadline. Now we're back in the stop the bleeding phase. I also think you call Washington today. They lose Jaden Daniels, they lose Marshawn Lattimore, and they lose Luke McCaffrey. Maybe all 3 for the season. I think you absolutely, they might shift gears. They didn't need another loss. They're 3-6 now, right? They didn't need another loss, and they didn't need to lose players. That might have ended all hope in Washington.
Could have.
248-539-9797. Tony is next on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Tony?
Yeah, my trade wish is we give Tampa Bay a first-round pick and trade straight up for Baker Mayfield.
Really?
Why is Tampa giving up on the season?
Yeah, well, that's a wish.
Why do you want Baker Mayfield? The Lions have a quarterback.
I believe Sean McVay is smarter than both you guys. That's why. The last time I called in, Gator said he asked me if I played offensive lineman. I'll line up against Gator any time of the day. I'm 66 years old, and I'll go around him like Hutchinson.
What does that have to do with anything?
Bring it.
Because because Gator talks like he knows what he's doing all the time. That's
wait, hold
I
on.
just
hold
defend
on.
my opinions. I think it's ridiculous to think of trading away your quarterback for another team's quarterback. I know it's a wish, and you want to have a funny moment here, and it's your way of really kind of clowning on Jared Goff. You don't like Jared Goff, just say you don't like Jared Goff. You don't think he's the guy, and it's clear that you don't, and you think it's because he's immobile.
Is that it? Is that why you don't like him?
He doesn't have any heart.
He doesn't have any heart?
He doesn't have heart? Tony, hold on. Let me just back up. Sean McVay, you think Sean McVay traded him because he's immobile or because he doesn't have any heart?
Both.
Okay. Who
He
did
wasn't
Sean
tough enough.
McVay,
He said
what
it.
mobile quarterback did Sean McVay take to the Super Bowl? Who did he win a Super Bowl with?
You don't think Stafford's more mobile?
Oh, he is, but he's not a mobile quarterback.
He's more mobile than Goff. I mean, Goff is Goff is maybe more mobile than one or two quarterbacks in the National Football League.
Mayfield.
Okay, well, they're not going to trade.
Mayfield's got an arm, and he's mobile.
Yeah,
I know it's a wish.
No, it's
I get
crazy.
it. The last time I called in about Man-Out, telling you that he was running around like he's got cement buckets in there, Gator asked me if I ever played the position.
It's curiosity.
I don't know why you guys think you're smarter than Sean McVay or
We
me.
don't. I don't.
Did Sean McVay
Okay.
draft Manu? You're the best, Tony. Thanks.
Do I think Sean McVay knows more about football than me? By a factor of 1,000, of course.
Why do I have to play offensive line against a 66-year-old?
I don't know.
Why do I got to do pass protection?
Yeah,
drills?
aren't you a defensive lineman anyway?
Who's a defensive line?
So Tony lines up and you try and get around.
Do I
him.
think I can get past Tony? Yeah, I do.
There's only one way to settle this. There really is, guys. Evan set it up.
Yeah. AI is wonderful.
By the way, what about Dan Campbell? Is he dumb?
Right.
So you guys are dumb. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
But what
Dan
about Dan
Campbell-
Campbell and Brad Holmes?
Yeah.
So this team
they're
went to
dumb. They're dumb.
NFC Championship game and then back to the playoffs the following year with this quarterback.
And Sean McVay took an immobile quarterback to the Super Bowl. Is he more mobile? Yeah, maybe a little.
So,
but he's not a mobile quarterback.
Yeah, look, I like Baker Mayfield's heart that he plays with. If you want to say if that's his comparison and why he thinks that Goff doesn't have heart because it looks like that Baker does. Okay, fair enough. Whatever. I don't really care about that. But comparing the two quarterbacks, it's night and day difference when you look at what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are. And if you want to split hairs and say this guy's definitely better than the other guy, okay, I like Goff. I'd rather have Goff than Mayfield. I think largely because I like Goff's accuracy. I think Goff is a better quarterback between the ears than what Baker is. But there's no question Baker can make plays that Goff cannot. I'm just trying to de-escalate the situation.
Well,
with
how
with
are we
calling
how are we
Tony.
measuring Goff's what is he using to say Goff doesn't have heart?
That you can point to Baker Mayfield and say, well, that's a guy who puts his head down and tries to get the extra yard.
Okay. Who good luck making it through the season. Like I get that he's healthy now. He's taken a lot of hits.
He has taken a lot of hits, but that's why people like him because he keeps bouncing back and keeps playing.
I get it.
Yeah.
There's something applaudable about the way he plays the position.
He also
But
throws
ju-
some
but I'll give you an
wildly
example.
inaccurate passes.
Watching the game yesterday, Kansas City and Buffalo, they pointed out they had a Jared Allen run, and they were like, that's only his fifth designed run of the season because they've had to gear him down because they know you can't play quarterback that way and survive. But thank you, Tony. 248-539-9797. Open lines. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. More of your champ and chump votes. 97.1. So a couple things here, and that's obviously Jared Goff. One is Josh Allen, not Jared Allen. I said Jared Allen. Josh Allen's the quarterback. They've cut back on runs because they're worried about him long term. And before Mandelbaum called there, has anybody ever questioned the heart of Jared Goff in Detroit? Is that really, like, this isn't a topic we've been missing, is it? Should we be talking about that more? Or is that just one of the most absurd things ever?
I'm going to start questioning Gator's heart if he doesn't challenge Tony back and accept his challenge, of one-on-one.
I thought I did accept the challenge.
You did. You said it. You said bring it, didn't
I said
you?
bring it right when he said it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay. Mandelbaum.
Goff's hearts never should be questioned. It's ridiculous. I mean, he wanted to trade for Baker Mayfield. By the way, didn't Sean McVay give up on Baker as well?
Yes, which was a point that was brought up by somebody on Twitch, which I thought was brilliant.
Wait. Tony, who wants a quarterback with heart and is mobile, Sean McVay knew with Goff, but he didn't know with Baker, who played for Sean McVay, and he got rid of him. Is that the point you're making? Is that the point that they were making on Twitch?
Yeah. I want to give credit to who said it, but I can't find ESTX Killa. You guys really should have hit him with the question, then why did McVay not keep Baker? It's a brilliant observation.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whatever.
248-539-9797.
What do they say in Texas? Hook 'em.
Hook 'em, yeah. Or bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Or is that a SEC thing?
That's just a South thing, yeah.
Larry is next. What's up, Larry?
Hey, great show, fellas. Listen every day.
Thank you for calling.
I want to start with my champ and chump. My champ is the Red Wings coach. They got him playing disciplined hockey. I really like how they're playing. The chump is the not ready to play Lions yesterday. You know, I'm the guy that called that said they're going to be 9-8 and make it to the Super Bowl. They're right on schedule.
You know, it's interesting because I bet I went back and I was actually looking at preseason predictions today. Very few people had them with fewer than 3 losses, but there were some. You got to lose games to get to 4 or 5 or 6 losses, as many people had. So this is kind of what most expected. This was going to be a tougher schedule. Now, I don't think Minnesota at home was a game they expected them to lose, but they probably didn't expect them to win at Baltimore or win at Cincinnati either.
Right, and also. How mobile was Brady and Peyton Manning going back to the gentleman that called? You don't necessarily have to be a mobile, make plays quarterback. It's all about the unit, the cohesiveness. They just got plain out whooped.
Look,
I'm going to hang up and let listen.
Different guys play different ways, and
there's more than one way to get there.
And I'm not going to continue to rip on Baker Mayfield because there's no point in doing
No,
it.
we like Baker. Baker's a great story.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there's different ways you can get to the finish line. In fact,
he had to get away from Sean McVay to become a better quarterback.
I would think any organization would be foolish to think there's only one way to win in this league. And I would highly bet that Sean McVay doesn't feel that there's only one way to win. Now, if you prefer something, that's fine.
Now, if you came away from yesterday's game thinking that Jared Goff was the problem, I'd have to ask you which game you were watching.
It'd be down the list of things I thought were a problem. Jared didn't have his best game. I mean, we'll talk to him about it tomorrow and see what he thinks he could have done better. I give Minnesota a ton of credit. They played exceptionally good. But, I mean, athletes aren't chess pieces. They move. They have different weeks. They look different. They play differently, right? Paul's in Chesterfield, and he's next. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, thank you.
All right. Well, I'm sorry to sound so loud right now, but my voice is kind of trashed from yesterday because I was at the game. But that guy that just called, that guy that just called, I can't believe he even said what he said. How can you give up, first of all, how can you give up a first-round draft pick for Baker Mayfield when he's already playing with another team, okay? I mean, that kind of stuff just doesn't happen. And why give up on Jared Goff when it wasn't his fault to begin with? He had no time to set up yesterday. No time. I mean, taking 2 steps back from where he hike the ball from, and he's running for his life, for crying out loud. I mean, they were in the backfield that fast. So you can't be blaming him for not being able to set up and be able to throw downfield to anybody yesterday. It was the offensive line, okay? That's the issue. That's what they need to concentrate on. Like I've said before, and I'll say it again, I've been telling everybody the same thing. Battles were won and lost in the trenches, and if you don't have the right guys there, you're not going to win. That's the bottom line. You've got to be able to protect your guys, Jared Goff, and your running backs. If you don't have that, you're not going to win. That's as simple as that. I don't know how much more simple I could make it.
So, Paul, it's an organization that the pieces have fit together very nicely, and it's not so different than anybody else in their line of work. One of the things that has helped this show is that Gator and I are very different, right? And I lean on him for certain things, and he leans on me for certain things. And in your office, Paul, I bet it's that way. And in the Lions' office, for Jared Goff to be his best, he leans on an offensive line that can give him time. There are other quarterbacks that on a day where the offensive line probably had one of their worst games of the year, there are other quarterbacks that might have done better than Jared Goff did yesterday because they have more mobility. But the formula has worked here for several years. And if one of those things is off, then they don't get as much production in their workday. And
that's where Brad Holmes really needs to take a look at what's going on here. Okay, now I know he said before that we're good. Okay, you can say that only so many times. Something needs to be done.
Well, it was Dan Campbell that said we're good, and it was about the edge rusher. I don't think Brad Holmes has ever said it, at least publicly. I will tell you this, Paul, there's a sense of urgency to get something done right now.
They really need to, because I really don't want to see the team go back to where they were, okay? And I'm not going to I just don't. I don't think anybody does that loves the Lions the way I do. And it was really disappointing to see what happened yesterday. But, as far as that goes, what are you going to do? Now you have to rely on them going out and finding people that they can plug in to do the same kind of work that these guys that have been there for a while now. So I'm hoping that things just work out the way they want it to.
Paul, thank you for the phone call. There's a lot that needs to get addressed now. It suddenly feels, and look, yesterday didn't help as far as losing Christian Mahogany. Campbell said it might be late December. Sounds like it's early to even know, but it doesn't sound like it's for sure a season ender. It will look like
no, not for sure season ending, but I mean his initial response to the presser yesterday, it was not good. He even said it's not good. He could be out for a while.
Yep. Let's go to Nate on a cell. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing?
We're good, thank you.
Good. What I wanted to ask you, what the guy just got off the phone was talking about the offensive line, the retirement. I forget the guy's name.
Frank Ragnow.
Yeah. I wasn't able to really watch the game yesterday because I had cable problems in my area. But some of the games that I have watched, the pressure on Jared Goff has been coming up the middle with that center position. Do y'all think that the decrease in the center position could be the big problem that the offensive line is having?
Well, I think without question, when you go from arguably the best center in the National Football League and Frank Ragnow, and then he retires and then you go to Graham Glasgow, I think there's definitely a change there. I mean, he's not as good. It's not. I don't mean this. It's not to slam Graham Glasgow, but you're talking about comparing him to the best, and it's kind of unfair, but it is what the Lions have. I think what's interesting is to see if they're going to change anything up moving forward, because it sure sounds like they were talking about Tate Ratledge being the future center of this team.
Mm-hmm.
So I would ask, is the future now? And I only say that because of the possibility of them going out and getting another interior lineman like a Kevin Zeitler. And if they get Zeitler and bring him back to this team where he played from last year he played at right guard. Well, that's where Ratledge plays. Well, last year, Graham Glasgow played left guard. So would you simply do that and then slide Ratledge back over to center? I think it's a possibility.
They might. And there's a lot to consider. And I would imagine that it's a busy day down at Allen Park. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in Champ Jalen Duren for having his third 20-point-plus game of the year, including a career-high 33 in Mexico City. He had 4 all of last year. Chump, the Dodgers, just because I can't stand teams who can buy any player they want. Brian and Dexter. Mike and Charlotte, Champ, the World Series, particularly Yamamoto. That guy can pitch. Chump, John Smith, he let Childs down when he needs to look in the mirror and take himself and the OC and start walking. Champ, Troy Weaver, this young core is his guys. Got to give him credit while drafting and give him credit to his drafting and his wiping of the books. Chump, the Lions offensive line, that was bad. Chump, the interior offensive line and special teams. 2 of Minnesota's scoring plays were a result of short fields given by special teams. Champ, Terrion Arnold. My champ is Yamamoto. What an amazing effort all series. Chump, the officials in the Michigan State-Minnesota game. WTF was that? Next one here. What is it with letting a rookie quarterback beat us at home? JJ is essentially a rookie, and Jaden Daniels was last year. To me, that speaks to poor scheming, preparation, and lack of adjustments more than personnel. We'll get to more of your champ and chump calls, more of your trade calls, and answering the question, what does yesterday mean? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Pistons taking on the Grizzlies on the road tonight. Pre-game coverage right here on the ticket starts at 7:35. Tip-off at 8 o'clock. Tobias Harris is listed as questionable with a right ankle sprain. Both Marcus Sasser with a hip and Jaden Ivey with a knee are still out. College basketball's back as both Michigan and Michigan State tip off their new season tonight. Colgate is in East Lansing to take on the Spartans at 7 o'clock. Michigan State is coming off an Elite Eight appearance and 11th Big Ten regular season crown under Tom Izzo last year. Meanwhile, Michigan is preseason ranked number 7 in the country, while UAB transfer big man Yaxel Lendeborg appears poised for a big year as he was named a preseason All-American by numerous media outlets this year. The Wolverines host Oakland at 8:30 tonight. The National Baseball Hall of Fame announced its contemporary baseball era player ballot for the class of 2026 today. Former Tiger Gary Sheffield made the ballot along with 7 others, including Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Carlos Delgado, and more. A notable Tiger was left off the list once again. That is Lou Whitaker. Voting results will be announced on December 7th. And World Series Game 7 preliminary viewership numbers are out. According to Nielsen, over 25 million people tuned in to watch what some are calling the greatest Game 7 ever in a World Series, as the Dodgers won back-to-back titles with a 5-4 win over the Blue Jays in 11 innings. The final results come out tomorrow. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Really was a incredible World Series and an unbelievable Game 7. And the inspirational story of that spunky group from L.A., the underdogs that just wouldn't quit.
Yeah.
A team that really, a group of misfits, and they managed to come together. I got that little engine that could.
It's really amazing. That
the stories we will tell years from now about the inspirational Dodgers.
It was tough, but we came through. The Dodgers.
Oh, I see. He's wearing his Dodger hat.
It took you long enough, but yeah.
Yeah.
Been wearing it all morning.
Yeah, I don't think you should be public with that personally. That's why I didn't reference it, but you are public now.
I mean, for instance, it's not a blue Dodger hat.
No, it's not, and I'm a Padre fan, so what difference does it make? But at the end of the day, that spunky group, we'll tell our kids stories about this when they're feeling down and out. Remember the Dodgers could do it. Remember that whoever thought the Dodgers were going to win this World Series?
Who thought that? It sucks. And who thought this, that Alex Bregman would check out of his contract after 1 year and enter free agency again? Who?
Yeah.
Who saw that coming?
Let's get back to your open line calls. Monday, mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in, and they are flying in today. And look, I mean, Dan Campbell said at one point yesterday, I'm not in panic mode. And I don't know whoever calls up and says, guys, I'm in panic mode. But, there's reasons to be concerned, and there's things that need to get addressed. I got to start maybe paying attention to this and see if I can document it. Gator, I feel like you come back from a bye, and there's no sort of average return. You either come back and you look fantastic, or you look terrible. I don't see that there's a lot of the teams that come out of buys just have their same old normal everyday, the same old normal everyday performance. I think sometimes you just come out flying, and I think yesterday there was a very uneven performance. And it almost encourages me that it was all 3 phases, like they all look sloppy. That might sound weird, but to me, it's like it tells me something was fundamentally wrong. Now, did they read their own press clippings, or did they, lean into the bye week a little too much? I don't know. I have no idea. I just think it was one of those performances, and they met up against a team that was was the best version of themselves on that day.
Yeah, I mean, the Lions made a handful of mistakes in the game that were all costly in their own ways, whether it's a blocked field goal attempt that gets returned all the way down the field the way it did. The Vikings had some short fields to work with, and they took advantage of that. A fumble at a really inopportune time when Montgomery's running towards a first down and going to get there, and ball gets knocked out of his hand.
I don't expect them to fumble.
No, and that's another short field. You had some strange penalties that were called that were really costly, whether it's Jack Campbell with the body weight on the quarterback, or Aiden Hutchinson with his flailing foot that was ruled a kicking attempt or whatever, a tripping attempt. They called it a personal foul. And look, he'll get fined for it too, by the way, because the NFL fines that play. There were a bunch of mistakes. And I think the biggest mistake, it happens in the line of scrimmage. It's the offensive line and the defensive line. Defensive line could not stop the run early. Aaron Jones was a problem in the first half. It was like, wow, they can't stop Aaron Jones. Whether he's running with the football or catching it out of the backfield, they set up some beautiful screen passes. And the offensive line for the Lions could not get the job done to stop the pressure from coming after Jared Goff. They blitzed a ton, and they came from all angles, but mostly they were coming up the middle, and it was done like that. It was quick. And then they couldn't get the ground game going at all. They ran for 3 yards a carry, 3.3 a carry. I think the teams have the Lions gotten stale offensively, where teams are starting to figure things out here, that they're going to stop Jahmyr Gibbs, and that's the number one thing you have to stop? Maybe.
I mean, and that if that's the case, then it's balls in your court.
Yeah, adjustment time.
Dan
and
Campbell
I think
and John
they'll
Morton.
relish that opportunity to change and be a different team next time.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Nick in Canton. You're next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Okay, so I have 3 really quick points. 1, whatever happened to Miles Frazier? 2,
He got hurt. I can help you out here. We'll let you talk. He got hurt, I believe, in training camp or right before training camp, and been out ever since. I don't think that they expect him back. I don't think that's the case.
But he was a 6th-round pick offensive guard that slipped in the draft that might be a real find, but he won't be this year, it looks like.
Okay, well, that's a bummer to hear. 2, it doesn't bother me that the 2 worst games the Lions have had this year have been against division opponents. And the Packers, the Vikings, if there's 2 teams that are going to know us the best, it's going to be them. So the fact that the Vikings loaded up on interior defensive linemen, it goes to show you that if you pressure up the middle, that's a weakness. And you stop the running game. So that's 2. And then 3, I think the Lions jumped the gun by getting rid of Tim Patrick. I really think one of the problems with the offense, you don't have a reliable number 3 wide receiver. There's nobody, because yesterday Amon-Ra was smothered for most of the game. J-Mo's J-Mo. He's a big play threat, but he's not going to get you first down plays like St. Brown. Who's the 3rd guy? I think they thought Tesla would be more a part of the offense than he is. I think that's the problem.
I don't think lack of weapons is a problem. Sam Laporte is a big part of this offense. The running backs are a big part of the offense. Khalif Raymond is thrown in the mix as well. It's interesting that Isaac Tesla, as the season has gone on, not really used. He only had 3 snaps in yesterday's game.
At least one was because of injury to Amon-Ra.
Yeah. But I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I don't think Jared Goff is lacking guys to throw to. I think in yesterday's game in particular, Jared Goff lacked time to throw to anybody.
And I'm not really in a rush here, but Amon-Ra did drop another catchable ball yesterday.
Yeah.
And I expect him to catch anything that he can and can't touch. That's the kind of reputation. If it looks uncatchable, I still think he's going to catch it.
He had the one a couple weeks ago that was wildly uncharacteristic.
That was a 4th down.
Yeah. Did he just him?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
Say it ain't so.
So I'm not in a rush here to crucify the man. I think I still want them to throw to him on key downs. I still think he's going to get open. This feels like, but I'd like to think he's had his last drop of the season. That's what I'd like to think. Who do we got next here? John and Howell. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, how are you? I'm going to be brief, but here's what I would think, and I'd like to approach Roger Goodell with it. These bye weeks, they should have 1 bye week for the entire league and have 2 games overseas. This way, because the Lions came back from this bye week and didn't look good. If that happens next year where they get a bye week, if I'm the Lions, find a scrimmage with another team with a bye week and keep your momentum going. Sports is a many, many momentum situations. We all know that. But if everybody had an equal week off, that would save a lot of questions. Some teams get the 2nd, 3rd week off, and then others get them just before the playoffs. Make it 1, have a couple games on the weekend, and then those teams that play on that Sunday overseas, wherever they want to play, they get the next week off. That's just my take, because I think the Lions lost momentum. I don't think they lost anything, but just they were playing good. They were practicing good. They get a week off. They're home with their wives, their children, their girlfriends. They're bowling. They're doing golf, whatever they want to do. Just next year, get a scrimmage with one of the other bye week teams, or everybody has the same week off but 2 games. That's just my take.
Yeah, I think your take is one thing that will never happen, which is the NFL give up a weekend of television revenue. And the other is, I'm not even sure it's in the rules that you're allowed to scrimmage with another team on your bye week. I'm pretty sure it's against a collective bargaining agreement.
Probably not. And the bye weeks happen from week 5 through week 14. So it's not after a couple games, after 5 games. Or 4 games, I guess.
Now, did they lose some momentum because of it? Well, we'll only know that if they basically unravel from here. I do think some teams come out of the bye week flying and others look sluggish.
I would say this. It has not been a problem for this team in the last couple of
It
years.
hasn't been. Gator, we have an update on Trey Hendrickson.
Do we?
Oh. We will get to that coming up today at 12:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, are you looking at your garage doors and thinking, my God, these things look terrible. They're hanging on and they're just barely making it right now, and you're not sure what to do? Let me help you out. Call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, and they can help you put up the most beautiful garage doors that are perfect for your home. I know this firsthand. I did this several years ago. I called them up. They came out, walked me through the entire process. John and Jeff showed me all the options. I couldn't have been happier, and got them installed very quickly, and they look great. And for you, in some cases, they can install brand new garage doors in as little as 24 hours because they've got a warehouse chock full of brand new garage doors just waiting to be installed. So this could work to your benefit. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com and get it done that way. That way you can actually schedule an appointment at a time that works for you. All calls are answered 24/7 by a live person. They offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
as poorly as they played, I mean, and they had a bunch of 3-and-outs. The last two possessions of the first half, 3-and-out. The first 2 possessions of the second half, 3-and-out. They had a 5th 3-and-out added in. The blocked field goal led to a field goal for Minnesota. The uncharacteristic David Montgomery fumble led to a touchdown. I mean, that right there is 13-point swing. Detroit didn't get the 3, and they set up Minnesota with short fields for 10 points. You know, you don't know what happens if Montgomery doesn't fumble that football. But there's no question it set him up with a short field. The special teams, the opening kick, giving Minnesota the ball in plus territory. Like, there are things that were really off the charts uncharacteristic that contributed to yesterday's loss that I wouldn't predict that they're going to do again based upon their track record. Now, if they're going to play like that the rest of the way, they got big problems. Diana Rossini has tweeted out at this hour, league sources say the Bengals are still asking for a first-round pick in any deal for Trey Hendrickson at this time.
Still or not? I mean,
okay. When I hear that, I'm like, what do you mean still?
Yeah.
Because Diana Rossini, you've been reporting, and so has everybody, the Bengals aren't trading him. So I don't know where still is coming from. But she goes on to write, the trade deadline arrives in just over 28 hours, and teams are continuing to call Cincinnati about a number of players. For now, prices remain high. I mean, the fact that it's a first-round pick is not surprising. Jalen Phillips just went for a 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
To Philly. Now, Philly sat out last year's trade deadline, won the Super Bowl. This year, they're being more aggressive. They traded for Jalen Phillips, an edge rusher, for a 3rd, which I thought was a high price. But if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, sometimes you pay that high price. They traded for a nickel corner and Michael Carter III, for John Mechie and a 6th-round, 7th-round pick swap, which is nothing. And they traded for Jair Alexander, who's been a healthy scratch in Baltimore. So they're trying some stuff. I think Detroit, I'm not mad about what Philly did. I will be disappointed if they don't do something now.
Well, I think it's interesting because one of the teams that was rumored to be in on the, to be rumored to be interested anyway in Trey Hendrickson was Washington. Mm-hmm. And now that Washington has suffered the injuries they have suffered this past week, and with the record down to 3-6, I don't think it would behoove Washington to make a move. So is the market getting thinner for the edge rusher in Trey Hendrickson? Eagles just got their guys. The Eagles aren't going to go after him. So does that just make it easier for the Lions to go ahead and acquire him if they wanted to?
Maybe.
The Lions wouldn't have to give up the same to, say, get a Carl Granderson or a Cam Jordan from New Orleans, who the staff is familiar with. So you could see doing that, but it would seem that if Trey Hendrickson's available for a first-round pick and the Lions offer that first-round pick and they don't get him, or if they don't even offer a first-round pick, is that a miss? As I stand here today, or sit in this seat today, the number one priority is not a defensive end edge rusher. I'm not saying I wouldn't go for Trey Hendrickson. I'm just saying need to explore the market to get an interior offensive lineman or an offensive lineman that has the ability to play, tackle or guard, whatever. Need a versatile offensive lineman or somebody who's just a flat-out upgrade, because right now the Lions are hurting an offensive line. Christian Mahogany is out for a long time. Might be out for the season. We don't know. It's at least probably till December at the earliest that he can come back, and that's, I think, wishful thinking based on what Dan Campbell had to say yesterday after the game. You know that Taylor Decker is just banged up and added more injuries to it yesterday with a knee that he had to come out of the game with. They could use some help on the offensive line. I don't know what it would take to get Zeitler or one of these other offensive linemen that might be available. I can't imagine Neal. It's what's that?
Evan Neal, the tackle guard.
I can't imagine it's anything higher than a 4th-round pick to acquire something like that. So would that stop them from making 2 moves?
No.
I don't think it would. We keep waiting for the moment where does Brad Holmes F them picks and just go for it and do something?
He might.
Now, when the Rams would F them picks and do it and go for something, it was for a player that had more than 1 year. It wasn't a rental player. So this might be a little bit different territory, but the market might be shifting for Trey Hendrickson too. It might be shrinking. And maybe it isn't a first-round pick that you have to give up, but we'll see.
Let's get back to your calls. Mario, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mario?
What up, boys? I hope you guys have an amazing day. I have my champ and chump, and I want to start with the chump, if you don't mind, so we can end on a positive note.
Okay.
My chump are the Detroit fans. I mean, guys, you know better than anyone. Man, they come out of their holes when the Lions lose, and all of a sudden, it's Jared Goff needs to go, Dan Campbell needs to go, Johnny Morton, blah 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 blah, and it's like, my gosh, now I start to understand why people, the people in organizations tell their players not to look at the social media. I mean, it is. I mean, you guys get it, the phone calls and everything and the doom and gloom, but. I mean, the Lions weren't the only team that played like crap yesterday. I mean, there were, the Packers and the Colts also played not so well.
Well, the Packers were a bigger favorite and lost to a worse team, and they're the primary team. It's a missed opportunity.
Home, right?
Yeah, unfortunately it's a missed opportunity for the Lions to take advantage of that. But that probably in the end is a silver lining, right? Is that at least they didn't lose any ground.
Right. Yeah, that's. I feel for you guys being out here in Phoenix and listening. You guys are the only ones I really listen to that I'm like, okay, that's a good perspective, and I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So keep continuing to do what you guys are doing. My champ, and if you don't mind, I added another one in there. Is Jeff Sims, the quarterback from Arizona State, backup quarterback who everybody gave up on, and he went into Iowa State this weekend and beat them. And then number 2, I would say the University of Montana Grizzlies, who are 8-0 and number 2 in the FCS the polling. So,
okay, you're obviously out there in Arizona and want to give your Arizona guy some love, and I don't think Jeff Sims has much of a chance of winning Champ of the Weekend, but we'll record your vote. Why Montana?
My daughter played golf at University of Montana, and she found a guy up there, and she got married and have a little granddaughter up in Missoula, Montana.
All right, well, congratulations on that. All right, it was just an interesting rant. Look,
Here we go.
I'm a Grizzly guy. Let's go Grizz. I decided Grizzlies or Bobcats. I want Grizzlies. If I'm going to move out there someday, who am I going to support?
I mean, that's the big question everyone wants to know the answer to.
And I basically chose the Grizzlies because I found a cooler shirt.
Well, I will tell you, Grizzlies are cooler than Bobcats.
Is that a fact?
It's a fact.
So Green Bay losing, and they also lost Tucker Kraft for the year. That is a huge loss for them.
They were just starting to get used to what a weapon he can be.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, welcome to the tight ends race in the NFL. They drafted two tight ends in the same draft. And Tucker Kraft was really kind of coming into his own this year, really becoming that weapon in that offense, and now he's out, and it sucks for them. That's no good.
It does. It's funny because Stoney came in here and said if they lose the Commanders, they're done. Mike Stoney, there's a ton of football left to be played. And if we've learned anything from the last couple of years, I just want them to be healthy and have a real shot when they get to January. And, there's like right now, technically the Lions hang on to the last playoff spot, which is weird, but nothing's a given. They got work to do, but there's a lot of season left.
Just to put a bow on the Jeff Sims call for champ, so people know what he did, because I don't think he gave numbers. The Arizona State beat Iowa State 24-19. He wasn't spectacular with 13 for 24 for 177 yards, a touchdown, and a pick, but he ran 29 times for 228 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Wow.
There you go. So that's
maybe he will win Champ of the Weekend.
400 yards in offense.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. That's Dan Campbell coming up today at 12:50. Another edition of Warning Gator Graphic. I'm going to hand it to our guy Kang. He had a epically smart workaround this weekend. I wonder if he's the only one that did this or thought of this. So, Kang, it was Saturday night, correct?
Yep, Saturday night.
All right. And tell the people what you were attempting to do.
I was attempting to watch the World Series, Game 7, attempting to also watch Michigan-Purdue, and the Pistons versus the Mavericks in Mexico City.
And there was a challenge.
Yes. For those that were trying to watch the Pistons game in Mexico City, you had to have Peacock to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that requires you to have the app and log into the app and all that stuff, right?
Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do. Once I found that out, because I forgot you had to do that, I'm like, oh, that means I have to like exit out to go watch the other two when I can just,
it requires additional button pushing, which real first world problems here.
Exactly.
But it's not
Cry for
nearly,
me.
it's not nearly as easily navigatable as when everything's on basic cable.
So instead of doing that, though, I went to my trending because I have Xfinity. I went to my trending and I went to sports, and I found the Pistons game.
On regular Xfinity.
Yes, on regular Xfinity. Except when I switched to it, it was in all Spanish. Completely Spanish. Espanol. And I said, you know what?
Muy bien.
Exactly. Let's go for it. See. So I just watched the Pistons game in Spanish while I flipped to the World Series in Michigan-Purdue as well.
So you had the accessibility of easy access on basic cable?
Yeah, just hitting last, and picking one of the three to pick to watch.
But the sacrifice you made was game was in Spanish.
Yeah. And on top of that, these guys that were broadcasting the game in Spanish weren't even at the game. They were watching it from like their house or something, and they were just giving play-by-play. Because you could easily tell they weren't at the game. The sound wasn't the same as far as the background sound. The dribbling, running on the court was not synced up to what they were.
That's hysterical.
Which is fine by me. I didn't care because the broadcast was fine as far as the viewing part.
Cuenta esta, baby.
And then I heard a door shut.
Y no falamento.
It's like, did someone leave the room?
That's fantastic.
So yeah, that's how I got it done. First world problems, but I did it, guys.
Yeah, nice. Anybody else?
And you probably
one?
learned a little bit.
Not really.
Oh.
It's a bit of a cheat code. You didn't have to log on to Peacock.
There's so many channels now. Like it goes up to 8,701. You know what I mean? Like it's like So I don't even know what number this was at, but you can find it. People. You can find it.
It's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I think it might be worth it.
I know you hate apps.
I hate them.
Well, all the streaming services you hate, right? Yeah.
It's getting in and out of the apps because I like to flip around the channels and stuff, and it's a little bit of a hassle. It's a first world problem.
I always count okay, how many more button pushes is this costing me? And it's usually anywhere between 2 and 5, depending on the app, because I'm not just talking about getting out. Getting out is easy. It's either back or just exit.
Exit gets
and
you
then
out
you're right
quick.
there back to basic cable. So it could be one button to get out, but then to go back in, you got to navigate to the app, click on the app, click on watch, or go navigate to see what you want to watch. So it could be like 5 clicks to get back in.
Grab your remote and say, Peacock.
Mm-hmm. And this is really, in the order of inconveniences in life,
it's not much.
Pretty far down there. However, in the moment in time, it's like, my God, I have to push this button 5 times.
But in the order of inconveniences while I'm watching TV, it's number 1. And it's not just the number of buttons that you have to press. That's not it. It's the time in between. It's the whole length of time. If you get out of the app and you try to get back into the app, it's going to take, this is so dumb. It's going to take like 30 seconds. But you know what it's like as a viewer? That can be annoying. I'd rather just skip around, bounce around game to game, whatever I got to do. But
Can't have the workaround.
Yeah.
I was totally fine with it. Didn't bother me at all.
That's fantastic.
My Spanish barely got better.
Basketball.
Awesome. Well done.
Pistons.
Feedback coming in. Ray and Ramirez says, my champ is the number 1 ranked Ferris State Bulldogs beating Northern Michigan for their 23rd win in a row. My chump, of course, is the Lions, the whole team. Look, it was a failing at all 3 levels. Offense, defense, special teams. we've seen them struggle because one side of the football might struggle or one thing is bad. Like my voice.
Wow, look at that. That changed a little bit.
Dude, I lost it Saturday night. I wasn't sure I was going to make it in today, but here I am, powering through, playing hurt. The 1 o'clock hour, I'm questionable. But they failed on all three levels. And the whole team deserves it. And look, I think they're going to turn it around. Really wish immediately after the game, I was like, I wonder what this point spread is on the game against the Commanders, because I'd like to jump on board. And I believe it opened at 3.5. And I think now it's 6.5 because of all the injuries in Washington. Really wish I got on at 3.5. But Lions go on the road, 4:25 this coming Sunday. Try and get back on track. It's 7.5.
They're on the road this week, though.
It opened at 3.5. It's important to point that out. It opened at 3.5. It is now 7.5. It's kind of wild. But
it was 9.5 for yesterday, so
yeah, I guess it didn't
take
matter.
that for what it's worth.
Good morning, gentlemen. Great show. My champ is the LA Dodgers for their back-to-back World Series wins. My chump is our Lions for losing against an inferior team with basically a rookie quarterback. Another vote for the Dodgers. I know this sounds hyperbolic, but yesterday's game, I really felt like I watched the Lions' Super Bowl aspirations for the year go up in smoke in real time. Really? Yesterday was it.
Huh.
Yesterday was it. This person didn't sign their text. You're giving up on the season because of yesterday? You know, there's not a lot of moments where I go, I'm going to remember this one. I'm going to put a pin in this one, and we'll circle back to it. I really felt like I watched the Lions' Super Bowl aspirations for the year go up in smoke in real time. Did Goff have a season-ending injury? Is Amon-Ra done for the year?
No, they're okay.
Look, it was, I tell you what. Well, I say no panic, that's panic. That is panic. Unnamed texter, champ the Dodgers, chump MSU. Okay, here's what I really don't want to have happen. I don't want to have to go after the show and tell Evan that the champ was the Dodgers. That inspirational story, all they overcame.
I don't think we're in danger of that. I mean, you know better than I do. Are we in danger of the Dodgers?
I'm pretty close to first.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, people. That ragtag group from L.A.
Yeah. I mean, was it a great series? Of course.
It was a great series.
Do I want to champ the Dodgers? 1,000 times no. Let's get a run on Ferris State votes.
Yeah. Go Ferris. Get well.
Let's go to Mike, who's next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, I've been listening. It's a great show. I feel like I need to almost do like the Aaron Rodgers and just tell everybody to RELAX.
Yeah.
Can we all just relax? Okay. I would agree. Probably the sloppiest game that we've seen in last 3 years against a division opponent, and you lost by 3 points. So I'm watching that game and I'm reviewing it, and you had three, anomalies happen. You had a kickoff return for 60 yards, hasn't happened all year. You had a David Montgomery fumble that hasn't happened all year, and you had a blocked field goal that hasn't happened all year. The reason why you lost is because you gave Minnesota the ball 3 times inside your 40-yard line, and they turned that into 17 points. So, does the offensive line have to play better? That's fine. John Morton, I agree with you guys. He can't please everybody. So maybe a better game plan. But the difference between winning and losing yesterday really just came down to 3 things that normally do not happen to this team.
Mike, I think you're more right than wrong. When they look phenomenal, I always okay, they probably won't look this good the rest of the way, and they look terrible right now, and they probably won't look this bad right. They looked terrible yesterday. Not terrible. They were uncharacteristically bad, and they struggled up front offensively. They dropped passes. They fumbled. You're right. There was some stuff that they typically don't do. that could change the outcome of the game. But they did them. They did them. And now they got to go back to attention to detail, I guess. Hey, just a reminder, all today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Gator, we've got another edition of Morning Gator Graphic.
No, we don't.
And I want to talk a little, I want to talk about something that strikes me they might have done wrong offensively. Not sure, but it's in the back of my mind. We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere. Do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, we're in it right now. It is cold out there, and the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
What?
I'm getting excited this time of the year. First of all, we've got fun stuff because of the NFL trade deadline is tomorrow. That's always fun. But Major League Baseball free agency is getting ready to kick off.
Yep.
So you're starting to see guys opt out of their contracts and stuff. We mentioned Alex Bregman earlier. John Heyman says that Padres closer Robert Suarez, who led the National League with 40 saves, has opted out. He had $16 million over 2 years. Now he's a free agent. So another target.
Mm-hmm.
Get
What do we got? We got supply and demand. That's the supply.
Yeah. So just seeing things like that, players, this is all just going to get kind of fun as we whip into a frenzy.
Yeah, that's a topic we'll get into as the week goes on. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We got another edition of Warning Gator Graphic coming up in a few minutes.
No,
let's go to France. In Detroit, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, France.
How's it going, gentlemen?
What's up, France?
Not much, man. First thing, I think, well, I got a couple points if I could. I think the first thing is Minnesota, the Lions are their Super Bowl. So while we've been like kind of halfway preparing for them for a couple weeks, they've been preparing for us since January. You know, since the last game of the season of last season. You know, with the way their season ended,
Sure.
or their regular season ended. And the second point, if I can, is I think that Dan Campbell's going to have to make a tough choice with John Morton. He may have to do what he had to do with Anthony Lynn and snatch the play calling duties from him and start calling plays, you know, on his own.
Do you think that's been the problem, France? Do you think that the biggest problem with the Lions is play calling offensively, or do you think it's something else?
No.
Okay.
I don't think that that's the biggest problem, but I do think it's a problem. And that was never a problem with Ben Johnson.
Well,
I think that
because the offensive line was never a problem with Ben Johnson.
True, absolutely true. But I think that when you have some of the plays and some of the situations and some of the downs and distance that John Morton is calling, I don't think that's, you know, I think he's making some mistakes. And this is true enough. It's his first time in this position on this job. But I don't think that he's making all of the right kind of choices.
I think we're probably a long way from that, but I don't count it out. I mean, part of being a head coach is you have to be comfortable with firing people or you know, doing what he did with Anthony Lynn, which is where he took the play calling duties away from him and called the plays himself. I'm going to guess that this was a collective failing, and I don't because it was a total team letdown on so many fronts.
No, this one is something completely different. This game was a total anomaly. Everybody played horribly, and we still only lost by a field goal.
Yeah.
So I don't consider this part of the reason why he may need to relinquish play calling duties, but I do think that may be coming at some point later in the season.
Could be. You know, I mean, honestly, I think we're a long way from that. There'd have to be continued failings. But I do think we got a ways to go before we get to that point. Would you agree? Not agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think that all the problems with the Lions and their offense, it's with the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not solid enough and you can't run the ball, then you can't do all the other things you like to do.
All right, Scott, I'd like you to open up your email. And we forwarded you an email. Yeah, it does work. It's time for another edition of Warning Gator Graphic. All right, so did you did not see Jaden Daniels' injury last night, did you?
No.
Okay. It's being sent to you in a tweet. Can you click on the link, please? and hit pause on the video immediately, okay? Tell me when you've got the video up and paused at the beginning.
It's paused.
Okay.
I got to go full screen too.
Yes, go full screen, of course. I've got a full screen in front of me. For people who have not seen this, you can Google search it. Are you ready?
Second and goal from the 2.
Yeah, second and goal. Jayden Daniels is going to keep the ball, roll out to the right, watch the original, and then please pay close attention to the replay. And go ahead. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead and hit play.
Oh, boy.
He went
No,
down.
that's not where it goes. That's not how it's supposed to go. It bends another way. Where'd the elbow go? Oh,
terrible.
Come
Look at it.
on.
He's laying on the ground, and look at the bend. Okay, so.
Oh, no, I don't want to see a slow motion. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Oh, no. God, no. God. No.
It's awful. I got to tell you.
Cast? Get in the morphine. What are we doing? Oh, good God, get out of it. You've already seen it. You don't have to see it again.
Scott?
Doug?
That was awful.
That's terrible.
That was awful.
That reminds me
I
a
think
little.
they're going to need another quarterback for third down.
I think they might need bring in Marcus Mariota. A little bit reminds me of Edong Ebok from Michigan State.
Oh, forgot about that one.
Remember that one?
Yes.
And you're like, wait a minute, what? Did your elbow go up to your tricep? What happened? It was something. Oh, God, it was awful. That's terrible.
It's really bad.
That's
isn't it?
really terrible. Oh, man. That's okay. I'm not tasting bile.
You're going to be okay?
I'll be all right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. That was a bad one.
Is that 2 to 4 weeks or 3 to 6 weeks?
I don't think they're just going to pop that one into place under the tent.
No.
I don't think they're going to give him a shot. And I'm okay, coach.
Dude. I mean, honestly, I didn't see it at first until I went back and.
So you're saying he's not available for the Lions game?
He is not available for the Lions game. So.
Lions caught a break.
Dr. David Chow, gruesome-looking left arm injury by video, elbow dislocation, ligaments torn, hope to avoid a fracture, fingers crossed, not season ending.
Well, the good news for him is that it's not his throwing arm.
Mm-hmm. He follows up, Jayden Daniels' elbow dislocation injury was grotesque, but because it's not his throwing elbow, there will not be a Tommy John UCL surgery. This injury is not career-threatening, and depending on the associated injuries, there's a slim chance it may not be season-ending. So that's from Dr. David Chow, the Pro Football Doc on Twitter.
Oh, man, that's brutal.
Yep.
That's brutal.
You know, elbows are meant to bend one way. And in this particular instance, it did not abide by that rule.
No, by definition, the elbow is a hinge that stops when it gets to, that certain level.
Mm-hmm.
You can hyperextend some things. That's a bad hyperextension, really, is what it is, Doug. That's just a bad hyperextension.
Just?
Yeah, that's all.
So you wouldn't mind it?
No, that's like a torture from some movie. That's like, if Liam Neeson comes up to you and says, "Give me your left arm." No, I don't want to give you my left. Give me your left arm.
So bad.
That's what happens to UFC fighters if they don't tap.
Right. 100%.
Don't make me do this.
Isn't that what happened to, I could go to a 40-year-old reference from a movie, but breaking somebody's arm so they don't play the goalie in the soccer game against the Nazis.
You went victory?
Yeah. That's the thing. Make it a clean break, would you?
I knew that.
Broke his arm on purpose so Sylvester Stallone could play goaltender hockey game for prisoners of war against the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was a movie, folks.
Yep.
That movie actually took place. But Pele was in it, so it was good. But yeah, no, you don't want to see him. It broke. I mean, that's awful. That's awful. At least in those cases, Kang, the arm was broken. This one's not. It's not. It's just a hyperextension, a dislocation.
He'll be back this year.
Yeah.
It is 2 to 4 weeks or 3 to 6. All right. I don't complain about play calling much. There's something I'm curious about, whether or not the Lions made this mistake yesterday. We'll get to that today at 102. Plus your phone calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. The Pistons are on the road taking on the Grizzlies tonight. Detroit is favored by 4.5 points despite Tobias Harris's questionable status. Tip-off at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. College basketball is back tonight. Michigan State opens its season at home against Colgate at 7 o'clock. Speaking of Michigan State, the Spartans announced they have hired Tim House as Deputy AD for Development and Strategic Initiatives today. House comes from Purdue, where he was named the National Fundraiser of the Year in 2025 as he raised over $4 billion during his tenure. Later tonight, Michigan will tip off against Oakland at 8:30 from Ann Arbor. Just a bit ago, Wolverine big man Yaxel Lindeborg was named to the preseason watch list for the Jersey Mike's Naismith Player of the Year. Lou Whitaker was once again snubbed from the Baseball Hall of Fame ballot today. The former Tigers second baseman was not included in the contemporary era ballot that was announced this morning. However, another former Tiger and Gary Sheffield was included. Voting results will be announced on December 7th. Also, Ian Rappaport reports that Green Bay Packers tight end Tucker Kraft suffered a torn ACL yesterday against the Panthers. After leading Green Bay and receiving touchdowns and yards this season, Kraft is out for the year. The Lions will face the Packers at home on Thanksgiving. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's go to Black in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Black.
Hey, how you doing? You guys okay?
We're good. Can you take us off speaker, please, so we can hear you a little bit better? Yeah, it's not just us, it's the audience as well. We want to make sure that your thoughts are well heard and understood.
All right, 1 second, guys. still keeps popping up on my phone. Okay. All right. Yes. Well, I got a champ, and I appreciate you guys for this. I want to shout out to my grandson. Played with North Carolina Central. He's a wide receiver. He had 8 passes for over 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. He won the Galloway sticker, Joey Galloway sticker for ESPN. So shout out to him. And
who is this?
My grandson, Chauncey Spikes.
Who's he play for?
North Carolina Central.
North Carolina Central.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, again, thank you for that platform.
Sure.
The chump is, now, help me with this because, I'm old now. I get confused. Was it 3 years ago the Lions were like 9-8?
Yes.
3 years ago, right?
Yes.
What? And see, not you guys. That's the reason I called. The rest of the stations, without naming names, they promote negativity. So all the Lions fans now, they didn't forget. 3 years ago, the Lions were, not terrible, but you know what I mean.
Well, they came out at the end of that season to go 9-8, and they were, hoping that Baker Mayfield can get things done for the Rams so that they could get into the playoffs.
They needed Seattle to lose in the last Sunday of the season.
Right, and that's my point. Look at the short memory. 3 years. They act like we've been here 30, like we've been here 30 years. It's 3 years. Stop all the panicking. Enjoy the ride. Just enjoy that you have a good football team. Enjoy that you have a good GM, a good coach. Yeah, it may not be rosy every Sunday, but at least you on the right road. The road you was on before was going nowhere.
Well, it does feel like there's plenty of reason to be hopeful in spite of what happened yesterday. That 9-8 season, they were 1-7, I believe, and won 8 of their last 9, and then they went 12-5, so that's 20-6, and then last year they went 15-2, so that's 35-8, and this year they are 5-3, so that's 40-11, and they've won 40 of their last 51 games. A loss here and there is going to happen until I see more than one game sample size that leads me to believe that there's reason to panic. One thing this team has done exceptionally well is respond after losses. And I think it says a lot about their professionalism and their heart and their toughness, mental toughness. And, if they lose to a depleted Washington team, I think we'll be having some real serious conversations about the direction of this season. But we have I tend to take the bigger picture and longer track records of performance. I think they're that makes it easier to predict what's going to happen next. It's why a team that's in a losing streak, I always hope, like if they stink and they stink and they stink for years, then they get on a little hot streak. I hope that's the beginning of the turnaround, like it was back in 2022, where clearly they turned it around. The track record of performance tells me they're going to be fine this year, that they'll be in the mix in the end. And you want to guarantee a Super Bowl, it just can't be done. You want to try to be the perfect team, it just can't be done. But can you add to this roster and can you play better than they did yesterday? Without question. Without question. And I expect that they will do both. I expect to trade sometime in the next 27 hours, and I expect them to play better than they did yesterday.
Yeah, I think yesterday serves as, I don't know if it's a wake-up call, but it's just a reminder, hey, you got to be focused, laser-focused for 60 minutes. And the good thing about a loss like yesterday, there's so many teaching points. Because it puts the onus on every player in that locker room because it was offense, defense, and special teams.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't question a lot of play calling because here's the one thing I've learned about play calling when I talk to coaches and I'm critical of play calling and I sit down with them and find out what goes into play. Well, why didn't you run this more? Why didn't you run that more? And you hear things like, well, our quarterback isn't good at executing that. Or actually, the way they lined up defensively, that play never works against that defense, and they did it all day. Or, when you get specific, well, the ball's on the wrong hash to run that. Or, we've got the wrong personnel. They've got the wrong personnel on the field for us to run that. Or, we actually were in that play call and checked out of it. Like, their quarterback checked out. Like, there's so much that goes into play calling. And I've years and years and years of listening to post-game shows. I realized every post-game show, they'll invariably take a call about play calling. I do have my suspicions, and we brought it up last week about our concerns when they said they were going to get the ball to J-Mo. I think you should always call plays that give you the best chance to win the game regardless of how you're doing it. If that means you're boring and one-dimensional, be boring and one-dimensional if it's going to help you win the game. I think when you start calling plays with an agenda, you can get yourself in trouble and get away from just calling plays to win the game. Now, I don't know that they did this, but I'm curious as to whether or not there were a bunch of play calls in that game for Jameson Williams to get him more involved that never came to fruition because they were calling it regardless of the defense to get him the football. There was a lot of kill yesterday. I think probably more than I heard all season long. Asked Jared about it. And I don't know that this happened, but I do wonder a little bit if they got away from the agenda, which is just win. And, I made the analogy earlier. It's like opening up a business. If you're opening up a business to make money and you're in a town, a college town, maybe you shouldn't open up another coffee shop downtown next to campus.
What does the campus need?
Oh, the campus needs a storage facility, which is the most boring line of work I can think of. With all respect due to storage facility owners. But if you open up a storage facility, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun, but if the town needs it, guess what? Your business will make money, maybe better than the 35th coffee shop just feet away from campus.
Pumpkin spice latte.
But I want to open a coffee shop. Yeah, but if you want to make money in your business, maybe you should open up a storage facility. Point being, don't get away from the bottom line. Win the game. And if that means Jameson Williams isn't as involved, so be it. I don't know that this happened. I'm just curious as to whether or not they got away from calling plays just to win the game.
I don't think that happened, Doug, but I understand your concern. You don't want, to go away from what got you there, right? I think, just to simplify it, I think yesterday Brian Flores outcoached John Morton.
Quite possible.
Because Brian Flores, by the way, is a pretty damn good defensive coordinator.
He really is.
And everything that they checked out of, the Vikings were also either checking out of as well or checking back in. They were confusing them. Whatever they called, they executed better than the Lions and whatever they called. In the end, every coordinator, don't they always say, well, it's about execution, right?
Yep.
Well, the other side is about stopping you from executing those plays. And I just think the Vikings did a way better job on the defensive end. Whether they came in with a linebacker or dropped a defensive end, whatever they did, they were able to get up the middle and exploit those young interior offensive linemen. They got right in Goff's lap, and that made him uncomfortable. He wasn't able to release the ball when he wanted to, and the Lions lost. Couple that with all the penalties they had, the special teams miscues. It was a recipe for a bad day for the Lions. Vikings came out on top. I think sometimes you get out-coached, and I think yesterday is exactly what happened.
Flores is a hell of a coach.
Hell of a coach.
Yeah, and so, it was a weird thing in Miami that happened with him, but as a defensive coordinator, great job.
He has done a great job. And yet, Jared Goff and the Lions offense has been able to handle it the last several times they've played. It's a different team they have right now, the Lions. That offensive line is completely different than what they had in the previous games against them. And I think that's the biggest difference. And you give hats off to Flores for coming up with those tweaks to his blitz packages to make life really difficult for Jared Goff and put him under pressure for most of the game. That being said, Goff didn't throw an interception. I don't think he forced anything that was going on. But nonetheless, you didn't get enough done to win the game. But I suspect that's more because they couldn't get the run game going. If you can't get the run game going, then the number one threat with this Lions offense, which is play action passing, is not a threat because you're not worried about having to stop the run because you've been able to completely mitigate that.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. At CGC Home Services, they know your family's health and comfort come first. That's why they provide top-quality plumbing solutions, advanced Connecticut water treatment, and air purification technology, proven to reduce 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We've got them in our house. You should, too. From your faucets to the air you breathe, CGC Home Services is here to protect what matters most. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242 for cleaner water, cleaner air, and complete peace of mind. 855-339-4242 or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. Champ and Chump last hour to get your votes in. Let's talk to Paul on a cell. You're next here on 97.1. Hello, Paul.
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Hello, Paul.
Gator, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me? I had you. Gator said something earlier that I think I'm going to say something quite similar. By the way, this is a Biff alumni, Gator, so
All right.
Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
Dan Campbell tonight.
Paul, we lost you there for a second. You said you got to start
Dan
again.
Campbell, what? Oh, Paul. That's an epic fail on so many. We couldn't. Your call dropped out when you said Dan Campbell dropped out, and then you came back and then
dropped
then
out
you
again.
dropped the call. So please call back.
Jake in Auburn Hills, you're next. Hello, Jake.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Yeah, you guys are talking about scheme and coaching and skill players. To me, this is just my opinion over here, but I see a constant in a lot of the games. It seems to me that there's a player flaw over here, and that is the interior of their offensive line just is not good. Like,
Hang on one second. Hang on one second, Jake.
All right.
Have we talked about skill players or scheme, or have we directly talked about the interior of the offense?
We've talked about it. Maybe he hasn't been listening for the whole show, but we definitely brought it up earlier.
It's been a whole day, but I hear you guys talking about Jameson Williams and stuff like that. So, and forcing the ball, and
Yeah,
maybe
I just
John
brought that
Morton.
up 10 minutes ago.
All right. Okay. Well, then I'm wrong about that. But
That's
my
all right.
point is, overall, I just do believe that there's a problem here with the personnel, and Brad Holmes I think it's actually on him this season. They didn't really, address the Frank Ragnow retirement. They let Kevin Zeitler go, and just the interior offensive line, I just don't think it's very talented. And the way Jared Goff is as a quarterback is anytime there's pressure, it's not that he's average. He is bad. He is someone who is the book is out on. Everyone knows in the league is when Jared Goff has time, he's great. When he doesn't have time, he's bad. And that just, to me, it's just going to be this constant throughout the season. If they can't keep him protected, it might be a long season.
I think they took a gamble in the offseason with the offensive line they were putting together. I also think that, look, they found out was it right before the draft? Was it right after the draft Frank Ragnow retired?
Mm-hmm. It was after.
It was just after. So
Because we were talking about right away Ratledge.
And they did draft two offensive linemen, interior offensive linemen, Tate Ratledge and then Miles Frazier, the guard from LSU. Frazier got hurt and hasn't played. Wonder if that would have played a role here. And they have drafted offensive linemen the last couple of years. Mahogany was a draft pick from last year and then missed basically the whole year. He had mono and was out. And so they were expecting two basic rookies to start at guard this year. They was taking a gamble, and it's not working out like they wanted to.
Yeah, I do think it's a problem. I think even during the offseason, I couldn't understand why they let Kevin Zeitler go. He was cheap. He was really good PFF-wise.
PFF doesn't matter.
Glaring hole. PFF matters. I mean, if you look at the team, the guys who are graded bad, that is where Ratledge and Glasgow and Mahogany.
I will tell you, organizations do not care about
fails.
PFF. They think PFF's crap. Look, I don't know if this matters at all. Well, they're good for snap counts, but it mostly gets scoffed by people that are in the game. Jared Goff is bad, he said, under pressure. Jared Goff, his QB rating under pressure is fourth best in the NFL. Yesterday, he was not good, okay? And he's definitely better with a clean pocket, but probably so is every quarterback. I think the difference between Jared Goff, if Jared Goff is asked to create more time by scrambling, it's a play is sunk. We all know we'd rather have Jared Goff have a clean pocket. His quarterback rating, according to StatMuse, is behind Lamar Jackson, Drake May, Sam Darnold. He ranks fourth. And so last year he was one of the best quarterbacks when blitzed. I agree he definitely looks cleaner and everything looks smooth. It looks like a finely tuned machine. Now, could they have done more in the offseason? Maybe. And maybe they'll address it now. I worry about the interior of the offensive line. But you know what? To be honest with you, I'm not as worried about it as I was going into the year. I thought Ratledge, Glasgow, and Mahogany have been okay at times. They weren't yesterday. The pressure came up the middle. It was repeated pressure up the middle. So, yeah, I mean, Brad Holmes can address it. But I apologize for just poo-pooing PFF. I've talked to too many people in football that just say, you can't grade a play if you don't know what the play's intention was or where it went wrong, which can oftentimes be as simple as, hey, I blocked who I was supposed to block on that play, and somebody ran through the gap that looked like I missed the block or I went the wrong way. Wasn't me. It was on the running back or it was on the center or whatever. So could they get Zeitler back? They could. They could. And certainly losing Mahogany increases that sense of urgency. I don't know what Kevin Zeitler asked for in a contract from Detroit compared to what he signed for. But, I mean, in retrospect, Brad Holmes isn't going to get him all right. And now he has a chance to make good. And I like the idea of a guard and a tackle or somebody that can play both. And, there's a guy out there like that, Evan Neal with the Giants, who could be available.
Well, the Birchie kid put out a story on Odyssey.com, 97 ticket, and he mentioned some names. Zeitler was one, Tennessee. Then he mentioned two from Cleveland, Joel Bitonio and Wyatt Teller. John Simpson from the Jets, Evan Brown from Arizona, John Runyon and Greg Van Roten from the Giants. So did not mention your guy there, but those are just additional names. There's a lot of names there.
Apologize. Evan Neal with the Raiders, not the Giants. Okay. I'm looking at a tweet here. Josina Anderson says one team, the Giants, have had exploratory trade talks regarding Evan Neal. So, maybe it's something they can take advantage of. But and I know Evan Neal has played tackle and switched to guard. So that would certainly be something that would work out. He is with the Giants. I'm all kinds of messed up. When was he with the Raiders? Whatever. He's available. And he switched from tackle to guard, and maybe he could be that. He could fill in for the Lions.
So a little more than 24 hours from now, is it 4 o'clock or is it 3 o'clock?
I believe it's 4 o'clock tomorrow.
So do you think they'll make a trade, multiple trades, or no trades?
I think they'll make multiple trades. Would you give up the first rounder for – sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you give up the first rounder for Trey Hendrickson?
Yes.
I think I probably would too. I'm a little concerned about the injury. He did sit out yesterday.
Well, he sat out several weeks, and I wonder if any of that is his doing, like, you know what? We recognize what's happening here. Why don't I sit out and get healthy and then trade me, as opposed to get out there, get hurt. And if you're Cincinnati, I know that's a terrible organization. They made mistake after mistake, but that would be an even bigger blunder if you're putting a guy out there who's hurt and then he gets hurt and then you really can't trade him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have to imagine that the dynamic around the context of the Cincinnati football team has changed quite a bit in the last 24 hours. To lose the game the way they did and then to have the public bitching in the locker room. Hell, the Lions may trade with Cincinnati, and it might be for an offensive lineman for all we know. Kang, would you give up the first rounder for Trey Hendrickson?
I would not for 8 games. I think first round pick is much too valuable. Second round, yeah, now you have my attention, but definitely not first round. The whole bitching by the Bengals locker room after the game yesterday, kind of basically calling out the defense.
Yeah.
As a record for a team organizationally, that loss might have said, hey, we should start making trades.
Yep.
But I think inside the locker room, they want to add because they're like, dude, give us some help. The defense sucks, right?
Yeah.
We're playing our asses off out here. 41-year-old Joe Flacco threw for the most yards in his entire career yesterday, and we lost. Give us some help. So I think the players want to add, but the players always want to add because they want to win. They don't want to give up till it's over. Organizationally, upper management, I'm not sure what they're thinking at this point. They got a locker room that they're losing, and they're also losing on the field. But everything says they should sell, right? I don't know what they're going to do. But I wouldn't give up first round for Trey Hendrickson, that's for sure.
I think teams that might have shifted their focus in the last, certainly Cincinnati, the Washington Commanders. Boy, I mean, losing 3 starters, that's huge. Absolutely huge. They might be sellers. including their quarterback. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
You know, replacing a roof isn't something that most of us look forward to. It's a big investment, and that's why choosing the right company matters. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. And here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, that means that your investment is protected for as long as you own your home, and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. And that kind of trust, well, it doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, leaking, or you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Oh, boy. Problems after yesterday's game. Injury to Mahogany. Poor performance. Look, they bounced back. They've bounced back really well under Dan Campbell. Doesn't feel like a crisis, but that was the first kind of bad loss they've had in a long time. And what I mean by that is losing at Kansas City is not like a lot of people lose at Kansas City. Kansas City is really good. Green Bay, same thing. Maybe Minnesota is going to start playing like the team they were last year, but they were under 500. But these things happen. Carolina went to Green Bay and won. For those who care about college football start times, we have some start times.
Right, King?
I don't
always. Are you looking in the mirror when you say that?
There is nobody on this planet that cares more about college football start times than Doug Karsh.
Nobody.
Michigan versus Northwestern at Wrigley Field on Saturday, the 15th of November, will start at noon.
Oh, it's a nooner. Okay.
11 a.m. Chicago time.
Where are they playing? In some like high school field?
Wrigley Field.
Oh, Wrigley Field.
Penn State at
Can they
Michigan
fit a football
State.
stadium in there?
They have several times.
Are there funny angles in that where you really don't want to be tackled out of bounds, or is that just Yankee
Well, I
Stadium
think they resolved the thing where both offenses were going the same direction because there was like no run out behind one of the goal lines. Like if you caught a ball diving out of bounds, you'd smash into the ivy. Penn State at Michigan State on Saturday, November 15th will be a 3:30.
Okay.
So the Michigan game is on Fox. Penn State will be on Penn State, Michigan State, CBS or B1G Network.
So that'll be the last game at Spartan Stadium this year.
Yep.
They'll finish the season at Ford Field.
Yep. So the following week they're at Maryland? Or are they at Iowa?
Maryland is Ford Field. They're at Iowa.
Okay, they're at so they go Penn State, Iowa, Maryland.
That's correct.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you. Michigan will be they both teams have a bye. Kind of weird. Michigan and Michigan State had the same bye weeks this year. I don't know what that's all about.
Conspiracy?
Michigan is against Northwestern at Wrigley Field on Saturday. Then they're at Maryland, and then they close out against their annual. There's no way they can beat them Ohio State game. All right. So, Champ and Chump, last chance to get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in regarding what Kang did. His cheat code, watching the Pistons in Spanish, because it was available on basic cable on whatever it was. Was it Deportes? Was it Univision? Whatever it was, the Pistons playing in Mexico City was available in Spanish on basic cable. If he wanted to hear the English broadcast, he had to log on a Peacock, and he didn't want to do that, so he just watched it in Spanish.
No bueno. Bueno. No bueno.
Unnamed texter, I've listened to Michigan football in Spanish in the past. The officials' calls are still in English. Any port in a storm.
They're not going to.
Any port in a storm.
Did he want someone to translate the officials as well?
Well, when he said I've listened, do you mean you've listened on the radio to the Spanish broadcast, or you've watched the game in the Spanish broadcast?
So when the official gets up and talks, they just turn them on. And maybe does that go to subtitle?
I don't know. I did the same thing as Kang. I also have Xfinity, and when I did the talk search, it took me right to NBC Espanol. I do not have the Peacock app. Sports is life, and I had to watch all three. All three were Pistons playing in Mexico City, Michigan playing Purdue, and Game 7 of the World Series. Unnamed texter, anytime I have to go three deep, I go with the main game on the big screen, second game to the tablet, third game is on the phone. If I need to, I can stream. Tom and Canton says, try using multi-view to watch games on one screen on Xfinity. Say it into your remote. Can you stream?
I was going to say, I don't know if you can do the multi-view stream, can you?
I don't know.
Because that would be awesome if you could. Yeah, so like one Peacock game, one Apple game, and two Xfinity games.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
That worked? Probably not.
Scott in Waterford. I also watch the Pistons games in Spanish. More reason to hate the streaming apps. At one point, I deciphered the words Stewart and linebacker. Apparently, that doesn't translate. Decipher the words steward and linebacker, okay?
Well, I think names are still names. They're not going to change the names.
No.
They're not going to say Mike Hart is now, Miguel Corazon or whatever. I think I might actually have that right. Is Corazon? I don't know.
Dude.
That'd be
I
hysterical.
took French class, so.
I just gave Mike Hart a name to use in hotels.
Yeah. Doug can only help you if Killian Hayes was still on the team, apparently.
That's right. In which case it'd be pronounced Killian Hayes. Ninth grade French. I did the same for the Piston game. I searched on YouTube for Pistons and found the Spanish channel. Felt like I found a dollar bill on the ground.
That is a great feeling.
Kang, I did
Is
the
that
same.
a 20 in my pocket? Where did that come from?
Did the same thing with the Piston game. I watched Michigan Purdue on the tablet and the World Series on TV. Then the next day I went to watch the DVR and it was a bunch of words. I didn't know what I was hearing. And then I hear Jason Kidd. That's from Brian. That's great. Absolutely great. Great workaround. Oh, let's see here. I guess that's it. Let's get some Champ and Chump votes in. 248-539-9797. Chump Dan Quinn. No reason for Jaden Daniels to be in the game at that point. Champ, MLB, the World Series was epic. That's from Gary in Lake Orion. Dan Quinn's making a hell of an out-of-town run at Chump of the weekend.
Wow.
Yep.
A lot of injuries in that game.
Champ Dylan Dingler, a well-deserved Gold Glove. He was awesome this year. Chump, Lions fans, what an insufferable bunch. You are just never happy. That's from Chris in Plymouth. Well, I think one of the very difficult things that Lions fans are asked to do is to trust. They're asked to trust a new regime. 90% of the feedback reeks we should be confident in Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. And be confident in this roster. I guess it's not 90%. They're like 50 and 10, 50 and 10 roughly, so it's not quite 90%, but their record has been spectacular lately. And, but asking fans that have been hurt for so many years to trust is a hard thing to do. I've managed to do really well of resetting everything to zero when a new regime takes over. It hasn't been rewarding in any way until now. Champ, Cade, and Duran in Mexico. Chump, Lions interior lines.
And did you see that box score? Duran had like 33 and 18.
Yep.
Cade had like 20 something, and didn't he have 18 assists? That combination seems to work. Cade lobs it to Duran. Duran dunks.
Mm-hmm.
Yalen Duran. Sorry. I'm still stuck in Deportes.
Let's go to Matt on a cell. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up? Just here at the airport in Houston. It's long lines. Champ and Chump. Champ, even though the Lions lost, they're going to be my champ because they didn't let Vikings run them over. And Chump, we need to embargo this. It will be Costa because I'm so sick of hearing about the double-digit disco. And I feel like he's the reason that the Lions are losing.
Oh, he jinxed them.
The stupid, the dumb double-digit disco. I wish he would just shut up about it.
When did he? Was it just the prediction for the season, or did he say it about this game?
No, he said it about the game. He's like, "Oh, well, they're 10 points, so it's going to be. We're going to break out the disco ball," and then Rico jumped on board with him.
Well,
yeah, I didn't hear them do that, but I don't believe in jinxes.
Sorry, they spoil your dancing shoes there.
Don and Novi, you're next. What's up, Don?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Don.
Hey, listen, I've been watching these 8 games, man, and what I've been seeing, man, they say the offensive line. Okay, I'll give you that. We do need a little help on that. But, man, that play calling is terrible, man. And I don't understand the offensive regime anyway, man, because if what's not broke, don't need fixing. You got to go back to the put Montgomery in to start and let Griggs come off the bench, man, and let it go, man. I don't understand what's so hard about that, man. He trying to put his all you got to do is just add to the offense, man. You shouldn't have broke that offense up like that, man.
Well, they didn't break anything up. What got broken up was it Frank Ragnow retired, and then Zeitler was on a free agent contract, and he was gone. So that's 2/5 of your offensive line.
True. But I just think, man, it because it seems like don't nobody know what they're doing.
Well, what did you want? You said you want. What you're complaining about the offense and a play. What did you want to see more of? I mean, Montgomery wasn't running well, and when he did break a run, he fumbled it.
I would like. Okay, but yeah, that's one call. I can say that. Then I can say that's probably a little bit for being sitting on the bench forever too.
Oh, come on.
You know what I mean? You got to put him in. I am coming on. You got to put him in the game. You got to turn that offense loose.
He had more carries than Jahmyr Gibbs in the game.
Okay, one game. Okay.
Well, this is the game we're talking about.
Yeah, and it was a game they lost. Don, if I will just to say. The play calling can't possibly be terrible when you average 29.9 points a game, third best in the NFL.
How much? Okay, but
you might not like it, but a terrible play caller would not have the third best offense in the NFL.
And is that your big complaint though? You would rather see Montgomery get the ball more than Gibbs? I mean, that's fine if that's what you think. But if you're upset
I wouldn't say that much. I wouldn't go there. But what I would like to see is them using Montgomery more.
So you think Gibbs deserves it more than Montgomery?
Yeah. On the long run, yeah. Yes, I would. But I would like to see Montgomery break them up.
How many carries? How many more carries a game does Gibbs deserve?
Then Montgomery?
Yeah.
I would say at least about 10 carries more.
Okay, he averages. So wait a sec. They give it to Montgomery.
Okay.
10 carries more per game?
Per game. Gibbs gets the ball. He gets 14 handoffs a game. Montgomery gets 11.
Montgomery gets 11?
Yeah.
But that's probably because that Griggs is starting now.
Okay.
Gibbs?
No, let's go with Griggs.
Oh.
They haven't gotten the ball to Griggs as much. You said you'd accept 10 more carries a game for Gibbs, and Montgomery needs it more. Right now, Gibbs is averaging 3 more carries per game than Montgomery.
I feel like this is a math problem that I see pop up online now in one of my reels. Is this a math problem to try to figure out what that balance is? If Montgomery needs more carries, but Gibbs needs to have 10 more carries than Montgomery, how many carries is that between the two running backs?
I wanted to know how many more times he thinks Gibbs gets it per game. All right, Gator, we got some somewhat sad news that we'll have to share. Nothing tragic. Well, we'll get to that. Nobody here locally important passed. I don't want to get people all worked up, but what's your reaction to kind of a sad passing?
All right.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. And with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% PBT. That means profit boost token. That's right. And you get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. What I like to do with these is take a favorite on the money line, apply the PBT, and that allows the return to be actually respectable. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Tonight, Dallas is favored by 3. Dallas on the money line, I guess, would be my play here if I decide to do it. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Gator, I'm sorry to share with you that Dwayne Roberts, the billionaire businessman credited with inventing the frozen burrito, has passed away at the age of 88.
What?
Yeah. Oh, so.
The guy who invented the frozen burrito?
Yep.
Oh.
Passed away peacefully in his sleep, according to TMZ, on Saturday night, just days shy of his 89th birthday.
Oh, it's a life well lived.
Yeah.
Do you think he chose to be frozen in death?
Maybe. I mean, that would make sense,
right? How do you invent the frozen burrito, guys? Did he accidentally leave it in the freezer, or like?
I mean, that's an excellent question.
And then people are like, "Hey, now it's gone bad." No, he's like, "No, wait. Wait, I think we can reheat this and eat it still."
We're going to need to reheat it on medium for 45 seconds.
Let's sit.
Then flip it over, rotate,
right,
and heat on high for another 60 seconds. Careful, contents inside are going to be really hot.
Yes.
Chiz1121 on Twitch says, microwaves around the world quit functioning as a moment of silence. Eggs and bacon. Was he wrapped up in his blankets?
Oh, come on.
Oh, that's sad.
Where's the frozen burrito rank for you, Gator, as frozen foods, man?
I will tell you that I often go to Costco and get the breakfast burritos.
Solid choice.
So those are, I go through stretches where it'll be like every day for like a week, and then I'll go a couple weeks without. I love them. I absolutely love them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the burrito, as you know.
Do you like the sausage, egg, and burrito or bacon, egg burrito?
Yeah, I mean,
chorizo?
Sausage. Sausage, egg, and cheese. Yeah. If there's some beans in there, I'm okay with it.
How often do you have a frozen burrito, Kang?
I haven't had one in a while, but I used to love them. That's for sure. I got nothing against the frozen burrito. This is a kind of a sad day. The inventor of the frozen burrito has passed.
Doug, when's the last time you had a frozen burrito?
Oh, it's in
the 19th.
Wow, last century.
1992. I'd still be living in that house on Terrain.
Senior year at Michigan State?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I've been really into, Gator, lately, though, is the taquito, frozen taquito. My girls love them. So it's Doug, you know this, especially when they're young.
Yeah.
To get kids to eat like meat other than chicken nuggets is like impossible.
Yeah,
right?
Hot dogs and chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So this is the way for them to eat chicken or beef, depending on the taquito. But they like them. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a solid. It's what a sad day. This is a guy who really left his mark on the world. You know?
Yes, I will be mourning.
You gonna have a frozen burrito later?
Respectfully. You know what? Tomorrow morning I'll have a frozen burrito.
All right, there you go.
I'll do that tomorrow morning. But today I think is National Sandwich Day, I think. I thought I saw on Twitter somebody posted that.
Is that right?
Yeah. So the question is, do I go out and get a sandwich or do I make a sandwich? And the only fixings I have in the house to make a sandwich, I can either make a grilled cheese, which I love, or it's a peanut butter and jelly.
I think I know what Evan's going to do.
Oh, well, I mean, if Evan knows it's National Sandwich Day, there's only one choice for Evan.
There you go.
That's it.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Joe is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what up, guys?
How we doing?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, good. I've been listening to you guys for years. Pleasure talking to you.
Thanks for calling.
I was cutting the grass outside and listening to TJ Lang, and he was right on point. I've noticed a lot this year when Gibbs is back in the backfield. He doesn't get in front of the guys to block. He'll turn one shoulder and get run over or go right around them. TJ at a couple points, you should move him up or put in Montgomery. And then they always run this toss sweeps and run these sweeps, and they never work going back to the Kansas City game and before. I don't know, are they stuck on this toss sweep? Every time they run it, I know it's not going to get yards. That was just my
I would think that they have the data on whether or not that play is successful, and if you're correct, I can't imagine they'll keep running it. As far as
touchdown run on,
I think so.
Was that a toss sweep or was it just
this past game?
The long one that Gibbs had a couple weeks ago.
That was like off right guard. That was right up the middle. But
yeah, you'll see.
Joe, I can't imagine they would keep running a play that isn't working. But as far as I'm no coach, and I don't try and coach a team. It does look to me like the pass protection is not his strength.
No, and he's in there a lot for that. Like, man, oh man, yeah. TJ mentioned you should move him up because he's so far back. Those guys are coming full speed at him. But several games he's missed that.
Well, TJ would definitely know more about it than I, so I
And
acquiesce
then
to him.
TJ kept missing. They kept missing a blitz against Green Bay. I forget what he called it, a cover 8 blitz up the middle. He's like, they should adjust it by halftime. All game they're running that stupid blitz up the middle. But I mean, I think it had more to do with the bye week than anything. But everything, there was no chance they're going to win that game anyway.
Well, and there was an excellent chance they could have won the game. I mean, not against Green Bay, but against Minnesota, it was an excellent chance they could have won the game. They didn't. A lot of mistakes and a lot of confusion out there. Jordan Schultz just tweeted this out to something you had said earlier today.
Mhm.
Keep an eye on this team. Sources: the Commanders have been open to trading several players, including offensive lineman Andrew Wiley and offensive lineman Nick Allegretti, both of whom bring extensive starting and playoff experience. Wiley is valuable position flexibility, having played both guard spots and right tackle during his career.
So neither of them are starters, at least listed on the depth chart that I'm looking at right now. Maybe they've been in and out. Andrew Getty is inside at a guard, or excuse me, Allegretti is inside at a guard. Wiley is also a guard. I thought Wiley played tackle in his career. I have to double check that.
Yes, he's played both guard.
Okay. An Eastern Michigan kid. That's interesting, and I'm not surprised. And that can make sense. I like the versatility of a player that can play both guard and tackle, because you're talking about could be a need. It's about who's the best 5. If they need him a guard. And with Decker, he left the game. I didn't like seeing Penei Sewell leave the game, although he came back in. So that's something to pay attention to for sure, right?
Yes, and this is not a quote that you like to see often, but Dave Burkett has this from Taylor Decker, said that he's, quote, on so much stuff from my shoulder that he won't know how his knee feels until it wears off.
Great. All right, Rico and Mike are coming up next. What do you think those guys are going to talk about?
I think that they are going to echo your enthusiasm for the college starting times, and they're dying to find out what time Alabama-Birmingham is playing.
Okay, that is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Pistons take on the Memphis Grizzlies on the road tonight at 8. You can hear the game right here on the ticket. After spraining his ankle last game, Tobias Harris is questionable for Detroit. Marcus Sasser is still out. According to the Athletics NFL insider Dan Rossini, the Bengals are still looking for a first-round pick in return for a potential Trey Hendrickson trade. Michigan's kickoff next week at Wrigley against Northwestern has been set for noon Eastern. Per Evan Petzold of the Free Press, the Tigers have hired Alex Smith to be their vice president of baseball strategy. Smith spent the last 11 years with the Cubs, including time on the MLB coaching staffs. Cooperstown released their 2026 contemporary ballot, which includes names such as Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Gary Sheffield, and Fernando Valenzuela. Lou Whitaker did not make the cut, though. Red Sox third baseman Alex Bregman has officially opted out of his contract. Mets closer Edwin Diaz and Padres closer Robert Suarez have done the same. Michigan basketball begins their season against Oakland tonight. You can hear the contest over on the Bet 1270 at 8:30. Axel Lendenborg listed on the preseason watch list for the Naismith Player of the Year. MSU also has Colgate tonight at 7. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You're so funny. Go to hell, David.
That was me.
Oh, good. You can go to hell with him. Riding a sidecar.
Just twist that knife.
Whatever, dude. We'll
Sorry, Big G.
Well, no, you're not.
I am, man.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You are.
I love Big G.
You're a garbage human.
I love
Can we
Big
just
G.
Can we focus? No one cares about any of our stuff. Let's get to the Lions. Let's see how long it takes for Lion fans to anger me. This should be fun. How do you want to do it? I mean, there's no sense at 2:00. Everyone knows they got out coached, they got outplayed, they got out physical. They just weren't ready out of the bye week. But this just comes down to what phase on the concern meter are you in? Are you aloof about it? You can be. I mean, I'm not going to be mad if you are, but here's what I wouldn't do. Don't be citing your trip to the NFC title game 2 years ago as if it has anything to do with now. Heard a number of callers call into Doug and Scott with that crap. Here's what's going to happen if you do that here. Last year, ain't got nothing to do with this year. 2 years ago, ain't got nothing to do with this year. I mean, come on now. It's the here and now. We can talk about a lot, but I think we have to weave two things together. You tell me, because you're in the fashion hat. That is bar none the best hat you've ever worn in here.
Thank you.
You look great. It's a Houston Astros throwback. It's beautiful. The point is, I think you have to marry any concerns you have with this team directly to the deadline. Because my headline is this. Whether the team had looked great yesterday or not, what do I always say? More. Okay? They didn't look great. Brad Holmes has got 24 hours to either be the smartest guy in the room the way he thinks he is, or he's just Scott Harris 2.0.
Right.
Okay? So figure it out, Brad. The Eagles have zero chill. They took the player that me, you, and TJ sat here Friday going, go get him.
Yeah.
No, Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman's just in his smoking jacket. Oh, and for fun, they exhumed the body of Jair Alexander. I'm like, okay.
Now let's pick up a backup running back just in case.
But look, if you have anger towards John Morton, I have stats for that. The offense has been bad for 3 weeks. You could say it. You know, if you have angst about the offensive line, you have every right to, because reality is they didn't look good against the Pack. They haven't looked good the last couple weeks. And now you're down Christian Mahogany, and Taylor Decker is giving you everything he has, but I am concerned he won't make it this year. I'm really concerned because now the injuries are stacking up outside of the shoulder, and
if it was just Taylor Decker that was injured, you could maybe suffer through this. But the fact of, the other injuries on the line, Mike, and because I had said, really could practice once a week, and I think you'll be okay because you know what you're getting from him.
Right.
I don't need to see him on a Friday. You might as well. His last name might as well end in Q because he's going to be questionable for the rest of the year. Taylor Decker Q, because he's not going to be healthy.
And the problem is, the longer you go, putting everything in to just get him on the field, the more it wears down. I'm worried about him. I am. But look, I'm open to whatever conversation you want. I'm not going to critique the defense too much because, frankly, 3 of the Viking drives started in your territory. Your special teams was terrible. You turned the ball over. I can't ask Kelvin Shepherd to shut people out.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at the defense. Aiden was unbelievable. I thought Aiden played great. I thought Jack Campbell played great. But they can't get anywhere with a 4-man rush. But we're 2nd and 6. Because you blitz a lot. If you want to win the Super Bowl, my suggestion would be rush 4, drop 7. There's a recipe there. Hey, Brad, might want to go get somebody. Because your 4-man rush stinks. You guys can call in whatever way you want. The John Morton thing, look, I don't give a damn. I don't give a rat's ass about receipts. The offense had been good enough. The coordinator I loved has been Shepherd, and I'm going to continue to stand up for him. I think the work he's done in total has been incredible, injuries included. The offense was fine enough. The offense isn't great. It's not great. It's not last year. It's not Ben Johnson. Look at yesterday, and I don't want to nerd out, but can you indulge me for a moment? Since, basically Mac Jones put a baby inside the New York Giants yesterday. The Lions desperately wanted to get that outside zone working yesterday. They couldn't seal the edge. They just couldn't. They couldn't execute it. That's bad enough. But when you don't do anything to counter it, to change it, to adjust to it, maybe we're going to pull some guards. Maybe we're going to use some counteraction. Use the aggressiveness again. They did none of it. See, those are the earmarks of, okay, this is a guy that's never finished a year as an offensive coordinator. And it becomes concerning. Look, Jared Goff's on pace to get sacked more than he's ever been sacked.
Oh, no.
It's concerning. And here's the other thing. It is play design. This is the last thing. I am not going to rip Jahmyr Gibbs for his coordinator. And look, whatever you want to say, Goff helps coordinate the offense too, fine. When you're asking your running back to stand there and you're giving a linebacker 7, 8, 9 yards to run at you, it's not going to end well. Versus put him in the A-gap. Put a tight end in the A-gap. Now I'm going to stone you at the line. There are certain things in here.
Right, you can't give a linebacker a running start. Because at that point,
very few backs in history are going to pick that blitz up and even get to neutral.
And the thing is, the only way to stop that is you have to go low, and then that could be a flag because maybe you went at the knees.
Sure. But you get my point. Where's the adjustments to those things? I don't have that answer, and that is, to me, it's a John Morton thing. The O-line, the miscommunications, and I always say this, I'm very careful. I'm not going to single out any one person on the O-line because we don't know the intimate details of whose assignment was exactly what. But when the Vikings are going to the line, and I'm going to explain this as non-nerdish as I can, when they're just blitzing the A-gap right over the center, that's not an exotic. That's not anything that's hard to pick up. And with Flores' weakness is he basically walks in, pulls down his underpants, and goes, what are you going to do about that? He doesn't change a whole lot.
And that was just it. I honestly think that Flores, it was so easy. He's like, okay, they're setting me up for something. But until they hit us with the setup, with their plan B, let's just keep running the same stuff. And it's like, because I thought about you because it's like, Brian, it's almost like Brian Flores heard you on Friday and said, oh, yeah, Mr. Funny Guy, watch this.
Well, because, again, normally if you telegraph what you're going to do, like, for instance, when they're blitzing the A-gap and they're dropping their ends, a veteran QB like Jared Goff is going to feast. But not if the offensive line can't put a hat on a hat. There was something in the middle of that line. And again, I don't want to single out an individual because I don't have that answer yet. But my God, now with Mahogany out, and I do think Decker's very compromised. He's giving you everything. Rico, The offensive linemen don't really get dealt at the deadline. Before people decide to start blurting names, I'm going to warn you, if you want to call Kevin Zeitler, you can. He's a right guard. You're not going to displace Tate Ratledge and ask him to play left. You started the year wanting him to play center. Then you kicked him to right. Now you're going to kick him to left? The only left guard I could think of, I texted Cookies this at like 7:30 this morning.
Guy from Cleveland?
Joel Bitonio.
Yeah.
Joel, you tired of losing? You want to give it a rip? He's a left guard. And is he the player he used to be? No. Could he help? Yes.
Is he a warm body?
Yes, factual. But that's just, look, there's a lot to this. The third down thing that I've brought up now for 3 weeks and I get called a hater. All right, am I still a hater? You're tied with the Tennessee Titans and the Carolina Panthers in third down conversion rate. You're 25th in football. It took you 9 weeks to convert your first 3rd and 10. And then here's a fun one. Let me pull this up, and I apologize I don't have this memorized. On 3rd and 4 or more, the last 3 weeks, 3 for 23. Yeah. Guys, it's okay in real time to say, I'm now concerned a little bit with John Morton. You can. Now, hey, did Amon-Ra play yesterday? No, here's why. No, because I saw what you did, and then look at what Seattle did at night with JSN, moving him all over the place. The guy's got 7 grabs in the first half. I'm just not seeing the adjustments. We used 17 picks to get a receiver who doesn't play, and now John Morton is going to use more tight ends. Remember I talked about the tighter formation start the year? Mm-hmm. It's not all adding up.
No, it's not. Now, I do wonder. Here's the caveat for the third down conversion.
Oh, caveats.
Gentlemen, I'm not trying to make excuses for the Lions, but maybe the third down conversions are so poor because they've included fourth down and going for it all the time. It's kind of like when you're at work and you get that first Christmas bonus and it's cool. And then you start baking in the bonus as part of your salary.
Clark Griswold's pool.
Yeah.
Got it.
Great.
I'm here.
That all of a sudden now the Lions just saying, you know what? No matter what, we're going to go for it. So even if we don't get it on third down, which will skew the numbers, we're still going to go for it on fourth down.
Here's the problem that I have with that is now that this is 3rd and 4 and plus. So if it was 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, and you just, get 5 or whatever. But 3rd and 4, you should get 3rd and 4.
Well, 3rd and 4 means, okay, guys, let's pick up 2 yards this time and 2 yards the next time. Just run. I get what you're saying, David, because it's very concerning, but I do wonder if there's a sense of urgency where other teams on third down are like, look, we don't want to get off the field. We got to pick this up. Whereas the Lions, we're going to come up with some dipsy-do, razzle-dazzle play on fourth down. We'll pick this up anyway.
I'm willing to enter just about anything into the discussion because it's now 3 straight weeks the offense hasn't been good. Left a zillion points on the field against Tampa.
And now does Morton have to apologize to Amon-Ra?
No. Oh, by the way, J-Mo plus 200.
He did.
But where's your concern level, guys? And then, look, the deadline thing is a thing. We talked about this the last 2 weeks. Howie Roseman ain't chilling. And this is what it sets up. If you do not go out and win the next 2 games, specifically the Eagle game, you have no chance at the 1 seed. You will be 3 games out of the 1 seed, tiebreaker. With, 8 weeks to go? 7 weeks to guys. That's you're not going to get the 1 seed. You're not going to get the bye. You're not going to get home field. And if they're going to play the brand of ball they've played the last 3 weeks, it won't be good enough. So they have time, and I'm not panicked. Concern is fine. Is that?
No, you should. Yeah, I think you should be concerned. Now, here's the thing, too. I'm looking to the future. I'm not going to count this game against the broken down Commanders because they don't have a quarterback.
What was Jalen Daniels doing in the game?
He should have never been in the game.
31-7 with 7 minutes to go.
This is where coaches outsmart themselves.
That was disgusting.
It was. It's what O'Connell did to last week to Carson Wentz and just leaving him out in the game. Like, you don't do that to people, okay?
Well, he did the world a favor.
Shut up.
Okay.
But no, you're going to beat the Commanders. Look, yes, because they don't have a quarterback.
No.
If you let Marcus Mariota beat you, you got bigger concern.
Then it goes to panic. The point is, if you're sitting here in 2 weeks at 6-4, here's the other note. Actually, I'll save the other note because I want to stay somewhat timely, and I want to give people a chance to call in. But I do have an NFC North note. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So Northville, stop by. Brand new showroom, take home some samples, and buy it where the builders get it, and at the best prices guaranteed. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we're going to get to the callers in a second. I just want to make a point, last point about Lions, and the rest is up to you guys. From an NFC North perspective, here's kind of where I've arrived at, okay? You're 5-3, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with 5-3. The composition of it becomes a little concerning after yesterday. Fine. The Packers have now lost to the Browns and the Panthers. And while the Panthers aren't what they used to be, the Panthers are 5-4. They're 5-4. The point is, Green Bay lost Tucker Kraft. That's the equivalent of you losing. I'm not saying they're equal in talent, but like Tucker Kraft is kind of their Amon-Ra. That's their dude.
Yeah.
He leads them in everything. If I'm downgrading them and I'm downgrading you, the Bears, it's not a work of art and the defense is egregious, but Ben Johnson's cooking. That offense is fun. That offense is hard to stop. And yes, even with that weirdo at quarterback, he made some big plays yesterday. And the Vikings, the very team that marched in here, let's offer this. They've played the entire year without their starting five up front. 80 million different combinations. And they played the last, 6 weeks without their starting quarterback. If we're going to, it can't be viewed in a window that only we are allowed to get better. But if I'm saying, hey, I'm taking a pause on the Pack and the Lions, look at the division. The last place team is a game behind you.
And just beat you.
So I just kind of, I had it in my mind to start the year. It was going to be you staring the Packers in the eye the whole way. And it may be the case. But we have to allow for the fact this thing comprehensively may be more compact than what we imagined. I started the year 11-win football team. I got flirtatious and said, hey, they're going to win 12 games.
I mean, we all felt that way after the
Buck
Ravens
thing. But the reality is 11-7 may get this done. 11-6 may get it done. So, like, I just want to throw that out there of like, hey, are you looking at the division the way I am where, no, I'm not saying you are or aren't winning it. I'm saying I don't know who the F's winning this because this thing is a battle dome.
No, I mean, because for me, I thought that they would have the division probably wrapped up, or at least you would know between them and Green Bay. But now, as this thing is playing out, the worst fear is you got to play in Chicago week 17 or 18 in the cold. That ain't Goff's forte.
You got to go to Minnesota.
The week before.
You get Green Bay coming here.
Right.
And again, I don't know. David, or Kenny, if you want, please feel free. I don't want to shut you guys out. Kenny looked like he was ready to throw the microphone across the parking lot. Talk to me.
No, I was there yesterday. It felt.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry.
It's quite all right. It just felt like first of all, I think it was the O-line for me that bugged me the most.
Okay.
But it always felt like either we were starting their drives very far into our territory because of the special teams, or it felt like we got ourselves down to like 3rd and 20 every other drive. I'm like, what the hell are we doing? Like, it was very frustrating to watch as a fan. And then I do think Rico was right when he pointed out when he did the whole, we feel like 4th down's baked into the salary. I feel like that's how they strategize games now. And if you end up at 3rd and 10, you're screwed.
Well, again, and Kenny, there's a middle ground where if you want to tell me that the offense at large and the coordination of said offense is not a concern, how do you not convert a single 3rd and 10 in 8 weeks of football? Like, it can't be both. And then I've given you the 3rd down data. It's something we've talked about on this show for a few weeks because, of course, according to Doug and Scott's callers, we peddle negativity. Or we don't have our head up our ass. One of the two.
I think it all plays into itself, and I think it started yesterday with the offensive line. I mean, Goff was getting 0 time to throw. The run game didn't work, and that all leads back to what? The O-line.
Yeah, and it's a concern. Mahogany being gone is a major concern. Again, you want to tell me late December? Okay. I'm very concerned about Taylor Decker because dude, we're at the halfway mark, and he's dragging himself into these games. He's doing everything he can, but I'm getting worried there. I am. Go ahead, David.
I'll give you my concern, and it is John Morton. My concern with him is, and I mentioned this on Friday, and Mike, you kind of mentioned it today regarding St. Brown, kind of seemed to be on the same side every single play. And I mentioned that regarding JMO on Friday, how they used to put them both on the same side of the formation to kind of, do some different things. But now it seems to be one side for one or the other and no adjustments. That's the problem that I have with John Morton. There's no adjustments. It feels like a 4-year-old trying to play Madden, staying in the exact I formation form on the game because they don't know how to go to anything else. That's what it feels like. And that's a problem for me because
do you know who agrees with you?
They're coming up the middle and you have to adjust, and there was none.
David, do you know who agrees with you? Before people flame you and say you're a hater and a bastard, TJ Lang agrees with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
So that's going to be inconvenient for some of these Lion fans. All right, let's talk about it. Again, no one's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but that was concerning yesterday. It's one of the worst games of the Dan Campbell era. And the offensive line, John Morton, the trade deadline, for me, I was going to be all in on the deadline anyways. Well, I don't see how you could suggest Brad gets to be Scott Harris and do nothing. Like, Brad, surprise us.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Because when I saw that news this morning, I was just like, okay. Because it was like, okay, he's been traded to Philly.
But why does it have to be the very player that me, you, and TJ suggested Friday? Why? Why does Howie Roseman have to do that to
Because
us?
Howie saw what we saw. You know what? Maybe we don't have to break the bank. We don't have to give him a first-round pick. This guy in my system will be a very good player. Okay? So, third-round pick, there you go. Maybe Brad couldn't do it.
Give me the ticket text. The callers get the rest of, to hell with it today. Go ahead.
My concern level is at an 8. It was probably a 3 or 4 before the game, but yesterday made me want to tear my hair out. I usually don't listen after a loss because I just, whatever. But I'm irritated by this one. I feel like we're heading into the wrong direction. We're getting worse. Someone else says, we've played 8 games and 2 look beyond unorganized. That's a coordinator coaching issue on the offense, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I feel like at the midway point, you got one of your coordinator hires right. Kelvin Shepard's done a really nice job. A really nice job. All things considered, I have no qualms. Offensively, look, it's third straight week. It doesn't look right. It's the 4th game overall. It's bad if you count the opener. And I don't know. I don't feel like they're opening things up for the running game with scheming. Some of the condensed formations work if you're going to maul people, but I don't know that this line's capable of that.
No.
There's just something not right.
No, I'm with you because Shepard kind of reminds me of Glenn. It's always blitzing, and
he doesn't have a choice, Rico.
And just like Glenn, but when the blitzes don't hit or the quarterback happens to sidestep it and now the play's opened up, that's when you're in trouble.
If this team rushes 4, they're dead. It's almost like they needed another edge. 248-539-9797. It's fine. And we love Bob Muhammad. But, let's be serious about it now. Come on. They need
Bob and someone else.
But they need help.
That's what I'm saying.
They need more guys that can win their one-on-ones. And if you don't have to blitz as much, you're going to be that much better. But nobody wants to hear that, and then they'll just cite sacks. It's like, okay, cool. Good teams are going to gut you. But that's fine. Whatever. We'll talk about it. People, next. David Femininio, every lawyer says the same thing. We've got experience. Cool. Experience doesn't mean a whole lot if you're treated just like another number. So how about you have someone represent you who actually gives a damn, listens, fights for you. The experience matters to David. So if you've been in an accident, all you need to do is call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. Straight to the people. Concern level, blame game. Can we say that? However you want it, we can do it. We go to Mike. He's batting leadoff. He's in Sterling Heights. Mike, what's going on, pal?
What's up, fellas?
You tell me.
Man, I'm a little pissed off, but I've been pissed off since the end of training camp. And I'm going to say something, and I have nothing against Brad Holmes, and I don't want him fired. But he has some explaining to do. First of all, if I was in Philadelphia, Christmas comes 3 times a year for those fans. They know they're going to draft a blue chipper. They know come the trade deadline, they're going to get another Christmas gift, and that's going to be a good Christmas gift. Here in Detroit, it's like Father's Day for us. For us men, it's just getting another tie, something we already know about. Brad, the explaining I need you to do, bro. Tesla, a 3rd-round pick for future picks, plus you sign J-Mo. So what's the rationale if you sign J-Mo and you draft him? That's just a luxury. We need ends. We need depth. And now you don't have the pieces to trade at the deadline. So my brother, who 2 years in a row was the GM of the year, you got some explaining to do, man. Because Howie is making folks in Philly feel like Christmas is always coming 4 times a year, bro. And I'm tired of Father's Day here. So, Daddy, I need you to make a splash, okay? I need you to do something because Philly had smaller budget, smaller available money than us. But they go out there and get what we need. So please explain to all us men who don't know nothing about football. Okay, you're the smartest guy in the room. But here it is. That other Christmas piece that they get in Philly is they go to a Super Bowl. They've been to 3. I haven't smelt one yet. So we need you to make a splash, dude.
Mike,
it ain't personal, man.
Mike, it's funny because I would have swore up and down you were either in the pre-show meeting or I'm a ventriloquist because I've been saying the same thing. As you took Tesla, and I've been asking people to help me make this make sense because he cost you 3 third-round picks, 1 to move up last year, you swapped, and then 2 for next year. Now, the price that Philly paid was one of those picks that you gave away. Okay, cool. Bingo. He's going to come in here, and he's going to be that guy. You know, Mike said, hey, you know what? Maybe he's going to replace J-Mo. All right, that makes sense. Until right before the season starts, J-Mo, re-up. Okay, I was wrong. I no longer understand why did you take all of your picks to move up to get a guy who's a luxury receiver that you don't need right now to win a Super Bowl. Oh, and by the way, you also gave away a 3rd-round pick for Giovanni Manu, who doesn't play as well.
Way, how many catches does he have this year, too? I forgot to mention that.
Like 3.
Tesla.
He's got that one-handed touchdown.
No, was that? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. And there was 2 in preseason, right?
Yeah.
Listen.
Brad, we being serious, Brad. We being serious, man.
Well, here's the thing. All right, now, Mike, I'm gonna say this, and I don't want people to be upset. But what have I said to you guys before about both the Tigers and the Lions? Oh, they like winning. They're committed to winning. But they don't do everything they need to do to win it all. There's a difference there. Philly, Jeffrey Lurie, who owns that team, cares about one thing. And if you don't win the Super Bowl, you better work twice as hard to get that done. I'm sorry, but this is a franchise that has no experience at that expectation level. They like having a waiting list for tickets. They like being able to surcharge their people. I'm yet to see something suggestive of all in. And let me say this because I know right now Rico is Dirk Diggler in front of the mirror in Boogie Nights. I understand what I'm up against today, and he's right. If you're all in to win a Super Bowl, do you take 3 third-round picks and draft a luxury receiver who, by the way, doesn't fit the coordinator you hired scheme because you're going to put more 2 tight end sets out there? That's 1. 2, you drafted a project left tackle at a premium pick, not the 7th round like Jordan Mailata. Premium pick. Guy didn't even have a picture. He was dark man. Those are the moves that irk you. And I'm not going to even throw the Hendon Hooker thing in his face, but that was a terrible one. These third-round picks are kind of what's biting you in the ass a little bit because the depth isn't there, which goes right to Rico. Go ahead, look in the mirror and tell yourself you're a shining star, okay?
I am a shining star.
You were right, okay? Let me say it for the people in the back. Rico was right.
It's not about being right, Mike. For the last 2 seasons, the Achilles heel of this team, they're running out of bodies. But every year in the draft, you become so smart that in the mid rounds, your first 2 rounds, you can draft well. And then after that, it's like, all right, what's a project that we can get? No. How about no? How about we just go and draft some people that become the backup offensive lineman or the backup D lineman or the backup linebackers or corners or safeties instead of giving them away for projects who don't see the field. That's the problem because you gave away the pick that you could have got Phillips with. You didn't have it. If Miami had called up Brad and said, Brad, give me a 3rd-round pick. Yeah, can I give you an IOU? How about the 3rd-round pick 2 years from now?
No, I'm really surprised at the way it's played out with Tesla. And, hey, he's got time to write his story. I am. I'm surprised. I got it wrong. It's fine.
No. I'm not anti-Tesla. So people are you hate. I don't hate Tesla. He was a luxury pick. We're already talking about how do you feed J-Mo? How you going to feed Tesla and feed J-Mo and Amon-Ra and Gibbs and Laporta and Montgomery? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the other
problem.
problem.
It was a luxury.
They, if a doorknob radio host such as myself had a pretty good idea of Ragnow contemplating retirement 2 years ago, how did you not, for a team that likes to future-proof the roster, how did you not get a center in place the way Philly did with Cam Jurgens? Like, how did you not do that when you're busy giving 3 third-rounders for a receiver who doesn't play, etc.? Look, no one's perfect. Brad's done a really good job, but it doesn't mean he's perfect. This is the same thing as if you're upset that people are going to critique John Morton. You yelled at everybody saying it was Dan Campbell's offense. Okay, well then fine. That means you're mad at Dan Campbell today. You got to just pick. I still think they're a good football team, but they've got some serious concerns, and it does feel like offensively there's a real issue because the heartbeat of the team is the O-line, and that heart is not that it doesn't have a regular heartbeat right now. And when they face teams that are remotely quality, there's an outlier in there, which is Cleveland. The O-line played great that game, but did they play great against the Pack? No. Did they play great against the Chiefs? No. Did they play great against the Bucs? No. Did they play great yesterday? No. Well, basically, those are the other 4 fronts anybody would care about. Mm-hmm. That's a problem. And then you combine it with there's a bit of a seat change here that they're going tighter formations, more 2 tight ends. I'm shocked they drafted Tesla for it to look like this. Yeah, I think it's okay to call into question John Morton. It is. But it's also why I never understood the anger from the fans for us talking about that all summer. Coordinators, O-line. Hey, look, guys, we're halfway through the season. We have one coordinator that's seemingly a bit of an issue, and the O-line thing is a thing. It's a thing.
And it's also why, hold real quick, David, it's also why I would like to think they're going to make some bold move and go get Trey. But if you give up your 1st-round pick next year, that means you got a 2nd pick, 2nd rounder, and a 4th rounder.
I know that.
No. So I don't think Brad walking into the draft, that's not enough for him.
No, but I think if you okay, first of all, I'm not going to do this anymore because I think it's a fruitless pursuit. They have shown no willingness to go to that place. But if you delta 1 for a guy like Hendrickson, a 3 or a 4 is coming back. There is no world a guy on a 1-year deal is going to net you a 1. Cincinnati can ask for it. I don't even know. You're not crazy. What I'm saying is there would have to be another pick baked in. I don't even know if that's the move.
Maybe they can take that 3rd and 4th round pick they get back, trade up, and get a kicker.
Okay. You see, now you're being mean. Yes, David, you were about to speak.
Because I just wanted for the people in the back that are real quiet about this, because yes, I have also said John Morton today. You two have said John Morton today. But the offense doesn't get approved if it's not approved by Dan Campbell. I was told during the offseason that this was his offense. So just for the people in the back that want to be quiet with that, but they were very loud in the offseason, this is his offense, right?
Well, yeah, because Ben Johnson was an idiot and a puppet, and he had a foot out the door, and he basically was just there to hold the clipboard. Dan Campbell actually called the plays.
I'll tell you one thing. Your offense was in Cincinnati yesterday because the motion, the pre-snap, what they were doing with DJ Moore, the way they were moving the pocket, the running game, using all of those things to, and again, the Bengal defense is
horrible,
is pig vomit. The point is they did put up 50. So it's the same reason you like flexing when you bomb a team like Cincy. Well, the Bears get to flex, I guess, maybe, sort of. Look, they have time to get better, but the heartbeat of this team, they may need a stint. They may need a little something in there. And I don't know how you fix that middle of the year. 248-539-9797. Black Friday doesn't have to mean long lines and pushy crowds of Karens. No, you could just be an adult and go to Paulson's Audio Video. Black Friday sale runs the entire month. So the best part, their prices are better than the big box stores anyways. And at Paulson's, the experts help you pick the perfect TV, sound system, or smart home technology for your home. Then they have their own team deliver, install, and set it up. It's the way adults do it. So before you click buy now, stop by Paulson's Audio and Video. Experience the showroom, and you might be surprised with what they recommend for your space.
Great TVs.
There you go. See? Look at that.
I know personally.
There. Look at this. More endorsements. Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. Farmington Hills. Call 248-553-4100 or go to paulsonsav.com. All right, real quick touch table on some football not related to the Lions. David Music. Yes. I'm at a point right now I wish my career could just be, can we say that, and I go home. I adore this thing. Go ahead.
Well, then, Mike, let's start off.
Yes.
Can we say that the Auburn job will be the toughest job to fill? Hugh Freeze got fired over the weekend.
No. Seemingly, this Penn State job is. With Auburn, you get the booster support. You get a ton of money. And it is a really good gig. Now, you got to deal with Alabama. We know this. But there seemingly is way more coaching talent in the South in this cycle than here in the nether regions. I'm going to say no. It is a tough job, but if you do it well, you can win it all there.
Because I got to feel like, real quick, Dave, before I get to, I got to feel like if you can't beat Alabama, you will be fired.
It's basically Michigan State if MSU took things serious.
Except for Michigan. Yeah, but
no,
when your neighbor is winning national titles
like
and
Michigan?
You are just winning legitimate national titles and you are winning 6 games a year, that's a difference. And there's no Lions. There's no pro football in that state.
Look,
it's just you two.
They're wealthy MSU. Or MSU, who cares? I don't know. The point is, it's
Spartan?
Yeah.
Yeah, they commit to NIL, but you're right. Alabama is so big down there that it may be the most difficult job to have.
I don't think it's going to be tough to fill. They'll pay you a ton of money.
No.
No. But it's the fact of, like, Penn State, if you can get to the playoffs and win a Big Ten.
But why are they struggling? They fired James Franklin without a plan. Matt Rule re-upped.
Yes,
Urban
true.
ain't coming to save him. Who they hiring? Wait, let me get this straight. You fired James Franklin to do what? Hire Eli Drinkwitz?
Yeah, it seemed like they didn't backdoor this thing. They didn't have an idea.
So on that alone, I'd say that job's tougher to fill. Because that was your question. What's the toughest big job to fill?
Okay.
I like the passion. I wish we could have Keating voice this. Can we say
Texas A&M should get the top spot in the college football initial playoff rankings?
I wouldn't have a problem with it. Went on the road and beat a ranked team, which very few people do. They've taken care of their business. Yeah, I don't have an issue with it, but I'm also, you can wake me up when it's all over. I'll leave this to David. I ain't stressing about fake playoff rankings.
It pains me to say yes, but yes. I mean, Indiana hasn't beaten anybody, so yes.
No, the Oregon win is quality.
David, come on.
The Oregon win is quality.
They went to Oregon and won. Oregon had won like 38 straight games or something
and I've
like
been
that.
questioning Oregon ever since.
The difference is Texas A&M plays a real schedule, and Indiana plays in the Big Ten. I mean, it's no different than the conversations I had with Cookies about U of M. It's not Michigan's fault, but it's the reality.
Who have they? Yeah,
I mean, it must be nice
right.
to just go a month where you play scabs. Purdue, Michigan State, Northwest, Big Ten Saturday
Or you could be
night.
like Miami and never leave the state of Florida.
And then when you do,
you lose.
Your bag of glue head coach loses.
Well, you guys brought up two of the
Mario
next ones.
Griftable.
All right, do you want the Mario question or do you want the Michigan question?
Mario,
can we say that despite losing, Crystal Ball's job is safe?
No, he should be fired. He's just James
They
Franklin.
should be fired, but
He's James Franklin with a different logo.
it'll be saved.
Rico, last year they had the number 1 pick in the draft. Did they make the playoff?
No.
And they play in the ACC. We just talked about Big Ten, how soft it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they come back this year. They drop $1 zillion on Carson Beck. They have this great roster. They're not making the playoff, even if they win out. What is the point of his existence? Fire that man. Call Live Crew. Call Uncle Luke. Get him gone. Get Scott Storch on the phone.
Okay.
Get him gone.
Is his job safe?
No.
Because there's so many other jobs available that
No.
maybe Miami won't have a plan and they'll be like Penn State.
No, that's a loser attitude. We can't fire our coach because no one will love us. Stop it.
Okay.
You can act like a man.
He should be replaced, but he won't be replaced. They're going to give him one more year. It's going to be the James Franklin. We'll try it again, but midseason.
How many times has trying it again actually worked without cheating? Without the cheating.
No.
How many?
Billy Napier.
Dead.
And I agree with everything you're saying, Mike, but they're going to do it.
Oh, without cheating. I was going to say Harbaugh. Okay.
He got so desperate, he started cheating.
He did what he did, yeah.
Ryan Day.
Was he ever really on the edge?
No, he was on the edge.
Then it worked with Ryan Day.
Ryan Day had
Congratulations.
3 weeks to get his life together, and he did.
That's fair.
Can we say that Bryce Underwood is an below average quarterback for this season?
Oh, there Rico goes hating again. Now, hold on. Remember something. Rico and I weren't the ones drinking his bathwater preseason. In fact, we said, you're going to be disappointed with what this looks like. Give him time. He's just 18. Oh, wait. We get called haters on the front end and haters on the back end. Mm-hmm. I mean, guys, no offense. He fumbled against State, and State would have had the ball down 4. Don't tell me you didn't need to throw the ball. And a big 5-point win against Purdue as 22-point favorites, you never had game control. 2 red zone turnovers, and don't tell me, oh, we didn't need to throw it, Sparty. No, you can't throw it. He's not ready. And you did a deplorable job putting quality receivers around him. So, yes, right now, he's a below-average quarterback. Newsflash, that's what true freshmen are. It's the folly of paying them all that money.
He will never be mistaken for Trevor Lawrence.
Now, next year, maybe he develops. Maybe he's Julian saying it could totally happen. But right now...
You know, Mike, that's what we've been saying. Like, Trevor Lawrence was the outlier. Everybody else looks horrific.
The Bryce Underwood thing is a different flavor of Deion Sanders. You call something out for what it is at the start. You get power bombed for it. Then it plays out exactly how you said it, and you get power bombed for it again. You can't win. You just cannot win with some people. Like, oh, Deion's a grifter. He's a bum. Weird.
Well, now you're racist.
Yeah, now naturally. That's the stuff that kills me. Like, it's okay to just look at it for what it is. It doesn't mean I don't like the kid. I don't know the kid. I think he's got a world of ability. He might be the best player ever to play, but he ain't that right now. And if you want to argue that, well, you're an idiot. That's really what you're a dope.
Well, the reason why I said that, and then David, I'll get you, is because every game I keep hearing, well, he's having a bad day, but
it can't be every game, though.
And that's just it. If every game is this game and the Central Michigan game is the outlier, maybe we need to rethink this.
Just keep putting Wolverines on the broadcast. They'll lop it up. Jake Butt was there dutifully to clean up his sweat. Jake, take a break. Put it on ice, Jake.
Kenny, this one's for you.
All right.
Can we say that Georgia is a slightly above average team this year?
Slightly above average is a very apt way of putting it.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
I agree. We can say that, Rico, yes.
Okay.
Gunnar Stockton sliding at the 1, crushing Georgia -7 for Kenny and the over for Kenny. Does not help Kenny's opinion here. That was deplorable.
Well, because here's the problem. Georgia will always be compared to Georgia teams of the past.
Right.
I look at this Georgia team, and I'm like, you would get crushed by the teams of the past
Those
few
teams,
years.
though, are generationally great. You can't compare that to that.
That's
Kenny,
the level. That's what they'll always be compared to.
Kenny, all I got to do is look at the Philadelphia Eagles, plain and simple.
Exactly.
Can we say that Vandy's run may be over?
Yes. Thank God. Until Diego Pavia files to play a 9th year. Please go away and get a job. Please. Look, it's a fun story. It's cute, but it's not real. Oh my God. I just go away.
And then, of course, you want to score late.
Well,
screw you.
Listen, Clark Leah knows if we battle and lose close, maybe there's an outside shot that creep into the playoff. I'll give him credit for fighting, but ain't nobody trying to watch a Vandy playoff game. Sorry.
Vandy and Georgia Tech.
Well,
can you imagine? Yeah, let's let teams like Vandy, Michigan, Georgia Tech in the playoff. This expanded thing was sweet. Just wait till they go to 16.
Can we say that the winning quarterback of the Big Ten championship game will be your Heisman Trophy winner?
So Mendoza
or Julian
Sayin?
I mean, I would just offer to qualifier. This is the weakest Heisman Trophy crop in history. So sure.
Sure is.
Why not? Why not?
I just talked with a friend yesterday. They should
Famous
just
Jameis was on the line. He wants to talk.
They should just pause it this year. Just don't give an award away. You don't win a Heisman this year. Sorry, COVID. Something, I don't know.
You go into the Hall of Champions and there's just an ice cream cone where the 2025 award is supposed to be.
Look, Mendoza's been these guys have been putting up some big time video game numbers.
But once again, it's the Big Ten. It's poop. I'm sorry, buddy. It's a bad conference.
Yeah, okay, but Cam Ward and the ACC?
Also poop.
Correct.
Travis Hunter, poop.
Correct.
It's almost like the sport sucks. Next. Oops.
That's okay. Can we say that Dabo was right for going off on the referees in the press?
Yes, he was. And I wish Jonathan Smith would show a tenth of the emotion. That's it. We're done. We're over time. I love this segment. I could do this all day. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Pistons take on the 3-4 Grizzlies tonight in Memphis. Tobias Harris questionable. Pregame at 7:35 right here on the ticket. The Baseball Hall of Fame released their contemporary ballot, which includes former Tiger Gary Sheffield. Lou Whitaker was one of the biggest names left off, however. According to John Heyman of the New York Post, Mets first baseman Pete Alonso has opted out of his deal. New York closer Edwin Diaz joins him. Today marks the first day for college basketball regular season games. Michigan hosts Oakland tonight at 8:30. They plan to reveal the Big Ten Tournament Championship banner today. It will also mark the anticipated debut of transfer forward Yaxel Lendenborg, who was just listed on the watch list for the Naismith Player of the Year. MSU has Colgate tonight at 7 as well. Lions coach Dan Campbell currently addressing the media right now. Hear the latest from him at 3:30. And according to Adam Schefter, Packers tight end Tucker Kraft officially has a torn ACL. The Athletics' Deanna Rossini says the Bengals are requiring a first-round pick in return if they were to trade Trey Hendrickson by tomorrow. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. We're going to get right to the people. Lions, and you can go any way you want with this. Your level of concern, I mean, that was one of the worst performances by the Lions in a long time because they were just bullied. They were out physical. They were given a dose of their own medicine. Offensive line, look, comprehensively the offense hasn't been good the last 3 games. Spread over a 4-week span. Is it John Morton? The O-line, Christian Mahogany now looks like he's going to be gone maybe till Christmas. And with the trade deadline looming, yeah, I don't think we can view this team as a monolith. I mean, yeah, I thought they were going to be the best team in the NFC. I still think they have a shot to do that, but it's okay to have some concerns, and it looks like a couple of those concerns are coming home to roost because they don't have answers on that line. And Taylor Decker, I think, is shaky. Not as a player, but in his current form where he's having to do everything every day just to be wheeled out onto the field with that shoulder. And now he's incurring other injuries. I'm nervous. But I also would like to know that off of yesterday's game, where do you stand with the trade deadline? Plenty of you have sat here and just enabled this team to not do a lot. You get mad at free agency discussions. You get mad at the discussions about wanting to be involved in trades. All right, where are you today? Not in a gotcha format. I don't really care. They could have won yesterday. I'd have the same opinion because I see what Philly's doing. Mm-hmm. And they got the player that me and TJ and Rico all wanted Friday, Jalen Phillips. The fact that they used the draft pick, the very pick you gave up 3 of to get Tesla, a guy who primarily doesn't play, that burns. It hurts. But I do think Brad has to step up here. Unless, of course, you're just happy getting your season ticket fees. Because if it's about winning a Super Bowl, the arms race is heating up. What are you going to do? Unless, if you believe this is a complete product with no weaknesses and a trade would be foolish, I would love to hear from you. And by that, I mean, I'd love to hit you with a 2x4 across the face.
No. We'd love to hear from you because we're here for both sides.
Yeah, if they make sense.
No, I want to hear.
There's no team in football that doesn't need to get better. It's a false premise by people.
Right, unless you feel like getting better is just getting all your healthy guys back. So when the Davenports come back.
Do I know he's coming back? And when he does come back, how could I rely upon him? Josh Paschal was supposed to be back for week 1. Then it was week 4. Now we're talking December. And it's a back issue. Okay. Look, man, it's okay to just say, let's get better. Why? I don't know, because better is fun. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what I think I yearn for, is for a team in this town to say we're all in.
Yeah, because it's almost like it becomes fighting words. Let's get better means you can't say let Brad cook.
Yeah, I don't care about that. And I was shocked listening to Mornings and Middays, people still drawing upon 2 years ago and last year as if it relates to now. Well, we did this. And?
It means nothing.
It means nothing. It's dead. It's gone.
Right.
It's where your Nona is, underground.
Wow, that got dark quick.
No, it's reality. You can think of the memories with Nona, but she ain't here. And
Well,
neither's the 2023 NFC title game.
No, but it's also why you and I have preached, and David as well, there is a window. Believe it or not, there is a window when it comes to doing this thing. And after a while, it closes. And I know some people think that the window is infinite and it's never going to run out. It does, people. The good GMs, they can replace on the fly, and that's what makes it seem like, well, they've been around for a while. The Chiefs have done it. The Eagles are trying to do that right now. The Patriots used to do it. But look at a lot of teams will make it to the Super Bowl and then fall off a cliff.
I think the other thing, look, this is a blessing and a curse. I do think the NFC is wide open. I don't think the AFC is wide open. The AFC has a couple of monoliths. The NFC, we have questions about the Eagles, questions about the Rams, questions about you, questions about the Pack. It just feels open.
See, I think the entire NFL kind of feels. Oh, had the Chiefs won yesterday, I would have been like, it's the Chiefs and everybody else. But then they lost, so it's like,
okay, it's fair. It's fair, I guess. For me, how about this? The AFC is stronger than the NFC. Your pathway here beats whatever the hell you'd have to do over there.
Chiefs, Bills.
I'm just.
Well, I don't know. Chargers took another blow.
Poor Joe Alt, man. Good God.
Just when
his legs have been put into a wood chipper all year. That poor kid. He might be done now. 248-539-9797.
Gino.
Oh, go to hell. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on?
Mike Rico, how are you guys?
Good, Mikey. What's up?
Listen, John Morton is starting to scare me a little bit. The play calls I was seeing yesterday, especially with the screen passes on 3rd and a mile, what are we doing in that situation? I mean, yeah, we got lucky a couple times with Monty running up the sideline, but guys, come on. And then on top of that, too, you got the front line losing coverage and Dawson blown up in the pocket. That offensive line has got to tighten up somehow.
No, there's no argument because Brian Flores wasn't really disguising what he was doing. Even if they were doing some drop cover off the edge, they were bringing A-gap pressure and then, we're going to twist these guys. That stuff's easy to pick up. It's basics. But your point on 3rd downs, you want to be scared about John Morton. You ready for this, Mike? You were 0 for 5 on 3rd downs between 4 and 6 yards, 2 of 8 on 3rd down of 7 or more, 2 of 13 on 3rd or 4 and more. But wait, there's more. On 3rd down and 4 or longer since week 7, 3 for 23. That ranks 30th in the NFL. 26th on the season. And in the last 3 weeks, you're tied with the Titans and Browns in 3rd down conversion rate. It's been a problem, but it's been masked because the offense has overcome that. It's been good enough. The defense, I'm thrilled with Kelvin Shepard, and I'm thrilled with the defense overall. I am.
Oh, I am too. I mean, the Legion of Boom against Tampa Bay a couple weeks ago, that was awesome. Everybody stepped up and played. The defense tried to hold up their bargain yesterday.
Even yesterday, the Vikings had the ball in your territory 3 times because of turnovers by the offense or special teams busts. I can't blame the defense. I can't.
I'm with you as well.
But I'll say this, Mike. Mike, here's the thing, though, because I know what's coming down the line. Well, then why do you want him to go and get someone on defense? Because sometimes you just go strength on strength. I have to get better. And sometimes you can make up for the offense struggling, make your defense even better. I don't have an answer. Like, I don't have prime Alan Faneca in the trade portal. I can't go get that guy. I don't know what to do. I would love to just go out and get Anthony Munoz and we'll tell Decker to take a seat. We can't.
Well, I know. It's just, and I've been with you as well in terms of trying to get a pass rusher on the defense. I want to go get Trey Hendrickson, but I keep hearing that Cincinnati wants a first-round pick.
Well, they can want whatever they want. The reality is I could offer them a 1 if they'll kick me a 3. And, Mike, the whole thing about the pass rusher is this. Separate, we're 3rd in the league in sacks, because you're blitzing like nutcases. Because a lot of your pressures are coming from off-ball people, and it's allowing a guy to free up. But the reality outside of Aiden Hutchinson, if you go base 4 rush, you're terrible. You don't believe me? Talk to TJ Lang. If you could rush 4 and drop 7, that's the secret to dominance. I don't think you're going to get where you want to go doing the Aaron Glenn plan from late last year. And Shepard is doing the best he can. Think about it. Look what he's working with in the secondary. Look at the injuries up front. It's okay to say, you know what? Let me help this guy. John Morton has more pieces, but there's only one name. I talked to Cookies about it last night. I don't know if he brought this up on his show. Maybe you call the Browns for Joel Bitonio.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Anything I can do to support James Anthony Costa. But he's a left guard. He's older. Joe, you tired of losing? You offer Cleveland a late-round pick? You can't call Zeitler. He's a right guard only, which means then you're either asking him to do something he hasn't done or you're displacing Tate Ratledge.
And you're doing it in the later part of the season when you're going to go up against a couple teams that you may be seeing later on in the year in the playoffs. So, right, it's not ideal.
The other problem I have, too, is you can't have it both ways. Well, these deals are brilliant. They don't start till 2027. Then why aren't we doing anything right now? Like, just do it right now. Oh, the Aiden deal doesn't kick in until blobbity blue. And the Jameson deal is team friendly. And the Kirby deal is team friendly. If these are all so effing friendly,
then what are you doing with the money now?
Let's get after it now. Because Howie Roseman, there's no chill. And right now, if the team's going to play the way they played the last 3 weeks, they're not going to go to Philly and win, which means the 1 seed's off the table. You'll be 3 games out, 2 plus a tiebreak. That's 3. So, yes, I would like Brad to be aggressive.
Yeah, because here's the thing. What you don't want to have to do is play a game in Philly or in Green Bay in the playoffs, because I think that's a recipe for disaster.
Green Bay's got their own problems.
Yeah, but they're still ahead of you right now.
I know, but Tucker Kraft dying, that's the equivalent of Amon-Ra dying for you. That's a problem.
I can't figure out the Packers.
You don't try. You just downgrade them and go, they're not who we thought they were. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Quick check with Ticket Text, and right back to the phones. Lions, your concern level. What do you want at the deadline? Blame game. Just keeping it open-ended for you guys. David, talk to me. What do people have to say?
The offense is plain stale and not working. There's no motion, movement, or misdirection. There's no setup, scheming for mismatches, nothing, no creativity.
I was told it was going to be the same offense because John Morton was here for 10 minutes in 2022. Then I was told I'm a mope because it's Dan Campbell's offense. So, like, which is it? Or, hear me out, it's okay to admit Ben Johnson wasn't a blubbering idiot, and this is a downgrade. Now, I still have confidence they can be the best team in the NFC with a downgraded offense. But it just, if the offensive line becomes a huge issue, well, now that's different. That's not scheme. That's just players, not plays. If you can't line up and crush, that's the identity of the team. And unfortunately, it's like John Morton wanted to double down on that with tighter formations, more two tight end personnel, and it's almost like the opposite should be happening. Sorry, David, carry on.
I had tickets for Thanksgiving against Green Bay, and I have tickets for the Wings the night before. After Sunday, I sold my tickets to a Packer fan.
Come on,
I'm
dude.
not watching that crap, Gary, at work.
You know what? Some of you are just not built for this. You are not built to have a good football team. You really just can't handle any. I mean, you are like the garbage man who hits the lottery and is broke in 7 months. You're just not meant to have money. I mean, guys, they lost a game. The season's not over. You can have a concern without pooping your diaper and selling your tickets. What on earth? Guys, they're a good team.
Winning 15 games with a they were hurt, completely gone defense. It skewed the view from these fans. They have no idea how to handle this because you can win 11 games, but you still have to lose 6, and that's okay.
Saying you're concerned they may not win the Super Bowl is one thing.
Selling your tickets
is enough. Like, I can't help you.
Off of one game. Right. Because, yeah, you could still lose 2 or 3 more games, still be in the race for the NFC North.
Wow.
That's so reactionary.
I'm going to go to the
I believe that person, unless you got a mint for those tickets, you will regret that decision.
Ben, 97.1. What's up, Ben?
What's up, guys? I was to fly in the room with y'all thing with the Lions this morning because everything y'all been saying I totally agree with. Now, my thing is with Mr. Holmes. I'm going to call him Mr. Holmes because he seemed to think he knows football more than all of us. But what I'm saying is that I think Campbell should do like he did in 2023. Just take over the offense. Just go ahead and, realize that Morton just can't cut it.
Well, all right, Ben, here's what I could set up. To me, Morton's got 2 weeks. And what I mean is, if you don't look great against a horrific Washington defense and a team that knows their season is over, if you don't look good next week, and then you go into Philly and you don't look good, that's 5 straight weeks of just unacceptable performance. You could make the case then. I can't do that now. We have to afford John Morton the opportunity to grow into the job and to change and to evolve. But it's becoming a bit of an issue, clearly.
Because what you're going to need to see is that offense come up with their own new wrinkles. Maybe the league is like, okay, the Lions, here are their tendencies. Okay, you got to hit them with some new things. That was the one thing that Ben Johnson can do. That he kept teams guessing all regular season long.
When something didn't work,
they didn't. Predictable. This offense is so predictable.
Yeah, I mean, and Ben, part of that is if teams are getting you an even third and medium, you're not converting. I mean, I just look. This is the problem all along. And thank God they got one of the coordinator hires really right. Kelvin Shepard's done a great job.
Oh, he's brilliant. He's brilliant.
But people trying to downplay the loss of Ben Johnson just killed me. Because last year, I don't remember them punting. I don't remember them not converting third down.
There was actually some games where they didn't punt.
Like now, it's commonplace at this point. And they're terrible converting third downs. They rank 25th in football. And if it's It took 8 weeks to convert a 3rd and 10. 8 weeks. Come on, at some point it's okay to say, hey, Johnny, time to pick it up, brother.
Yeah, it's almost like either they give you splash plays or nothing at all.
Well, here's
There's
the other
nothing in between.
The other thing, and they made a big deal of it on the broadcast. Jared Goff's hands are all over this offense, and Jared Goff is installing and doing. Okay, well, then at some point, Jared Goff's got to take criticism. Sorry. I mean, I'm sure it's lovely, and we all care about your Halloween outfit as the chef from Ratatouille. But can we get to the real thing?
Well, some people thought that was the reason why they were on.
It's ridiculous. Players have lives. No, doing commercials doesn't take away from their time. Those commercials are recorded in the offseason.
Go for 2.
Right. That has no impact.
Right. They had a Halloween party in their bye week.
Every team in football had a Halloween party. So did the Packers. Yeah. Oops. Guys, you can separate the worlds. Up next, you're going to tell me they shouldn't be married or have children, right? They should just focus on football.
Yeah, Seattle looked like the only team that came out of the bye week focused.
Right.
Everybody else, not so much.
Uh-oh. Let's go to Q, 97.1. Q, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, Q. What's going on?
Man, my level of concern is definitely closer to a 6 or a 7.
Okay.
I know a lot of people like to get on John Morton, and I have some criticism myself. Consistently calling screens when we can't do screens. I don't understand why we're doing that. But my real biggest concern is the interior of that offensive line. It's no longer their superpower. And when you don't have your superpower, you're just average. And when you just have an average offensive line, you need to be great everywhere else all the time. And that's just really concerning with a team like this, just because if you can't lean on them, if you can't lean on people when you need to lean on them, like yesterday happened. And that's really my biggest concern about this team. But as far as getting help, right now Washington is looking at possibly opening trade discussions on some of their interior offensive linemen, like this guy named Andrew Weil or Nick Allegretti. Do you think that would be the
I think
to go in?
I think anyone who starts in this league at guard, you have a conversation with your pro player personnel people, and you decide, is the juice worth the squeeze? Because without Mahogany for largely or all the rest of the regular season, and you got a below average center. Yeah, I'm not going to be picky, but what I don't want to hear about is more of this smartest guy in the room stuff, where I think it was Dan Campbell last night. Oh, yeah, we got this guy in the practice squad, and we're just going to go next man. No, stop. You got a trade deadline. Let's execute, okay? No, I don't think it's okay to get Popsicle Smitherman from the practice squad. All right?
And where Brad Holmes is not above reproach is we're less armed for this trade deadline because we take risks during the draft all the time for projects that never see the field. And so,
yeah, I mean, you can make a case. Rico brought it up. Okay, Q. If you look collectively at the third-round haul here the last 3 years, Broderick Martin, Hendon Hooker, 3 third-round picks for Tesla, and then you drafted Manu.
And gave up another third-round pick from last year's draft.
Right. So that becomes a depth thing, and there's a depth problem. And I never understood. Everyone and their mother remotely plugged in knew Ragnow could have retired 2 years ago.
Right.
Much less last year. For a team that future-proofs, how the hell did they not? And we saw it play out in real time with the Eagles. They knew Jason Kelce wasn't long. They drafted Cam Jurgens, and he was ready to fill. Mm-hmm. Don't talk to me about a Mailata comparison for Philly. They got him in the 7th round. Where'd they take Manu? 3rd or 4th round, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's
4th round.
Okay, so that seemingly is becoming an issue because you've been blessed that your linemen have primarily stayed healthy. Last year, like the Vikings, the team that just beat you, they have not had the same 5 guys start up front, I don't think, once this year. Like, that's chaos. Oh, and they lost their starting quarterback, even if you think he's limited, for 6 weeks. Mm-hmm. Last year, the Lions lived a dream sequence that on offense, I think they had 8 total games missed. 8 by all 11 starters, 8 total.
Not realistic.
Well, no, and thank God they're pretty healthy now.
Correct.
The Mahogany injury is the only one, but like,
well, Decker, and then like I said, I thought, oh, sorry, David.
How dare you?
Okay. All right, you know what? Hey, the other day over at a friend's place, pumped to watch football, set up, hot mess, lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find the game, claimed he was a big fan, actually was fan fish. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. It is the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and all my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in front of me, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K so clear. You can see the refs screwing up the play in Minnesota. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications and live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K capable TV box.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions coach Dan Campbell was back at the podium this afternoon. Does he think offensive lineman Christian Mahogany has a chance to come back this season? He also said that Decker and Sewell, their injuries are not long-term. The Pistons face the Grizzlies on the road. Tobias Harris questionable with an ankle sprain. Hear the game right here on the Ticket at 8. College basketball also tips off tonight. Michigan State battles Oakland at 8:30. MSU begins the regular season in Colgate at 7 as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Got a couple Dan Campbell quotes for people. Rico, if you'd be so kind. How about I say nothing? And I want Kenny and David to react to these. We'll do this with a twist.
All right. This is from Danny Rogers. Dan Campbell confirmed that Mahogany will be out for a long time with a broken bone. Sees Coyote Asakwa competing for the guard spot and says Lions are looking at all options. But right now, he does not know if Detroit will make a move for an O-lineman before the trade deadline. I think Tate will be okay while Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker don't have long-term injuries, but is still unsure if they can play this week.
We're a day before the deadline with injuries, and you're saying we have no idea. You don't think we're going to get someone. Okay.
No, he said he doesn't know.
Okay.
Which I'm not mad at. I don't think it's smart to show your hand. The part that I thought was interesting is I don't know the status of essentially the entire line.
Yeah, 3 guys out of 5. Yeah.
And again, you're 7-point favorites, not 38. This isn't the Mountain West. You're not playing San Jose State this weekend. So as bad as Washington looks, remember what league we're in.
Yeah, this isn't the Citadel.
If you go on the road and you don't have your offensive line, based on the way you just played,
correct,
and Sewell and Ratledge aren't there, or Decker and Sewell aren't there, come on now.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that one. And it's early. Very surprised he would call into question their availability this weekend.
Yeah, looks like he won't know their status. He still doesn't know their status for Sunday, so this is something that we're going to have to
You won't
wait.
know until about Thursday, probably.
Yeah,
right?
so they had multiple people because, just to make sure I'm not being duped. But yeah, Colton Pouncey said relatively the same thing. So maybe problematic. It's the Commanders minus Jaden Daniels, but you may be minus your offensive line.
We'll see.
Possibly. Looks like, seems
Which
like
affects
maybe.
everything. Your run game, protection, everything.
I've heard.
Let's go to Herb, 97.1.
Okay, yeah. What up, though? Gentlemen, ouch.
Hey,
at first, I'm like, everybody relax, right? And then y'all just gave me that update on the O-line. It's like, oh.
Hit you with that 2-piece combo.
Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, whew, I still want to say the sky's not falling, question mark. Oh, man, y'all just threw me all off. I mean,
take a deep breath.
I mean, okay, so it could be worse. And, I mean, it's the middle of the season. Just about everybody is hurt and banged up. Next man up, we're going to have to play through it. And at the end of the day, I think at this point of where the organization is, get to the playoffs. Get to the playoffs, be healthy when you get there, and then we take it from there. Because I don't know what everybody expected, but we had 3 losses now. Expect at least 2, maybe 3. I mean, yeah, more at least, and we'll be okay. It's not the end of the world.
No.
Back off from the ledge.
No, there's no ledge here. I think you can talk concern because Super Bowl's the goal. I mean, Herb, you know the deal. If you're a bad team, you don't get to have these conversations. And right. I thought they were an 11-win team to start the year. I got a little bit more confident when they'd beat Tampa, went to the bye. I thought they'd come out and play well here. They didn't. But
for me, it was the Ravens. Yeah, that's when I got a little cocky. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're all good. I think the concern is the next 2 weeks and what you look like. Look, if you don't look good the next 2 and you get dusted by the Eagles, Herb, the problem will be that takes the 1 seed basically off the table. the bye week in the home field in front of the best fans on the planet. And
but what did that get us last year?
No. Hold on. Damn it, Irv, I knew what you were going to do. Just because it didn't work last year doesn't change the historical importance of having that to make the Super Bowl as an indoor team.
No. But I would say this.
I'm with you.
Gentlemen, I would say this. The problem is if you do end up losing too many, now you're just solidified in a wild card spot, meaning you may be on the road for many or all of your games.
Which, again, teams can do it, but when you play indoors, this always haunted the Saints. It always haunted the Colts. The idea is you want to stay indoors, and you have a quarterback who's not great outdoors. He's not.
No.
So it just becomes a thing. Look,
because at that point you're hoping that you're playing a team like the Rams,
right,
where it's outdoors, kinda, but it's still 60 degrees.
I think the deadline's going to tell you a lot. If they pull a Scott Harris, then they're not serious about winning it all. And it doesn't mean you can't win in the absence of that sincerity, but are you giving yourself the best shot? No. And for all the people that are going to freak out and, well, what about picks? What about them? What about the cap? What about it? What about it? What's the value of all of these? Oh, what a great deal. Hometown discount. Deal doesn't start till 2040. What's the point of all of that if you're not able to push the rev limiter? So the NFC North looks a lot more competitive than preseason, where we thought it was you and the pack. Now I kind of feel like all four teams are in the mix here. And certainly Vikings and Bears, I'm not putting them on your level full time, but you did just get beat by the Vikings.
Well, if you want to do the long-term thinking, you got two teams working with guys still on rookie deals in the Vikings and Bears, so they can kind of go all in and bring in some top free agents and not break the bank in the next few years. Just saying.
I'd play the deflator sound, but I don't have that on my board. That's okay. We'll get more of the people.
Still true.
No, it's true and deflating. You're right. It just hurts.
True-flating?
Yes. 248-539-9797. Black Friday doesn't have to mean long lines and Karens. Paulson's Audio Video, Farmington Hills, Black Friday, it's all month long. All November. Go at your convenience. And they have the real experts to help you pick the perfect TV, sound system, or smart home gear for your home. Then they deliver, install, and set it up the right way. It's the complete experience. Great prices, great products, great people. Period. That's how you stay in the game for 35 years. So before you click buy now, stop by Paulson's Audio Video, experience the showroom, and not just a receipt. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. Go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. All right, we're going to get to the people. We'll get to can we say that at 4 as well. Lions concern level, blame game, trade deadline. 3 silos to play in. You pick your adventure. We go to Cliff, 97.1. Cliff, what's going on, bud?
How you doing, guys?
Good, Clifford.
You may remember my call from right after preseason when I said, if John Morton doesn't pick up Benzo playbook, we are doomed. There's no way to know how bad offensive line is when the defense knows exactly what you're going to do. Coupled with the fact that the offensive coordinator never countered what was being done with the blitz. I saw one slant all game. I didn't see any misdirection. I didn't see a trap play. He needs to be fired right now for us to move forward.
Wow.
Yeah, we got other problems, but he's problem number one. He has gone back to that stank offense he was running in preseason. That is the problem.
Cliff, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm not going to pull the plug now. I think 2 weeks. I think if it looks bad the next 2 weeks, you could have that conversation because that's how it's done in big boy land.
Yep.
And we've already seen Dan Campbell replace an OC midstream with Anthony Lynn. Look, I want to give John Morton a chance to adjust, but you have every right to pick up the phone and call and not be labeled negative. They've had 4 dog water performances offensively this year. 4.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say it was negative, Cliff. I didn't see firing him on the table today, but
I don't either.
I can't be mad at you.
I hear you. I appreciate that, but I guess time will tell.
Yeah,
it's a question of
Cliff, what do you want him to do?
Either he calls the game like he did against Tampa, or he goes back to what he did in preseason. If he does that, he has got to go.
Yeah, no, look, Cliff, I want people to hear what you're saying versus write you off and go, oh, he's unhinged and he's negative. No. Hear what Cliff is saying. If your goal is a Super Bowl and your goal is the 1 seed, and you know that if you sit down and you watch the tape of this team against Green Bay, against Kansas City, against Tampa, and against the Vikings, that's not good tape. That's not good offense. And that's half your games. Then you factor in what you do against the Bears doesn't really count. They're dreadful. The Ravens defense down 17 starters, also dreadful. And look, you had a shining moment against Cleveland. But the longer that goes, that looks a bit more like an outlier than anything else. So you have to get more data. I don't think you do anything right now, but I don't think it's wrong if you're Cliff to call up and go, guys, we can't screw around or we're going to play 3 road games in the playoffs. Like, that's what we'd be headed for. This division does look more competitive than what we originally thought. And would I be willing to bet any major amount of money on Bears and Vikings being there at the end? Not yet. But right now, I know the Vikings just walked in here and beat you. I know I wouldn't look forward to playing the Bears right now with the way Ben Johnson has that offense cooking.
No.
And Green Bay's the one. Look, I have more concerns about Green Bay than I have about you. Why? The very same argument I just used about tape. Packer game against you was their virtuoso, right? They look good against Dallas. They look good against the Browns. They look good against the Cardinals.
No.
Did they look good against Carolina? And Tucker Kraft just died. And he's a centerpiece of their offense. So, like, that's...
Here's the thing. I don't know, and we're going to wait to see. I don't know if the Packers are kind of like the Bills, where they're built to beat certain teams, and other teams they're more competitive against. Like the Bills last night, or like, wow, okay, that's the Buffalo Bills that I was expecting to see against the Chiefs.
They were awesome.
Because they're built to beat the Chiefs.
A lot of 4- and 5-man rush, and they destroyed Mahomes. I thought Epinesa killed him.
So that's why
that hit along the sideline, that was like a Mortal Kombat finishing move. I thought he killed him. I thought his head was going to pop off. And there was no flag. No script writers, Pat. Sorry.
Even Nick Bolton had to tip his cap.
Nick Bolton had one of those plays where I thought of you. He just kills people. They tried to like Mahomes was, or Allen was under pressure. He tried to loop a ball out to the flat, and Bolton was waiting there like Michael Myers. It was nope.
Come on, man.
Dead.
You got to do better than this.
Let's go over to Mac 97.1. Mac, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing much today. Pretty good Monday. I listen to you guys every day, basically besides the weekends. And we have the same conversation every deadline, no matter what team. This town is just complacent with being good enough, but not great. And it's just so upsetting.
I don't think there's a franchise. Well, I know there's not a franchise in this town that has shown their customers that they are all in to win a championship. Not one.
I mean, it's like the kid at Halloween who hoards their candy but never eats it. You got picks, you got prospects, and we never go out or sign, trade, do anything.
No,
I mean,
look at the
might as well
Tigers
just bring
deadline
back
this summer. Look at the Wings deadline last year. Look at right here, right now with, okay, let Brad show us. I hope we get to do a show tomorrow with breaking news and they make a bold move and they show you they're pot committed. Because, Mac, I always love how fans get seduced by corporate language. We want to be consistently competitive for a long time. Why? To extract all the money from your customers without delivering a parade? That's all that
we
means.
might as well. I mean, they're probably going to go out and sign, Ziggy Ansah tomorrow? He can still play.
Come on.
Well, I heard Za'Darius is still out there.
Listen, we're going to make a trade for Cash Doll, and we're going to get Za'Darius back. No, Mac, I hear you loud and clear, and I know you can't be all in all the time, but when you're in a window, the Tigers are in that Scooble window. You are in a Super Bowl window, and you have clear needs. I will be bitterly disappointed if they don't do something here. And I don't think that makes me evil, bad, mean, negative, hater, or any of the other low rent, low IQ responses you get from lemmings. No. We all want the same thing. And right now, do they look like a Super Bowl team as currently constituted? Not really.
And the problem is there's no clear-cut team right now. So you could give yourself the advantage by making some moves because it's not like, well, we can make this move, but this team's a monolith and we're not going to defeat them anyway.
Look, I like what Philly did because they're trying. All right. Do I think Jair Alexander has a lot left in the tank? No. He probably got hurt signing.
But you know what? If Jair can give you something, a big play or two in the playoffs, then it was worth it.
And look, Jalen Phillips, the guy that TJ Miu wanted Friday. Well, he has a lower pass rush win rate than we do. He's on the Dolphins. The theory is you're bringing him into a situation with better players around him. It will improve his performance. If they're right, it's a steal. If they're wrong, do you think Howie Roseman cares about a third-round pick? And clearly you don't. You traded 3 of them for a receiver who doesn't play. Uh-oh. And now I look stupid because I was actually amped up for Tesla, but then John Morton came to town and decided I'm not putting receivers on the field.
But just wait in a few years.
I understand that, and it might be awesome. And I defended the pick because I could understand it, but I thought they were not going to use more 2 tight end sets.
Right. And it's just like we're sitting here debating all last week. Well, how do you feed J-Mo? Well, what's left for Tesla?
You know what? You've said it all. I quit. 248-539-9797.
We need you.
David, any ticket texts? What are people saying? What's the word on the street?
If they don't make a move, then why bother? I will come back when they get serious.
Oh, boy. The villain arc is happening. All right. Listen, they might be able to win it in spite of not doing something, but I don't think it's wrong to have that standard of like, all right, guys, clear needs on both fronts. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to scream and yell about a secondary piece, but I wouldn't be mad if you did something. Like if you went out and got Tariq Woolen, who's a man corner in a zone scheme, you think I'm going to be mad about it? No, because it's like relief pitching. You can't have too much of it. You want me to come back to you? I know you got a lot of business happening back there. You got Jeremy Otto interrupting.
Oh, you know that's a problem right there.
Otto comes back there and he barks orders at David. Do you have my audio, bitch? And it's just it's not
so
nice,
unprofessional.
Jeremy. Well, Jeremy got a haircut, so now he thinks he's boss hog back there. He's like, hey, look at me. I'm a bigger shot.
Got the haircut to do UOD basketball.
There, I knew it.
Oh, it is basketball season. You're right.
I knew it. Well, he couldn't show up looking homeless like he was last week. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media this afternoon. He said Christian Mahogany has a broken bone, and there's a chance he does return this season. The injuries to Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell are not believed to be long-term, and he also thinks that Tate Ratledge will be fine. Commanders corner Marshawn Lattimore has torn his ACL, according to Ian Rappaport, ruling him out for the season. Of course, this week's game against Detroit. Michigan's kickoff next week at Wrigley Field against Northwestern has been set for noon Eastern. Running back Jordan Marshall was tabbed as the co-offensive player of the week in the Big Ten after rushing for 185 yards and 3 touchdowns for his Purdue. The Pistons take on the Memphis Grizzlies on the road tonight at 8. You can hear the game right here on the ticket. After spraining his ankle last game, Tobias Harris is questionable for Detroit. Marcus Sasser remains out. Cooperstown released their 2026 Contemporary Baseball ballot and includes names such as Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Gary Sheffield. Lou Whitaker did not make the cut, though. Michigan basketball begins their season against Oakland tonight. You can hear the contest on the Bet 1270 at 8:30. Axel Lendenborg listed as the preseason watch list for the Naismith Player of the Year. MSU will also take on Colgate at 7. At the Corral Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to it. Can we say that, David?
All right, let's just dive into this. Can we say, after watching the NFL this weekend, that Seattle is the best team right now?
No. Ridiculous. Ginger quarterback. Can't do it.
Got to let that go, Mike.
I'm not going to until one wins a Super Bowl. No. They're a nice team, nice story, and Mike McDonald sure knows what the hell he's doing taking them on the road. They don't lose road games.
Right. And Sam Darnold is getting it done with JSN and a bunch of receivers that nobody's heard of.
That's why it's not real. Players, not plays in the playoffs, man. They don't have enough. Okay. But boy, has he steadied the ship there, and they're on a nice trajectory. That's as far as I'll go.
Shout out Cody White.
Yeah, I can't say they're the best. They just played the Commanders, who have not looked good all year. Outside of the injuries that happened in the game, they haven't looked good all year. So, no, I can't say Seattle's the best.
6-2 for their wins on the road. It's got to count for something. Okay, but you know what?
Guy can't handle saying they're a contender.
No.
Got to make them the best.
Who is?
Eagles right now, Rams, Lions. Packer out. I'm done. I am done with Green Bay.
Can't put the Lions up there right now.
Okay. Then
Can we say, because this is shocking.
Just say it.
Carolina Panthers are a playoff team.
No. I think Dave Canales, much like Mike McDonald, has calmed the waters, built a foundation. They are government cheese Lions. Physical, want to run the ball, stop the run. They have a baseline. But I am not sold they have a quarterback. This Bryce Young thing, you're not going to make a living throwing for 120 yards. They are not a playoff team.
Yeah, you're right. They run the ball. They're a very strong team there, but no, I'm not going to say that right now. They're not a playoff team.
Can we say the Green Bay Packers are the most puzzling team in the NFL?
They're dead, though, now. So
yes, you can say they're puzzling.
Yeah.
They just haven't put 4 quarters of football together all year. They go long stretches moving their food around their plate. A lot of empty calories. LaFleur loves to just got to have this weird balance element, even though Jordan Love will go through streaks where he's amazing. I'm done. I'm done. I want nothing to do with it. They can play good football for a month. Ring the bell after Thanksgiving. I can't do it.
Okay? Yeah, and Parsons said it. Like, you don't lose those type of games where 100 yards from the quarterback, the opposing quarterback. I don't understand that type of loss.
Oh, Jordan Love threw a disastrous interception. And of course, Cookies had a baby in his pants. He hates Jordan Love more than world hunger. I don't know if Jordan Love slept with an ex of his or something. I don't know what Jordan Love did to Cookies. He hates that man.
Can we say that the Indianapolis Colts may have found their level? That maybe they're not one of the best teams?
Yes. That's why they're the 5th betting choice in the AFC to win the AFC. You know what Daniel Jones looked like yesterday?
Daniel Jones.
He got pressured. He got squirrely. He turned it over. Pittsburgh played up for a week on defense. Again, he's a lesser form of Jared Goff. Everything has to be decently right or it all comes apart. I think the Colts are a really nice story. I think they're a playoff team, but they're not a Super Bowl team.
I think I told you before, Rico, that this stretch of games for them was going to be when we learned about them. It was the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Falcons, the Chiefs, and then the Texans. We were going to learn about them before they get into December, and we're learning.
You did. Can we say that Drake London may be the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL?
Yeah.
That nobody talks about him, but, man, this guy just keeps getting it done. 3 touchdowns yesterday.
No, he's phenomenal. He's just caught in hell. I mean, Atlanta's a hellhole. Catch radius, big-bodied. He's as close to a Megatron-type receiver as we have in the NFL. He's trapped in hell. Atlanta is absolute hell.
You're right. He had Marcus Mariota, I believe, 1 year. Then he had Kirk Cousins, who's coming off an injury. And Penix is not having the best year right now. So, yeah.
Can we say that Christian McCaffrey has entered into the Offensive Player of the Year conversation?
Why does it always have to come back to the Niners?
Because it's my segment.
David, I want to go Chris,
Sure.
I want to go Will Smith on Chris Rock at this moment.
Like, take it.
Fine. Yes. Hope he strains his calf.
Did it hurt
Next
you?
question.
Wow. Jeez. I put a lot of work into this.
Yeah.
Can we say? I'm sorry, what? I don't know what that is. Can we say that Dan Quinn ended Washington's season yesterday by leaving his quarterback in the game in a blowout?
Yes.
Yes, and he has since
Are
apologized.
you gonna be okay?
I'm trying to help Mike out here.
He did it right as I took a sip
I'm sorry.
of my caffeine, and it may or may not reside in my nasal cavity now.
Dan Quinn has apologized during his press conference just about an hour ago. He should not have left his quarterback in.
Oh, that's nice.
Too late.
Yes. And JFK's security detail said they probably should have done better. Thanks.
We probably should have went over to that book suppository.
Yeah.
But
Thanks,
we did.
Dan. 31-7 with 7 minutes to go in a game you didn't do bupkis all night. You got your quarterback killed running the football. Oh, but it's his non-throwing arm. It doesn't matter. It's on backwards.
Mm-hmm. When everybody's taking a knee around him, you know you're in trouble.
That was gross.
Can we say that collectively we owe J.J. McCarthy and Brian Flores an apology?
No. JJ was fine enough. Made a few plays with his legs, made a couple of nice throws. I'm not mad at him. But again, I'm not doing this. This is what I mean. You're just as bad as the people you hate. That is such a social media opinion. Guy plays decent for 1 week, and now we want to bronze his penis.
No, I didn't say that.
Enough.
I just said we owe him an apology.
No, and
actually
Flores
came out
didn't do anything yesterday. It's that you didn't react to it. Brian Flores is like, hey, here's the Pat Narduzzi double-A gap pressure. The Lions look like he was speaking Portuguese. No.
It's not going to always be easy, Mike.
No.
They kept the game plan simple. They ran the ball well, and that helped JJ. That's all it was.
Yeah,
he had a great fourth quarter that one game, and then he struggled the rest.
First of all, it was a fourth quarter against the Bears where they stop. And then yesterday, any quarterback will look good when you get 3 possessions in plus territory.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Can we say that the Pittsburgh Steelers are not done yet?
They're done.
No, done.
They're done.
I refuse to accept old balls winning the AFC North. Go Ravens. Go Ravens.
It took Jalen Ramsey to have an impassioned speech the night before. They're not going to play like that defensively the rest of the way. Please.
Got a tough crowd today.
Old guys are just soaking in ice right now because they're in pain.
How about Aaron trying to run for the pylon?
Oh, my
He
gosh.
made a business decision. He's like, oh, hell. Oh, my God.
Can we say that the referees overreacted on the Rico Dowdle touchdown celebration yesterday?
Yes, they're grown-ass men. You do choreographed celebrations. You got guys bowling with their offensive linemen. Leave it alone.
Yeah, he was having fun because of the sketch from Key and Peele. It was supposed to be 3 pumps to get you the flag, not 2.
Right. And almost cost them the game. Just saying. They had to kick the long extra point and missed it.
David, how many got you 4 kids?
Can we
Not answering that.
Can we say that at some point this year we're going to see a 70-yard field goal made?
Yeah, I quit. Some kicker I've never heard of for Jacksonville just pipes one from 100 yards. Just do us all a favor tonight on Monday Night Football. Have Aubrey attempt an 80-yard field goal, and let's just be done with this. What a ridiculous sport. You got to stop letting these kickers doctor the football game day. Enough. And I want different goalposts. I know they're not going to give me the clown's mouth at the mini golf, but you got to do something here.
Make them thinner.
You're gonna get cute and try to kick from 70. I want to introduce you to arena football. There you go.
I got one more, David. Non-football related, but it dealt with this weekend. Can we say this was probably the most entertaining World Series? What is that?
It's Doug saying, "Hello, blacks."
Oh, okay. Can we say this was the most entertaining World Series in a long time?
Yeah, but it's also annoying because the Death Star won it. And Toronto had every opportunity to win the damn game. They could have closed them out. I mean, you let a bum in Rojas tie the damn game. Then you lose it by a hot dog. The play-at-home play. Yes, it was awesome, but it was also bad for the sport. And now we're probably not going to have baseball in 2027 because the Dodgers did it. And then Bo Bichette hit a home run and fall in love with Toronto and say he wants to be there, which means I can't get him here.
Yeah, I know.
Can we say that? 97-1.
Hi there. Sorry. Apologies. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the decking you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, buy it. It's Northville. Stop by the brand new showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we're going to get some calls. We'll get the ticket text as well. Look, the Lions game sucked. There's no other way around it. It's okay to be concerned. I think anything beyond concerned is overreaction. But the next 2 weeks are critical for the offensive line, for this team's season. You know, obviously, a loss to Washington would be crippling. And I don't see it. I don't expect it. I'd be shocked by it. At Philly is looking more daunting, clearly, especially with the loss of Mahogany. Questions about John Morton, this offense, their third down rates. Defensively, look, I think Kelvin Shepard is pulling an Aaron Glenn. He's doing the best he can with what he's got. A lot of injuries. I think you got that one right. That coordinator hire's right. The Morton thing is TBA, and I've given you some stats with it. But where are you at with it? And look, the deadline's tomorrow. Can we all kind of walk in unison? We'd like Brad to do something substantial. You know, look, you can mock the Eagles if you want to. You know, Jair Alexander's baked and Jalen Phillips underperformed. Look, they're out there adding to their war chest, and they're giving, in their mind, their best chance to repeat as Super Bowl champions. See, in order to repeat, you have to actually get there. So that's the whole premise. And other teams are going to do things. I would suggest you be a part of that. So that's what we're rapping about. Let's go to Rob, and then we'll get the ticket text in. Rob, sorry that took so long. Welcome. What's going on?
That's okay, guys. Hey, happy Victory Monday, guys. Oh, wait, I forgot. They were 9.5 favorites at home coming off a bye. Hashtag first round bye.
Welcome to the NFL, Rob. A team loses that has no business losing every week. It just usually doesn't happen to you guys.
Yeah. But one thing I'm frustrated the most about is the schizophrenic nature of the fan base and the media. It's like it's all over the place. You know, after the Green Bay game, all the worst fears were realized. The coordinators suck. The O-line blows. The schedule's tough. The season's over. And then we go to Chicago, or play Chicago, and then, you know, Morton's for real. O-line doubts put to rest. Baltimore, greatest rookies ever. The O-line's gelling. Morton's the second coming of Ben Johnson. Cleveland, great win. You know, Cleveland. Cincy, Browning's passing out interceptions like candy. KC, we got a free pass because it was at Arrowhead in prime time. Tampa Bay, best team in the NFL after winning that one. We're going to the Super Bowl and winning it. Then we play Minnesota. Now it's like, are we making the playoffs? Ben Johnson or Morton's now the redheaded stepchild of Ben Johnson.
Well, Rob, you've described fans in any sport. Yeah. And again, like even from a media perspective, okay, Green Bay happened. I said you were an 11-6 team going in, you're 11-6 coming out. But that was because people wrote off the Packers, and I go, congrats. Now they're going to stare you in the eye. Where are they right now? Staring you right in the eye. I mean, I can't. No one has called today, Rob, and said they're not making the playoffs. So you can't pin that on the callers today. Now, I'm sure there's chaos on social media. I'll leave that to you, Rob.
Now, where do you think Green Bay would be if they didn't trade for Micah Parsons?
Well, listen, they needed to do something because they went into the season with Lucas Van Ness as their only answer. Their problem has been inconsistency from Jump Street. The John Morton thing, I mean, Rob, if we zoom out and we go, okay, we're at the midway point. Like, where are you with John Morton? 4 of the performances are terrible offensively. Their third down rate is awful. I've given those stats. Where are you at? I think it's okay to talk about it. I'm not ready to launch the guy out of a cannon.
No, I mean, I think it's a great football team. I mean, Super Bowl contender. I don't know if I feel as confident as I did before yesterday.
What do you need out of the deadline?
They have to make a move. I mean, as you guys said continuously for years, Holmes has to be he can't treat us like we're, you know, like he said that condescendingly, like, you know, nobody knows like me. You guys don't know. Like, we're stupid. We have to make a move. I mean, there's no doubt about it. If he doesn't make a move, then
what would you like? Like tomorrow, you turn on the ticket or you're on your phone. What news alert do you want to see hit that makes Rob happy?
We have to get some kind of O-line depth at the line. Defensive, offensive line.
Yeah.
Have to get more depth.
The name I brought up, I don't know if you like it or not, but like I said, I don't think really good left guards are dropping off trees would be Joel Bitonio from Cleveland. He's a vet, left guard.
So, Rob, where would you be if you wake up and there's no move?
Oh, dear.
I mean, my concern level is still probably around a 5 to 6. And that's only because if we lose a key player on offense, like Amon-Ra, God forbid, or J-Mo, I think we'd be in big trouble. But the thing that gives me a little bit of comfort is, Minnesota and Chicago, although they're, cute stories right now, if you look at their schedules are brutal. They both have gauntlets to go through. And with J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams, just learning how to win, I just don't see it for either one of them. So I think it does come down to us or Green Bay.
Yeah, and guess what? Maybe 11 gets it done. And the 11-6 we talked about will be good enough to win the North. It's not impossible, Rob. I just want to I want to see the next 2 weeks. I think the problem is collectively, I think we're all in the same spot, Rob. They don't feel like a 1 seed right now. They feel, and I'm scared. I am scared about Decker making it through the year. He's battling that shoulder all training camp, all season. A ton of work goes into getting him to be able to play, and now he has other things going on. I worry.
Well, here's a little bit of good news, it looks like, for the Lions fans.
Okay.
Doesn't look like Terry McLaurin's going to be playing in the game against the Lions. So,
dear God. Washington, just shut it down. John Taffer's on line 3.
Shut
it down.
It may be time. So
you don't deserve to serve food. Shut it down. I mean, just no Commanders football this weekend.
Yeah. So maybe a little good news for the Lions fans.
But it'll be empty calories. Go and win.
It will be.
Because the only way you're going to earn people's trust
Mike,
back is that Philly game.
Sometimes cupcakes can be fun. You can enjoy them.
Okay. David, what do you have?
We have an average to bad center and basically 2 rookie guards replacing 2 Pro Bowlers and another decent guard. I'm not blaming Morton. I'm blaming Brad. Fellas, my concern is high. I have a feeling we'll need to win our last 2 games to even make the playoffs.
I'm not going there until you've reached your, 5th loss of the year. I'm just not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Show me the next 2 weeks. Obviously, full expectation, a win in Washington. And preferably one that looks decent. But then the Philly game is a credibility game. Now, if you lose, but you lose in Rams-Eagles style, where it's close, you're lining up to kick the game-winning field goal, and it just doesn't happen for you, I could still walk out of there going, hey, we can play with these guys. It'll be all right. But if you go and get bullied like what Minnesota did to you yesterday physically, no, we have to have a different conversation at that point.
This game broke me. Watching Philly absolutely load up year after year before the deadline just shows how they want to win at all costs. Detroit very clearly doesn't want to win a Super Bowl, but wants to be relevant for a long time.
I just feels like this town, Rico nailed it with the Coney meeting every Monday with all 4 franchises. Just be good. Nobody gets squirrely out here trying to win championships. How dare you? You make the rest of us look bad. I need to see a team step forward and go, we are all in. They're putting their ass in the jackpot. Let's go win this thing. Otherwise, I'm telling you what'll happen. Eventually, fans are going to turn on these teams. And it seems crazy for a town that went a decade without anybody winning.
But good won't be good enough.
No, exactly right. It's like you're excited in college football. Your team turns it around and has a 9-win season.
You know what you become? You become Penn State.
You want to go to the garage and do karate? Yeah. I think we just became best friends. It's human psychology.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up next. We'll get some more Who Said It. By the way, the phone lines are open for Who Said It. Listen to me thinking it's Friday.
Can we say that?
Can we say that? If you have one out of the weekend of football, first time all day, we've had a few open phone lines. Line up and ask away. Can we say if there's... Well, how about this? The Lions ruined you yesterday. Eat your feelings. Enjoy some pizza. Hungry Howie's 51% off any large, round, original thin crust or thin crust pizza. The regular pizza, okay? Not the Detroit style. 51% off any large. You could be a minimalist. Maybe you just like a cheese pizza, like your 12-year-old. Or you could load it up with the toppings of your choice. The price is the same. It's 51% off. So make it happen. HungryHowies.com. Carry out only, 51% off. Take advantage of it before the deal is gone. It's Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Summit Place Kia. Lions coach Dan Campbell said that offensive lineman Christian Mahogany has a broken bone but could return this season. He was unsure how much Penei Sewell or Taylor Decker could practice this week or even play, but they likely avoided long-term injuries. The Pistons are back on the floor tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. Jalen Duren coming off a career-high 33 points. Tobias Harris questionable. Hear the 8 p.m. tip right here on the ticket. Cooperstown released their contemporary Hall of Fame ballot. Former Tiger Lou Whitaker was left off. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, let's get to the people. Can we say that? And obviously, listen, the Lions talk is sacrosanct to everything else. So whether it's the demand of the trade deadline, who do you blame for yesterday? What's your concern? I'm at like a 5.5. I'm just concerned enough that the injury to Mahogany, comprehensively the way the offense has played the last 3 weeks, I've provided, and I'll do it again at 5 o'clock, this third down thing that some of you think I've harped on. No, it's a thing. Just because you don't want to hear it doesn't mean that it's wrong or I'm bad for saying it. No, it's real. You suck on third down. That's a bit of an issue if I want to hoist the Lombardi. So I'm not panicked. I'm not saying they're not going to make the playoffs or like some people selling their tickets. No,
don't do that.
But yesterday was one of the worst performances of Dan Campbell's career because they allowed a team to get off the bus and bully them in their den. That doesn't happen.
Off of a bye week.
And nailed it. And you made no adjustments to rather simple things that Brian Flores was doing. That's really scary. To the people. Mark's in Macomb, 97. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, Jensen. Love the show.
Thank you, buddy.
So I got 2 points I want to make. First, I'm going to do a can you say that? I'm going to say, can you say that Johnny Morton will not finish the season as the offensive coordinator, or at least won't be asked back next year? And my observation behind that is a couple of things. So coming out of the bye, there's a lot of conversation with Dan Campbell about what did he learn, what did he investigate over the bye, and there was a lot of talk, him specifically talking about the offense. And without saying it, if you read between the lines, there was a lot of sort of subtle mentions about play calling and just their choices and things like that, things they had to do that you've already lifted. What I've noticed, though, watching the games compared to last year, this year, and I don't know if others who are at the games would be able to say this for sure, but I noticed yesterday every single time they showed a shot of Dan Campbell on the sideline, he had the play sheet up in front of his face, the big laminated play sheet, and he was on the play sheet, and at times you could hear him talking. So I'm really wondering what's happening, how much control he's taking over. And remember, he's the guy that was not afraid to make a change mid-season in the past when things weren't going well. So I wonder how long that leash will be. That's the first point I want to make. Second point is just an observation. And I'm a little bit worried. Where am I? I'm probably a 7, and I'm at a 7 because what I think we saw yesterday was pedestrian Jared Goff. I'm not sure that it's, completely Jared's fault, but it is what we've talked about always, right? Which is that if he is flushed, has pressure in the pocket collapses, he's not mobile, he cannot move around, and we saw that continually yesterday, which, led to 5 sacks. And now you've got Lyman injured, you've got Taylor who may not make it, Mahogany's out. Even if we get somebody at the deadline, who are we going to get that's, good enough quality to really patch that up to keep him upright? And, I watched the Kansas City game last night, and it's so frustrating to watch Patrick Mahomes, roll out or Josh Allen roll out every time the ball's hiked, and then find a target somewhere 40 yards down the field when, we just don't have that ability. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make that make me worried, about where we are. I guess the last thing I'll say is look what's happened in Chicago with Ben Johnson, too. And there were some play calls yesterday. He did some trickery stuff that worked. And
let's address the second one first, Mark. That was my primary concern, is the relationship that Goff had with Ben Johnson and vice versa. It was going to be impossible to duplicate it. The idea was, can John Morton be 75% of it? Right now, no. Your second part, look, I'm not going to sit here and do an obituary. It's the middle of the season. I said I wanted to see the next 2 weeks before I even had a John Morton conversation like you're having, but it's not lost on me. Yeah. Dan Campbell didn't have the Applebee's menu over his face yesterday. So I hear you loud and clear optically. I do. Good talk.
Okay.
I thought he was going to say something.
Nah, I did as well. I'm more like a 6. It is concerning, especially I'm going to judge you more after the Eagles game because, like it or not, like I don't know where the Vikings are going to be, but it's more problematic with this team when you play playoff caliber teams. You don't look the same as if when you play the non-playoff caliber team.
And in fairness, because I don't want to see the Kool-Aid Army get upset with you, that's most teams. Now, if we take what the offense looked like against Green Bay, what it looked like against Kansas City, what it looked like against Tampa Bay, and then whatever yesterday was, yeah, because you take away, I mean, Joe Flacco threw for 500 yards yesterday against the Bears. Mm-hmm. So the Bears, the Ravens, the Bengals, like that, you kind of just take those away. Right. You're right. It paints a different picture. I think the Eagles becomes a real litmus test for this team and for Morton and for what they're going to be. That's a showdown in the NFC. Hey, guess what? Bills and Chiefs mattered, right? Mm-hmm. That's a hype game, right? And it matters. Well, this is your version of that.
Right. It's like, okay, I'm going to judge you based upon certain games. That's going to let me know the barometer of my expectations. And so far, I haven't felt good after you played these games.
And I admitted it to you, even though I did a rare disco with the Buccaneers game. And they did.
They disco.
But it didn't look the way I thought it would because what did we walk away with?
It was an after-hours disco.
It was low rent because they left about 30 points on the field, and that's something that they didn't do under Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
So I'll reset the third down stuff at 5 o'clock, and we got a ton of people to do Can We Say That with. But no, I think it's okay to have some concerns. Why? Man, ain't nobody concerned about a 4-win team. We're concerned because we want to win the Super Bowl.
Correct.
You get to have these conversations. Right. It's a privilege to be able to critique your team.
Right. 3 years ago, it was, you know what, let's just get to the playoffs. Then it was, all right, let's just win a playoff game. You've done all of that stuff. Now, the only thing left, you got to get to the Super Bowl.
Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Johnny.
Listen, we got every game we've lost, 2 reasons, pass rush and coaching. We've never made adjustments when we needed to. We've been inopportunistic. We didn't get to the quarterback when we needed to. Even yesterday, on that last third down to potentially get the ball back, no pass rush. They knew we were going man. They did a man beater. I called right before the play, said they're going to do a play just like that, and they hit it home. And I think a little bit of hubris. Listen, I'm not calling for anyone's job. I'm overall at a 5.5 like you, Mike. I'm just saying Dan Campbell has shown us that between this year's regime and last year's regime, we have a tough time making adjustments. And we've proven that in many different games, the big ones especially. And I'm just not understanding why we're not taking any action to address the pass rush. We desperately need to, because if we're going to be down offensive linemen, which was our strength, we have to create a strength somewhere else.
Yeah. And look, it's a tale of two cities. If you blind fire the sacks, you're top 3. If you blind fire the pass rush win rate, you're worst in the league. Then you have to dig into the numbers and go, okay, well, who's actually rushing the passer at a high level? Your problem is some of your best pass rush grades are not D linemen. Linebackers, Brian Branch,
safeties.
Jack Campbell. And again, Aiden has been excellent. This is not an Aiden discussion. Even Minty Fresh Aquadine has been fine.
Bobby.
But your problem, Johnny, is if you just want to rush 4, you're terrible. It's always going to come back to that. So, yes, you can produce it by blitzing at a top 5, top 7 rate. Do you really want to be blitzing Matthew Stafford? Do you really want to be blitzing Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen? That's a recipe to get sent home.
Absolutely not. Listen, the Eagles used to do that. They were classic. They would go with the lesser defenses. They'd blitz their hearts out. They'd win a couple playoff games and then lose. And that's exactly what's going to happen to us. We got to hit it home with 4.
Yeah, and Johnny.
You're triple teaming Aiden Hutchinson. and you can't get one other guy in there, give me a break.
Yeah. No, and listen, I love having Aiden, but you're crying out for somebody to help him. And what would really help him? Look, I didn't think Aleem was great yesterday. They could use someone to push the pocket. We got to give Aleem a little more time. All right, I loved what I saw before the bye week. He was fine enough, but like, you're looking for more. I mean, that's the conversation in New York. Ain't nobody talking about Brian Burns or Abdul Carter or Thibodeau. They're all talking about Dexter Lawrence. Where the hell are you? Yeah. You gotta. I'd love to see them take a swing. Otherwise, what's the point of any of this?
Yeah, I just don't think that they were going to be willing to give up that number 1 pick. So you're going to have to get creative because you traded away a lot of your.
So you mean you got to do your job?
Fair enough.
Why?
You win.
All right. After a hot summer, you know what's next. 18 feet of snow. Have Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical do a complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly and, more important, safely. Right now, $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Guys, don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, you name it, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's Mastercraftheating.com. I'm at a point right now, I wish my career could just be, can we say that, and I go home. I adore this thing. Go ahead.
Well, then, Mike, let's start off.
Yes.
Can we say that the Auburn job will be the toughest job to fill? Hugh Freeze got fired over the weekend.
No. Seemingly, this Penn State job is. With Auburn, you get the booster support. You get a ton of money. And it is a really good gig. Now, you got to deal with Alabama. We know this. But there seemingly is way more coaching talent in the South in this cycle than here in the nether regions. I'm going to say no. It is a tough job, but if you do it well, you can win it all there.
Because I got to feel like, real quick, Dave, before I get to, I got to feel like if you can't beat Alabama, you will be fired.
It's basically Michigan State if MSU took things serious.
Except for Michigan. Yeah, but
no, it's
when your neighbor is winning national titles
like
and
Michigan
you are just winning legitimate national titles and you are winning 6 games a year, that's a difference. And there's no Lions. There's no pro football in that state.
Look,
it's just you two.
They're wealthy MSU. Or MSU, who cares? I don't know. The point is, it's
Spartan?
Yeah.
Yeah, they commit to NIL, but you're right. Alabama is so big down there that it may be the most difficult job to have.
I don't think it's going to be tough to fill. They'll pay you a ton of money.
No.
No. But it's the fact of, like, Penn State, if you can get to the playoffs and win a Big Ten.
But why are they struggling? They fired James Franklin without a plan. Matt Rule re-upped.
Yes,
Urban
true.
ain't coming to save him. Who they hiring? Wait, let me get this straight. You fired James Franklin to do what? Hire Eli Drinkwitz?
Yeah, it seemed like they didn't backdoor this thing. They didn't have an idea.
So on that alone, I'd say that job's tougher to fill. Because that was your question. What's the toughest big job to fill?
Okay. I like the
passion. I wish we could have Keating voice this. Can we say
Texas A&M should get the top spot in the college football initial playoff rankings?
I wouldn't have a problem with it. Went on the road and beat a ranked team, which very few people do. They've taken care of their business. Yeah, I don't have an issue with it, but I'm also, you can wake me up when it's all over. I'll leave this to David. I ain't stressing about fake playoff rankings.
It pains me to say yes, but yes. I mean, Indiana hasn't beaten anybody, so yes.
No, the Oregon win is quality.
David, come on.
The Oregon win is quality.
They went to Oregon and won. Oregon had won like 38 straight games or something
and I've
like
been
that.
questioning Oregon ever since.
The difference is Texas A&M plays a real schedule,
They
and
do.
Indiana plays in the Big Ten. I mean, it's no different than the conversations I had with Cookies about U of M. It's not Michigan's fault, but it's the reality.
Who have they? Yeah,
I mean, it must be nice
you're
to
right.
just go a month where you play scabs. Purdue, Michigan State, Northwest, Big Ten Saturday
Or you could be
night.
like Miami and never leave the state of Florida.
And then when you do,
you lose.
Your bag of glue head coach loses.
Well, you guys brought up two of the
Mario
next ones.
Griftable.
All right, do you want the Mario question or do you want the Michigan question? Mario, can we say that despite losing, Crystal Ball's job is safe?
No, he should be fired. He's just James Franklin.
He should be fired, but
he's James Franklin with a different logo.
It'll be saved.
Rico, last year they had the number 1 pick in the draft. Did they make the playoff?
No.
And they play in the ACC. We just talked about Big Ten, how soft it is, right? Now they come back this year. They drop $1 zillion on Carson Beck. They have this great roster. They're not making the playoff, even if they win out. What is the point of his existence? Fire that man. Call Live Crew. Call Uncle Luke. Get him gone. Get Scott Storch on the phone.
Okay.
Get him gone.
Is his job safe?
No.
Because there's so many other jobs available that
No.
maybe Miami won't have a plan and they'll be like Penn State.
No, that's a loser attitude. We can't fire our coach because no one will love us. Stop it.
Okay.
You can act like a man.
He should be replaced, but he won't be replaced. They're going to give him one more year. It's going to be the James Franklin. We'll try it again, but mid-season.
How many times
I know.
has trying it again actually worked without cheating?
I am
without
here-
the cheating.
No.
How many?
Billy Napier.
Dead.
And I agree with everything you're saying, Mike, but they're going to do it.
Oh, without cheating. I was going to say Harbaugh. Okay.
He got so desperate, he started cheating.
He did what he did, yeah.
Ryan Day.
Was he ever really on the edge?
No, he was on the edge.
Then it worked with Ryan Day.
Ryan Day had
Congratulations.
3 weeks to get his life together, and he did.
That's fair.
Can we say that Bryce Underwood is an below average quarterback for this season?
Oh, there Rico goes hating again. Now, hold on. Remember something. Rico and I weren't the ones drinking his bathwater preseason. In fact, we said, you're going to be disappointed with what this looks like. Give him time. He's just 18. Oh, wait. We get called haters on the front end and haters on the back end. Mm-hmm. I mean, guys, no offense. He fumbled against State, and State would have had the ball down 4. Don't tell me you didn't need to throw the ball. And a big 5-point win against Purdue as 22-point favorites, you never had game control. 2 red zone turnovers, and don't tell me, oh, we didn't need to throw it, Sparty. No, you can't throw it. He's not ready. And you did a deplorable job putting quality receivers around him. So, yes, right now, he's a below-average quarterback. Newsflash, that's what true freshmen are. It's the folly of paying them all that money.
He will never be mistaken for Trevor Lawrence.
Now, next year, maybe he develops. Maybe he's Julian saying it could totally happen. But right now...
You know, Mike, that's what we've been saying. Like, Trevor Lawrence was the outlier. Everybody else looks horrific.
The Bryce Underwood thing is a different flavor of Deion Sanders. You call something out for what it is at the start, you get power bombed for it, then it plays out exactly how you said it, and you get power bombed for it again. You can't win. You just cannot win with some people. Like, oh, Deion's a grifter, he's a bum. Weird.
Well, now you're racist.
Yeah, now naturally. That's the stuff that kills me. Like, it's okay to just look at it for what it is. It doesn't mean I don't like the kid. I don't know the kid. I think he's got a world of ability. He might be the best player ever to play, but he ain't that right now. And if you want to argue that, well, you're an idiot. That's really what you're a dope.
Well, the reason why I said that, and then David, I'll get you, is because every game I keep hearing, well, he's having a bad day, but
it can't be every game though.
And that's just it. If every game is this game and the Central Michigan game is the outlier, maybe we need to rethink this.
Just keep putting Wolverines on the broadcast. They'll lop it up. Jake Butt was there dutifully to clean up his sweat. Jake, take a break. Put it on ice, Jake.
Kenny, this one's for you.
All right.
Can we say that Georgia is a slightly above average team this year?
Slightly above average is a very apt way of putting it.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
I agree. We can say that, Rico, yes.
Okay.
Gunnar Stockton sliding at the 1, crushing Georgia -7 for Kenny and the over for Kenny. Does not help Kenny's opinion here. That was deplorable.
Well, because here's the problem. Georgia will always be compared to Georgia teams of the past.
Right.
I look at this Georgia team, and I'm like, you would get crushed by the teams of the past
Those
few
teams,
years.
though, are generationally great. You can't compare that to that.
That's the level. That's what they'll always be compared to.
Kenny, all I got to do is look at the Philadelphia Eagles, plain and simple.
Exactly.
Can we say that Vandy's run may be over?
Yes. Thank God. Until Diego Pavia files to play a 9th year. Please go away and get a job. Please. Look, it's a fun story. It's cute, but it's not real. Oh my God. I just go away.
And then, of course, you want to score late.
Well,
screw you.
Listen, Clark Leah knows if we battle and lose close, maybe there's an outside shot that creep into the playoff. I'll give him credit for fighting, but ain't nobody trying to watch a Vandy playoff game. Sorry.
Vandy and Georgia Tech.
Well,
can you imagine? Yeah, let's let teams like Vandy, Michigan, Georgia Tech in the playoff. This expanded thing was sweet. Just wait till they go to 16.
Can we say that the winning quarterback of the Big Ten championship game will be your Heisman Trophy winner?
So Mendoza
or Julian
Sayin?
I mean, I would just offer to qualifier. This is the weakest Heisman Trophy crop in history. So sure.
Sure is.
Why not? Why not?
I just talked with a friend yesterday.
Jameis was on the line. He wants to talk.
They should just pause it this year. Just don't give an award away. You don't win a Heisman this year. Sorry, COVID. Something, I don't know.
You go into the Hall of Champions and there's just an ice cream cone where the 2025 award is supposed to be.
Look, Mendoza's been these guys have been putting up some big time video game numbers.
Once again, it's the Big Ten. It's poop. I'm sorry, buddy. It's a bad conference.
Yeah, okay, but Cam Ward and the ACC?
Also poop.
Correct.
Travis Hunter, poop.
Correct.
It's almost like the sport sucks. Next. Oops.
That's okay. Can we say that Dabo was right for going off on the referees in the press?
Yes, he was, and I wish Jonathan Smith would show a tenth of the emotion. That's it. We're done. We're over time. I love this segment. I could do this all day. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions coach Dan Campbell provided an update on the dinged-up offensive line today. Left the door open for Christian Mahogany to return this season, but he does have a broken bone. As for Taylor Decker and Penny Sewell, according to Adam Schefter, Packers tight end Tucker Kraft officially has a torn ACL. The Athletics' Diana Rossini says the Bengals are requiring a first-round pick in return if they were to trade Trey Hendrickson. The Pistons take on the 3-4 Grizzlies tonight in Memphis. Tobias Harris remains questionable. Pregame at 7:35 with Chris Fillar right here on the ticket. The Baseball Hall of Fame released her contemporary ballot, which includes former Tiger Gary Sheffield. Lou Whitaker was one of the biggest names left off, however. According to John Heyman of the New York Post, Mets first baseman Pete Alonso has opted out of his deal today. New York's closer Edwin Diaz joins him. Today marks the first day for college basketball regular season games as well. Michigan hosts Oakland tonight at 8:30, where they plan to reveal the Big Ten Tournament Championship banner. It'll also mark the much-anticipated debut of transfer forward Yaxel Lendenborg. He was just listed on the watch list for the Naismith Player of the Year. MSU also plays Colgate at 7. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us on a Can We Say That Monday. Bit of a hybrid. Here are your options. Your concern meter, trade deadline demands, and blame game. You do what you want. Everyone's got something to say with the Lions. That was a pretty egregious performance yesterday. I want to highlight one thing, part of the blame game thing. And look, John Morton has taken heat. I think it's appropriate. This is a developing thing that basically, if you play a team with a pulse, your offense kind of stinks.
Yep.
Well, we've been talking in this day part, since according to Doug and Scott's callers, we peddle negativity or reality, you idiots. We've been talking about the third down issue. And make no mistake, it's an issue. You came into the game 23rd in the league. You're 26th in third down conversion rate. In the last 3 games since week 7, okay, you are a whopping 3 for 23 on 3rd and 4 or plus. That's a league worst. Now you sit at 26th overall, tied with the Titans and Browns. Do you know how many 3rd and 10 or longers you converted in the first 8 games? That'd be 0. You converted your first one this week. Would have been a second one, but David Montgomery fumbled. The point I'm making is, if you want to critique John Morton, you can't just yell about plays and things. You dive into the numbers. Mm-hmm. Even yesterday, we're killing this offensive line. Look at the strategy early. John Morton clearly The game plan was to get to the edges, outside zone. They couldn't seal the edge. They could not pin the edge. What did they do different to counter it? Nothing. They didn't start pulling guards.
Right.
They didn't run different things conceptually. And, yeah, you can blame the O-line for some things, but, like, how is there not a conversation early? Hey, look, Flores is in his bag. He's going A-gap pressure. The one play, it was the most unfair thing in the world.
I know what you're about to say.
Poor Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yep.
You're asking Jahmyr Gibbs to give a linebacker 8 yards of head start, stand in, and get destroyed.
Stand your ground like it's the state of Florida. And nope.
Right. Versus you just put him in the A-gap, up on the line. Or since John Morton has a boner for 2 tight ends, you take a tight end, you motion him behind the guard. Now I can stone you at the line. Flores was just blitzing the A-gap, dropping the ends. It's not exotic. You've seen it.
Right.
But they didn't adjust to it, and they just got murdered by it all day.
No, you kind of put it best, Mike, when you said it was like the old Narduzzi double A-gap blitz. And it's like, he's only got one trick, and if you can't stop it, and that's what it was.
And there's plenty of other tricks. He didn't go to him.
No,
he didn't need
have
to. And that's what he'll do to you. And I was just kind of bummed out where I'm going, where
you didn't make him have to adjust anything.
No.
You
and
made
there
his
were
life
a couple
easier.
plays where somebody didn't block anyone. I don't know who to blame. Is it on Glasgow for not getting the assignment right? Is it on the player for getting confused? I leave that to TJ. I think the worst thing we can do, look, when a tackle is one up against somebody and they get beat, we know who to blame. But when you get some of the intricacies, if you don't know who the assignment is, that's a tough deal. So I try to not do that comprehensively. Now with Mahogany hurt, Decker and Sewell are both hurt. Dan Campbell today said, I don't know what their status for Sunday will be. It brings you to the deadline part. It brings you to the John Morton discussion, and that's where people have been. And if you have a can we say that, love to hear it. Did we miss anything? Oh, I want you to do your little fun dance here. This is very exciting because you did it earlier. We called it the Boogie Nights mirror celebration. No, because it's important. Because Howie Roseman did what Howie Roseman does.
Right.
He took the very player Rico and I wanted, and he went and got them. One problem. He had a third-round pick to use, and you didn't because you gave up 100 of them for a receiver you don't play. And now people like me look like an idiot for thinking, well, geez, if they put that much into Tesla, we're going to see him this year. Nope.
No.
So do your dance.
No.
You know you want to.
Mike, it's not that I want to.
You deserve it.
I actually want the Lions to be able to compete in times like this. But it's Brad Holmes, it seems like gets drunk off power. And I'm going to come up with this project player that's going to turn into something rather than just either drafting for depth or holding on to your picks so that right now you could be in the bidding for Phillips and say, you know what? How about we give you our 2 third-round picks because we had the extra pick because of Aaron Glenn. And guess what? We could be talking about today how he added to the defensive line, how he tried to help this team over the edge, but instead you drafted a wide receiver, and he may be a fine wide receiver, but you didn't need an extra wide receiver. On the pantheon of things that the Lions need this year, wide receiver, out of 100 things, Mike, was like 150. You didn't need another one. We're trying to find how to feed J-Mo. Now, I thought maybe you convinced me. Well, they may not be re-signing J-Mo. And I'm like, wow, Mike.
Because it just didn't make sense.
That's some pretty outside-the-box thinking.
But then when they re-signed him, then I knew I was in trouble.
So at midnight as I'm leaving Spartan Stadium, hey, Mike, did you happen to see? They just re-up J-Mo. What? Yeah, they did. I don't know what you're doing, but it looks as if you've wasted third-round selections, whether it was Manu and now, a couple.
Broderick Martin, Hendon Hooker, Manu. Manu was a 4. Tesla is 3.
But you traded a third-round pick in order to move up to
get him. Then you gave up 3 third-round picks to get Tesla. No, and when we question the depth,
and
that is where it resides, and you're not wrong for bringing it up because the last time I checked, if you're going to salute a guy when he's great and he does an unbelievable job finding Sam Laporta, you got to talk about the other stuff. Yeah. And right now we're scouring. You need some O-line help at the deadline. Well, what are you going to give up? I'd love to see an all-in move.
But
Well,
the thing is,
you're light on picks.
You don't have pieces to move to get those players unless you're talking about a couple of years down the line. And it's like, well, you didn't really need to make all of these moves to get projects. Because that's how if you're not playing them right now, they're projects. You don't have that luxury of drafting for projects because you haven't won Super Bowls.
Look, bottom line, concern, I'm at a 5.5. I'm not going crazy. I still think they're an 11-win team. I can chill out on 12 or 13. I'd rather be the Lions than the Pack right now, to be quite honest with you, because they just lost their best offensive weapon for the season in Tucker Kraft.
Well, the other reason why I'm a little concerned with the Lions, I know this is a double-edged sword. If you're always winning, you never have to come from behind. But when they get down, at least this season, there's no coming back. Once they fall behind the other team, those are the games they've lost.
Like basically, though, hold on. Look, okay, I'm going to say this. Please don't take this out of context, and don't act like I'm being a hater. I'm not. I just said I still think they're good. But Rico, okay, they fell behind to the Pack. Pack's a decent team, right? Mm-hmm. Fell behind to the Chiefs. Chiefs are a decent team. You fell behind to the Vikings. Well, the Vikings are a decent team, right? I mean, again, we can laugh and talk about JJ. They've dealt with things that if
great meditation, by the way.
Huh?
Great meditation.
Oh, he was locked in.
Yeah.
If I took Jared Goff off this team for 6 weeks, what's your record? If your starting offensive line had never played together, it was a different combination every week, what would your record be? That's what the Vikings' reality has been. So we have to afford them an opportunity. Like, you'd right now be begging me to go, but wait, we've played without all this stuff. Give us a chance. Okay, well, the Vikings have a right to get better. Mm-hmm. The Bears, I don't know if there's any saving that defense, but their offense, no, Ben's in his bag. Ben is cooking. And it ain't just against the Bengals. They have looked the part. That running game looks the part.
They're getting better each week.
Monungai hasn't looked like that since he played MSU 2 years ago.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Monungai looks like Christian Okoye in Tecmo Bowl.
He does. He is unstoppable.
Bottom line, we want to know where you guys are at. We'll get to your phone calls next. And again, could be the deadline, could be the blame game, concern level, or can we say that? This is like a golden corral of takes. 248-539-9797. All right, FanDuel, all your favorite NFL bets, yards to touchdowns, to prop bets, including our guarantee. J-Mo, plus 200.
You nailed it.
He's tapped in.
Take a bow.
FanDuel giving all customers 30% profit boost token. You can get in on the action tonight. Cowboys cards. Should be a ton of points scored. FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of max wager amount. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, to the people. Jason's in Detroit, 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How we doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Yeah, no, so right when I got in the car here just about 30 minutes ago, did I hear Rico say that this game is going to be a cupcake this week with all the injuries?
What, the Washington game?
Yeah.
No, I think the expectation is you'll win because the report, obviously, Jalen Daniels' arm is on backwards.
Right.
And now Terry
Right.
McLaurin's not going to play. I mean, geez.
If Jason, this is about as close to a free square as you're going to get.
I know, and don't mind me, but I know that you said, I know on the Sunday morning you did say last week was a cupcake, and just in general, I think we can't really, in double-digit disco, we can't really be doing that anymore. It's, we got to go into each of these games.
Jason, I will take full admonishment. I was Tyra Banks. Okay? I was Tyra Banks screaming, I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you, and you let us down.
And that's my thing, and I'm not coming at you about it.
No, I get it.
It's more just moving forward. We always, you expect to come out of a bye, you get some guys back, and then bang, this happens.
You know what's interesting? Cookies brought this up, Jason. It's a good point by Jimmy. The last 3 games you've played off of rest, you've been terrible. The playoff game, the Packer game to start the year, and then this off a bye. That's not a terrible point. I don't know. They might have to change up what the hell they're doing in these bye weeks.
Yeah, and I do have can we say, and also, too, just real quick, I would say I'm right with you there, Mike, with the 5. I know it's tough in free agency. Probably can't get, in terms of a trade, an O-lineman, but hopefully we can pluck someone down the road. But can we say that both teams meet in the middle? Good job by the Vikings, bad job by Rico. Go read a comic book.
Yes.
Okay.
Any comic book slander is perfect.
Okay. No, I did. I felt like Tyra Banks because I'm like, guys, how did you blow this game?
I just warn you. If you're ever no. If you're ever gonna do that whole thing again, just don't do it with a divisional game. I beg of you.
Hey, your guys in the desert said this is going to be a double-digit disco.
They ain't my people.
Okay?
If they were my people, I wouldn't have had college loans coming out of school.
They're your guys.
Okay, we're all related.
Yeah.
Up next, Chauncey's poker table.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's on your mind?
So I just wanted to address all 3, concerns or questions here. First of all, John Morton. Just get this guy out of here, okay? He's like a 16-year-old kid that was given the keys to his daddy's Ferrari after his 16th birthday. This guy does not have a clue as to what he's doing. Now, the Lions, on paper, probably have the best, if not one of the best offenses in the league, and they don't look like it.
No.
They don't look anything like it with this guy calling the plays. And you see what Ben Johnson's doing in Chicago. He's doing a fantastic job there. This was Ben Johnson's offense. And John Morton has come in, and he's just crapped all over it. And, Mike, you said back in 2018 when Matt Patricia first got hired after we got destroyed by the Jets on Monday Night Football, hey, guys, Matt Patricia ain't going to work out here. You're in a lot of trouble with this guy. Well, this is me saying, hey, we're in a lot of trouble here with John Morton, and I want him gone tomorrow because if we keep this clown on and we let this idiot keep calling plays, it's going to hinder us in the playoffs, and we're not going to host the Lombardi Trophy, which is the ultimate goal here.
Yeah. Oh, no. And Paul, hold on. Before you get to your next thing, Paul, have you heard the third down numbers I've been harping on for a couple weeks?
Yeah, I didn't know it was that bad, Mike. That is disgusting. And that is all on him.
Yes.
Oh, it's your team. Let's run a halfback toss to Jahmyr Gibbs. Let's run 3 screens in a row for another 3 and out. Dude.
Yeah.
Just get out of here.
Okay.
There's a reason why you didn't last a whole year where you were before.
That's how I feel. The idea there would be no slippage from Ben Johnson is still one of the most hilarious Kool-Aid takes on the planet in my 21 years here. The idea that this guy would simply be Ben Johnson, still blows my mind.
See, Mike, I think it all went away after that Monday night with the Ravens, and it was just like, wow. Did you see what the Lions did? They went on the road, and my goodness. And I think everybody said at that point, after the scoring 52 points against the Bears, oh, no, there's no fall off.
There's a big fall off, Mike Enrico. And you just see it. I mean, this is an explosive offense, and they've been anything but in multiple games this year. And these numbers about third down that you keep bringing up is disgusting. And the fact that we keep setting ourselves up for third and long situations, well, obviously we're going to be throwing the ball there. This guy doesn't have a clue. Get rid of him. Get somebody in here that knows what they're doing. And my second point here is Brad Holmes, you are officially on the clock because the moves you made this offseason made zero effing sense. You did nothing, and I mean nothing, to address the biggest Achilles heel on this team, which is the pass rush. Absolutely nothing. It's time to grow a pair of balls, Brad, put your big boy pants on, and go make a big splash. Otherwise, I'm disinterested because we're not going to win a Super Bowl. Go get help on the defensive line. Go get whatever it takes to get another good player on the other side of Hutch. Maybe go out and get an offensive lineman and just do the thing. Be
serve and aggressive volley. like
Howie Roseman.
There it is.
Once.
You gotta match. You gotta match the arms race. Look, they're able to get sacks, but fans don't want to hear about how they're doing it. And Paul, that's the point. They're blitzing. It's unsustainable. So if you can't rush with a base 4, you're really compromising what Kelvin Shepherd is able to do, and especially with the injuries in the secondary. So naturally, we had 4 sacks. Okay, that's great. But if you can't get there with 4, you're not going to get home. And again, you're facing a J.J. McCarthy or a Caleb Williams. That's my problem. It's about what you're going to do against the high-level teams. And I'm very concerned because I was talking with TJ about it. And I mean, and he goes through every snap of every game 10 times. They are wholly ineffective base 4.
They are, Mike. And that's the reason why Aaron Glenn had to blitz 55% of the time last year and why we blitz so much. It's not sustainable.
Look, I think the biggest problem, Paul, the biggest damn
it.
problem is they trusted Marcus Davenport again. And he's dead again. That's crazy.
I can't stand that guy.
You know what? You win.
He loves his own players. I'll tell you that much. I love this guy. Let me bring him back.
No, Paul.
He's the healthiest he's ever been. Get out, Brad. Grow a pair of balls.
We'll see what tomorrow
Go
brings.
make a bold move.
We're going to see what
Don't
tomorrow
be
brings.
Scott Harris.
No, but Paul, you've just lined up exactly how I opened the show. He's got 24 hours or he's Scott Harris 2.0. You cannot in your Super Bowl window or in the Tigers example, a Scooble window, you cannot have a deadline like that. No. You got to deliver something here. And I know you can't turn chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what, but you got to make a good faith attempt here now.
Well, especially because you don't even know if your 2 tackles will be playing.
Well, this week.
This week. But, Mike, that tells me you may need to upgrade and find somebody who can either be a versatile offensive. Remember when we did the show, like, what's their biggest need in the trade? I'm like, O-line. I know we all want that rush edge, but you got to find somebody who can either play a little guard tackle or center guard.
It's going to be hard to do because, again, guys that are versatile, high-quality swing tackles, those guys just don't move. They're really hard to get a hold of. And then, look, I mean, teams overpay to get players like that, including mine. And it's been a disaster, but no one cares. It's fine.
Maybe you trade that.
Everything's fine.
Trade that guy.
You don't want James Hudson. I wouldn't wish James Hudson on my worst enemy. No. You'd rather have Eric Flowers before he went to guard. That's how bad.
David, look that bad.
Hey, David, I'll give you Evan Neal. Want him?
I won't take him, but
yeah, exactly, because he doesn't play.
He didn't look that bad yesterday.
He doesn't play.
Stop it, Rico.
I'm going to Steve before I physically assault him. Steve, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. You know, I listen to a lot of the callers, and that's what's nice about sitting online waiting, is you get to listen to some of them. Even the last guy, I'm sorry, he was probably the same guy that thought that Morton was doing a great job after we, like you said, after we won the Monday night game. Guys, I think the biggest thing is we have a one-trick pony for a GM. He is good in the draft. Not great, because he does give away stuff when he tries to reach for stuff, and we miss out on guys that we should have, or at least should have tried to get, but he does nothing in free agency, and he does nothing at the trade deadline. And I hear everyone says, "Oh, get rid of Morton." I understand. Who are we going to put in there? That's the first thing I want to hear. If you say get rid of him, good. Who are we putting in?
Exactly.
Dan Campbell going to call all the plays? Not happening. So let's get that stupid comment out because it ain't going to happen.
No, I mean, Steve, I've tried to temper that today and tell people, like, can I watch the next 2 weeks before we even utter that? You can't go blasting OCs out in week 8 or 9.
Well, it's not even that. They're trying to compare him to Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson had a whole frickin' front line on offense. You're tossing. This is what aggravates me more than anything. If you're trying to tell us that we're not a Super Bowl contender, so we're going to bring in a rookie guard, a second-year guard, and move a guy to center who wasn't very good at guard lately, a half a leg gone on a tackle, and the best tackle in the world, and we're going to say nothing's going to change, you're effed up.
Yep. Well, that was the whole summer. That was the whole summer, and I sat here getting made fun of.
All right. Whose fault is that?
Brad Holmes.
Brad freaking Holmes. And let's stop worrying about the OC and the DC and the Dan Campbell and the MC Hammers. I don't care. I'm sorry. I am so.
It's okay. It's okay.
I usually call you guys on Wednesday and Thursday because I don't want to hear the rest of these people call. I can't listen to the morning or the afternoon show because if I hear another yo-yo come out and say, I think they just need a better water boy, get them Gatorade.
All right.
I mean, I am so but guys, it's Brad Holmes. And you know what the sad part is? He's not going to do frickin' anything tomorrow.
Look,
He's not.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Steve, but fairness,
I got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I got to wait till 4 o'clock before I toss a chair. Let's be fair.
We'll have a chair and there it is right there.
No,
Chair
it would take a lot. It would take the Eagles getting Myles Garrett tomorrow for that type of action. Because I'm resigned to my fate. Tell them about your basement.
I will, Michael.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you about the basement. The basement is done. Final inspection, it got approved. But then again, I knew it would because Matrix Basements, those people know exactly what they're doing. They came in, they got the job done for me, and now I am putting up my studio in the basement all weekend long. Here's the thing. You said you want to get a basement too? Let Matrix Basements get your basement done for you. Why? Because right now they're offering the build now, paid later. That's no interest, no payments. Get this, for 2 years. Why wait for your dream space? You can have it right now. You start right now, and you'll be celebrating Christmas in your brand new basement that's been done by Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com, get the free consultation, and then they'll come build it for you, and you don't have to worry about a payment. It's 24 months of absolutely zero interest and zero payments. That's it. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your new basement sooner thanks to Matrix Basements.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing All Day IPA. Lions coach Dan Campbell said last week he didn't expect them to do much at the deadline. Has that changed?
All right. Let's just dive into this. Can we say, after watching the NFL this weekend, that Seattle is the best team right now?
No. Ridiculous. Ginger quarterback. Can't do it.
Got to let that go, Mike.
I'm not going to until one wins a Super Bowl. No. They're a nice team, nice story, and Mike McDonald sure knows what the hell he's doing taking them on the road. They don't lose road games.
Right. And Sam Darnold is getting it done with JSN and a bunch of receivers that nobody's heard of.
That's why it's not real. Players, not plays in the playoffs, man. They don't have enough. Okay. But boy, has he steadied the ship there. And they're on a nice trajectory. That's as far as I'll go.
Shout out Cody White.
Yeah, I can't say they're the best. They just played the Commanders, who have not looked good all year. Outside of the injuries that happened in the game, they haven't looked good all year. So, no, I can't say Seattle's the best.
6-2 for their wins on the road. It's got to count for something. Okay, but you know what?
Guy can't handle saying they're a contender.
No.
Got to make them the best.
Who is?
Eagles right now, Rams, Lions. Packer out. I'm done. I am done with Green Bay.
Can't put the Lions up there right now.
Okay. Then
Can we say, because this is shocking.
Just say it.
Carolina Panthers are a playoff team.
No. I think Dave Canales, much like Mike McDonald, has calmed the waters, built a foundation. They are government cheese Lions. Physical, want to run the ball, stop the run. They have a baseline. But I am not sold they have a quarterback. This Bryce Young thing, you're not going to make a living throwing for 120 yards. They are not a playoff team.
Yeah, you're right. They run the ball. They're a very strong team there, but no, I'm not going to say that right now. They're not a playoff team.
Can we say the Green Bay Packers are the most puzzling team in the NFL?
They're dead, though, now. So
yes, you can say they're puzzling.
Yeah.
They just haven't put 4 quarters of football together all year. They go long stretches moving their food around their plate, a lot of empty calories. LaFleur loves to just got to have this weird balance element, even though Jordan Love will go through streaks where he's amazing. I'm done. I'm done. I want nothing to do with it. They can play good football for a month, ring the bell after Thanksgiving. I can't do it.
Okay? Yeah, and Parsons said it. Like, you don't lose those type of games where 100 yards from the quarterback, the opposing quarterback. I don't understand that type of loss.
Oh, Jordan Love threw a disastrous interception. And of course, Cookies had a baby in his pants. He hates Jordan Love more than world hunger. I don't know what I don't know if Jordan Love slept with an ex of his or something. I don't know what Jordan Love did to Cookies. He hates that man.
Can we say that the Indianapolis Colts may have found their level? That maybe they're not one of the best teams?
Yes. That's why they're the 5th betting choice in the AFC to win the AFC. You know what Daniel Jones looked like yesterday?
Daniel Jones.
He got pressured. He got squirrely. He turned it over. Pittsburgh played up for a week on defense. Again, he's a lesser form of Jared Goff. Everything has to be decently right or it all comes apart. I think the Colts are a really nice story. I think they're a playoff team, but they're not a Super Bowl team.
I think I told you before, Rico, that this stretch of games for them was going to be when we learned about them. It was the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Falcons, the Chiefs, and then the Texans. We were going to learn about them before they get into December, and we're learning.
You did. Can we say that Drake London may be the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL?
Yeah.
That nobody talks about him, but, man, this guy just keeps getting it done. 3 touchdowns yesterday.
No, he's phenomenal. He's just caught in hell. Atlanta's a hellhole. Catch radius, big-bodied. He's as close to a Megatron-type receiver as we have in the NFL. He's trapped in hell. Atlanta is absolute hell.
You're right. He had Marcus Mariota, I believe, 1 year. Then he had Kirk Cousins, who's coming off an injury. And Penix is not having the best year right now. So, yeah.
Can we say that Christian McCaffrey has entered into the Offensive Player of the Year conversation?
Why does it always have to come back to the Niners?
Because it's my segment.
David,
Well,
I want to go.
Sure.
I want to go Will Smith on Chris Rock at this moment.
Like, take it.
Fine. Yes. Hope he strains his calf.
Did it hurt
Next
you?
question.
Wow. Jeez. I put a lot of work into this.
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Can we say? I'm sorry, what? I don't know what that is. Can we say that Dan Quinn ended Washington's season yesterday by leaving his quarterback in the game in a blowout?
Yes.
Yes, and he has since
Are
apologized.
you gonna be okay?
I'm trying to help Mike out here.
He did it right as I took a sip
I'm sorry.
of my caffeine, and it may or may not reside in my nasal cavity now.
Dan Quinn has apologized during his press conference just about an hour ago. He should not have left his quarterback in.
Oh, that's nice.
Too late.
Yes. And JFK's security detail said they probably should have done better. Thanks.
We probably should have went over to that book suppository.
Yeah.
But
Thanks,
we did.
Dan. 31-7 with 7 minutes to go in a game you didn't do bupkis all night, and you got your quarterback killed running the football. Oh, but it's his non-throwing arm. It doesn't matter. It's on backwards.
Mm-hmm. When everybody's taking a knee around him, you know you're in trouble.
That was gross.
Can we say that collectively we owe J.J. McCarthy and Brian Flores an apology?
No. JJ was fine enough. Made a few plays with his legs, made a couple of nice throws. I'm not mad at him. But again, I'm not doing this. This is what I mean. You're just as bad as the people you hate. That is such a social media opinion. Guy plays decent for 1 week, and now we want to bronze his penis.
No, I didn't say that.
Enough.
I just said we owe him an apology.
No.
They
And
actually came
Flores
out
didn't do anything yesterday. It's that you didn't react to it. Brian Flores is like, hey, here's the Pat Narduzzi double-A gap pressure. The Lions looked like he was speaking Portuguese. No.
It's not going to always be easy, Mike.
No.
They kept the game plan simple. They ran the ball well, and that helped JJ. That's all it was.
Yeah,
he had a great fourth quarter that one game, and then he struggled the rest.
First
So
of all, it was a fourth quarter against the Bears where they stop. And then yesterday, any quarterback will look good when you get 3 possessions in plus territory.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Can we say that the Pittsburgh Steelers are not done yet?
They're done.
No, done.
They're done.
I refuse to accept old balls winning the AFC North. Go Ravens. Go Ravens.
It took Jalen Ramsey to have an impassioned speech the night before. They're not going to play like that defensively the rest of the way. Please.
Got a tough crowd today.
Old guys are just soaking in ice right now because they're in pain.
How about Aaron trying to run for the pylon?
Oh, my
He
gosh.
made a business decision. He's like, oh, hell. Oh, my God.
Can we say that the referees overreacted on the Rico Dowdle touchdown celebration yesterday?
Yes, they're grown-ass men. You do choreographed celebrations. You got guys bowling with their offensive linemen. Leave it alone.
Yeah, he was having fun because of the sketch from Key and Peele. It was supposed to be 3 pumps to get you the flag, not 2.
Right. And almost cost them the game. Just saying. They had to kick the long extra point and missed it.
David, how many got you 4 kids?
Can we
Not answering that.
Can we say that at some point this year we're going to see a 70-yard field goal made?
Yeah, I quit. Some kicker I've never heard of for Jacksonville just pipes one from 100 yards. Just do us all a favor tonight on Monday Night Football. Have Aubrey attempt an 80-yard field goal, and let's just be done with this. What a ridiculous sport. You got to stop letting these kickers doctor the football game day. Enough. And I want different goalposts. I know they're not going to give me the clown's mouth at the mini golf, but you got to do something here.
Make them thinner.
You're gonna get cute and try to kick from 70. I want to introduce you to arena football. There you go.
I got one more, David. Non-football related, but it dealt with this weekend. Can we say this was probably the most entertaining World Series? What is that?
It's Doug Singh. Hello, blacks.
Oh, okay. Can we say that this was the most entertaining World Series in a long time?
Well, Charles Yeah, but it's also Ramsey, annoying. listen, the Death Star Hungry won it. Howie's got you covered from And Monday Toronto Night had every Football. opportunity to win the damn 51% game. off They any could have closed them out. Round original or I thin mean, crust you pizza. let a With bum any, and your Rojas favorite tie type. the damn game. So whether you're a minimalist, then or just like a you, cheese pizza, or, you lose it by a hot dog. The play-at-home play. Yes, it was awesome, but it was also bad for the sport. And now we're probably not going to have baseball in 2027 because the Dodgers did it. And then Bo Bichette hit a home run and fall in love with Toronto and say he wants to be there, which means I can't get him here.
Yeah, I know.
Can we say that? 97-1.
Okay, David, ticket text, and then what is it? Lions review? Is that what's coming up next?
Yeah, Lions review with Woj and the Birchie Kid.
All right, David, what do you got, buddy?
Concern level 6.5. Take a look at the number of times Fox has had to punt through 8 games compared to last 4 full seasons. DK in Belleville.
The other one is compare the sack total for Goff. Like, for instance, do you remember a time where the Lions' offensive line allowed 23 pressures in a game? Because that was yesterday. Wow. Like, it's okay to just go, yeah, that was. But again, I want to see the next 2 weeks before I raise a panic. Obviously, if you did the unthinkable and lost this weekend, I'd go, all right, well, hold on. Houston, we got a problem.
But the fact that Goff keeps getting hits and pressures only bad things can happen, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yes.
Brad puts the dead in deadline. He won't do anything but give out more contracts to his own guys.
Okay, in all fairness, we have to wait. Ticket texter 401. Maybe you'll be able to say that.
Yeah, but
we could wake up with the news in the morning and be like, wow. Just like the Eagles this morning, like, I didn't see that coming.
Agree. And also, too, look, if it's a quiet deadline and none of your competition does anything, that'll impact you. Look.
Well, actually, your competition did something.
I meant the rest. You're right. I know the Eagles already did. I meant Rams
or
Seahawks or Packers.
No, I got you.
But you're right. Look, Howie Roseman's always going to do stuff.
Malik from Detroit says the offensive line's falling apart. J-Mo is frustrated, and John Morton is questionable. But, hey, the defense looks good. Exciting.
No, I mean, you do have to credit the defense because look, you did nail your coordinator hire. They have more injuries on that side of the ball. And I do think Kelvin Shepard's done a really nice job. Like, I don't think that's anything to make fun of or minimize. Tell you what, if your defensive coordinator looked like your offensive coordinator, then you'd really cry. Thank God you nailed your DC hire. Thank God the defense is largely look. If you want to blame the defense,
he was the one I had the bigger question mark about too.
Well, because he had less stuff to work with,
and less experience.
They were out there yesterday down several starters, and the offense and special teams put them in horrendous positions all day. They didn't give up 40.
And I wonder how much of that he learned from just watching Aaron Glenn having less, doing more with less, and said, you know what? What would AG do? I'm going to do that as well.
Lions, an organization that wants to win. Philly, an organization all in on winning. You can clearly see the difference.
But here's the thing, and I want people to know, it doesn't mean that they're going to win. They're going to be successful, but they are trying.
Yeah, and they won it all last year and want to do it again.
Because I could just see it now. If they lose, we'll see. Look at what Philly did, and what did that get them?
Yeah, that's a false equivalency.
Sure is.
All that is copium. Because Philly can point to their trophy case.
See, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. We got 2 in the last, 4 years?
7, but whatever. Three appearances in six years.
Yes.
Whatever it is. You're right. Yeah, David, go ahead.
The penalties and discipline can be fixed, but the fact that the O-line injuries are piling up now concerns me. I am at a 7. Whew. Okay. They won't do anything other than re-sign their own, keep it in-house, not look elsewhere. It's the Lions' way.
All right, look, if it rolls that way at the deadline here tomorrow, then we'll have a different conversation. I'm with Rico. I'm going to allow that to play out. We're a couple hours away, but you're seeing it right now. It's the Spider-Man meme. Scott Harris and Brad Holmes with the Tigers and MLB free agency opening up into that winter meeting 7th through the 10th of December. And for Holmes, it's the deadline in free agency. And I just give the man an opportunity to make those moves. If we're sitting here tomorrow at this time and they've done nothing, you have every right to say those things. It wouldn't make sense for them to do nothing. I don't know if they're going to do anything that'll make people happy. I can't create, this isn't a video game. I can't create a trade target. But my God, they have to make a couple of supplemental moves.
Well, the guy that I thought was the easiest to get, the Eagles took. Wasn't going to cost you a ton.
We talked about it Friday. I was all in on the idea. I loved it. And the fact he went to the Eagles is what breaks your balls. You wouldn't have cared if he went to the Colts or something.
True.
Yes, Bob.
Why didn't you talk TJ into going back out there on that offensive line, huh?
Because TJ
would have
fit right in with the way they played yesterday.
Was that my guy? Oh,
yeah. Guy's got B. Arthur's hips. TJ might have been able to give you 2 reps.
Maybe.
Then you would have needed EMS out there.
Oh, maybe you wouldn't need Gibbs on that, trying to block the linebacker.
They put Gibbs in such a bad spot there.
That was very difficult.
So how are you handling Lions Review?
We're going to do Lions Review. Oh, yeah, that's what you said. And just a piece of perspective. This is not what the whole show is about at all, but you know what I feel like I'm hearing today, listening to people? I wouldn't say freak out, but
good job by you, better job by them.
Right. This is the continued evolution of being a fan of a regular NFL contender.
Yeah.